But that will mean understanding a major flow threatening the European economy as a whole. And we will try to figure out why crisis after crisis will mean I'm sorry, this is let me see, like this. Okay. Okay, so we will conclude, and this is very much in line with the spirit of the project and of the day, with a policy roundtable. I would like to sincerely thank Francesca Bria from Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, Chiara Crispuolo from the OECD, Eric Nielsen from Unicredit, again Mario Pianta, Michele Raitano, for accepting to join the roundtable that of course will be the final, let's say, policy synthesis of what we are going to discuss in the morning and in the afternoon panel. We will take stock of what emerged of the discussion. A lot of room will be left to Q&A and discussion. We are eager to this. Again, this is in the spirit of the project, and really hope that a small step in terms of knowledge building and of hopefully policy impact will be made at the end of this day. We are really looking forward to it. I wish us all a fruitful and an exciting day. Sorry again for the technical issues, but I mean, this is business as usual. So let's have an exciting day, and thank you again for coming, both online and here in presence. Filippa, the floor.
So I think the motion's fixed. Yeah, awesome, wonderful. Well, good morning from our end as well. I'm Philippa Sieg-Glöckner. I'm the director of Data Now Zukunft. I apologize for the horrifically German name. And I want to start with a big thank you to Dario and his team and to the University of Sapienza for hosting us. It's been an incredibly warm welcome, and we had a fantastic day yesterday of speaking amongst the network and trying to identify areas of collaboration. So a really great experience for us in Rome. I just really briefly want to give you a little bit of background on the European Macro Policy Network, and then not stand in the way of exciting discussions. So the European Macro Policy Network tries to go back to what we thought the EU was originally about in economic terms, about balanced economic growth, full employment, social progress, solidarity amongst countries. These are all the goals outlined in the treaties, and sometimes the EU lives up to it, sometimes it doesn't so much. Now we have an additional goal, which I think is a huge challenge, carbon neutrality, and time is very short. With 27 years left, if you think about big companies, that's pretty much one investment cycle, at least for German railways. That's about how long it takes to finish a big railway project. So we really don't have a lot of time left. Huge challenge for the continent. At the same time, we have a war, and we have an energy crisis, high inflation. So very challenging times. But then you think, all right, so at least the economists should just kind of get out of the way or be as helpful as they can, because in the end, I mean, money is something that's made up, created by us. The really, really hard challenges are actually moving the real economy. But that's not really what the European macroeconomic framework does at the moment. We still have monetarism contained in the treaties. We still focus on debt to GDP as the North Star for fiscal policy. Instead of focusing on zero carbon growth and convergence, we talk about new fiscal alchemy like debt sustainability analysis, and we're trying to project that 17 years into the future. We should really think about how to create a more sustainable economy. Now, it's very, very easy to say what's wrong. It's a lot harder, especially in the setup we have, where monetary and fiscal union don't converge, to say what's right. So that is basically has been our reason to start our work in Germany as the Nationale Zukunft. And that's what we want to do with the European Macro Policy Network. So the European Macro Policy Network brings together fiscal, monetary, and industrial policy experts from now 7 countries. We're very proud of that. And you can see a map here. Yeah, which I think is now complete. So spanning from Italy to France, the Netherlands, the Nordics, Germany, and Austria. And what we're trying to do is actually be smarter and find out what solutions are that could be viable for all our politicians. And sometimes they have very different national views, and we're trying to internalize that conflict and discuss amongst ourselves and actually get smarter about the solutions. And so we've been very, very happy that now we're able to do this the first time in person yesterday as a group up together here. A fantastic opportunity. And now it's great to have all of you here and have a day of panels and fantastic speaker. We're very grateful, Adam, that you came in from the US to do this. And yeah, I wish you all a good day. Start scribbling down your questions. I will chair the first panel and then make sure you have a chance to ask those. So thank you for coming and to your great day of solutions.
Okay, so I think we can invite the first group of panelists. We just have to get ready with some slides. Okay.
Non sono riuscito a caricarla qui, questo è quello di Anna Maria. Adesso la puoi mettere. Solito fatto.
Come si vogliono mettere?
Yeah. Where? Yeah. On the yours are on the computer. You already uploaded it.
I sent you
By email.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No.
Have you got the other?
Yeah, no, I will download. I have problems to get into my email. If you can put it on the USB stick. Anna, scusami, ti dici dove sono? Non riesci a mettermi sopra? Io ce l'ho già sulla pennina. No, non ce l'ho sulla pennina. Perché non riesco a entrare nella mia mente. No, adesso provo. Anna, scusami, mi dici dove sono le tue slide? Se mi dici dove sono le tue slide.
23.
Dario, la mando al tuo collega e la faccio uploadare da lì dall'altro dentro. Ok.
Posto, Dario?
Di questi microfoni non è che si sentono.
Io l'ho visto quando uno va bene e magari due gracchiano, capito? L'ho visto subito quando devi regolare i volumi. Questo mi sa sentiva meglio.
Adesso tra me. Ecco, grazie. Yes. It is better if you can put it on the USB stick.
Era diverso. Filippo aveva detto che parlava prima con Gino. What is the order that you prefer? You indicated a different order.
Yannick,
Yeah,
Antonio.
so we have to take this one.
And you can take my slides. I have an order, the order is right there.
Vediamo di questo. C'è prima, non
If you go back to the slides I had before, I put it in the order there. You can use it.
I will close this, okay?
No, senza chiudere.
This one?
È il PDF.
Yeah, yeah, just like this. And then second slide. Yeah.
Okay.
respectively. Let's move to conclusions. Three things to take away from this presentation at this point. First of all, relocations from Germany to other European and non-European countries may yield significant relocation savings, but, and that is an important but, the analysis does not include yet certain factors inhibiting relocation. And these are, for example, cluster synergies, proximity to downstream lines, and other locational factors such as general infrastructure. And we're looking at these factors and trying to quantify them in the second phase of the project. Second point is protecting current structures in the European energy-intensive industry may become very expensive, and we see the discussions in Germany around industrial electricity subsidies right now, and this issue is already very acute. While on the other side of the coin, it could produce green assets, green stranded assets, if we invest too much already now, and we don't really think about the future business case of these investments. And then the third point is upstream industrial value chains are really energy intensive. In fact, for Germany, close to 80% of the energy demand in the industrial sector goes to the upstream areas of the energy intensive industry. But of the value creation and jobs are located more mid and downstream. So the question is, for Germany and for other countries with energy intensive industries, how can mid and downstream value chain steps be strengthened, and is there a case to be made for the government to incentivize allocating production factors also in the downstream places? And well, just a short outlook, we are in the middle of the second phase of the project, and there we try to quantify the downstream reaction functions and then direction potential effects on value added and jobs with more output modeling, like this will be, and then hopefully ready to publish in June 2020, the summer. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, just maybe briefly, I think what that points towards is that we may face quite a big challenge though, because energy costs will be relatively expensive. We are very reliant on the industry. There are lots of new industries coming up. There's lots of things we need to build, but we may face quite a big structural change. So very much looking forward to our next speaker, Antonio Andreoli, who's a professor at SOAS in London. Your research focuses on how production, technological and organizational capabilities develop, as well as on industrial ecosystems, how they innovate, diversify, and restructure. So who will be better positioned to give us an answer on how we deal with all that structural change that may be ahead of us? Antonio, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation, and congratulations to Dario and all the team for organizing such a brilliant event. What I've been asked to do is to actually try to, and very much complementing what has been said before, and congratulations for that excellent work, is to try to look at these issues also from a broader perspective, and linking a number of ongoing dynamics that, of course, are related to transformation. And we use actually similar slides, so the upstream industry and so difficult conveying sector, and particularly chemical, steel, and so on. But to link that to the broader set of transformation that are ongoing, which links basically the overall industrial ecosystem in Europe. And this is, as you know, one of the key concepts that is framing also industrial policy at European level, exactly because it allows to understand both sector-specific, sectoral and chain-specific application of technologies, as much as energy sector material profile. On the other hand, allows to capture also interdependencies across a number of sectors. And I will try to make the link between ongoing transformation in the space of digitalization, in the space of energy and energy-intensive sector, and this restructuring that was already mentioned before, and looking upstream, also looking at ultimately the key critical materials that are needed in order to make some of this transition. And I'm very curious to discuss later on because lots of this modeling also require making big assumptions on technologies that are still not 100% certain. When we talk about transporting green hydrogen is brilliant, but it's also highly flammable, and it's not so clear what kind of technology will allow us to do that in a clear way. And I will conclude making some points around what kind of implication this kind of broader industrial restructuring has for industrial policy. I'll try to be very quick, and in this slide, I think there are all the main points I want to make. I will use the following slides to show graph evidence and go into the detail. The first issue is that it's clear that digitalization and green transition are transforming industrial ecosystem, redefining the geography of production, and I would say setting the terms of competition for the next year to come. Before there was a reference to the life cycle of investment. The investments that are happening now in Europe through the different industrial policy at the European level will set up the single market in terms of wisdom for a competitive advantage in the green and digital space in the year to come. And so the first question here in relation to Europe's structural vulnerability, how this is going to open a risk of creating an exposure to new forms of divergence based on energy and, of course, digital technologies. The second point is that when we look at data, I have left to be brief for just the sake of time, but when you look at, we've done quite a lot of network analysis using disaggregated data, creating technological classification to understand fundamentally pattern of geography of digital value chains and where advanced digital production technologies are produced around the world, you start to realize that Europe is becoming increasingly peripheral to the big value chains. And so the big problem here is that, as in the past, we are running the risk again of losing potentially manufacturing capabilities of these technologies, and alongside that, also innovation capabilities. So this is the second point I will try to raise. The third one is that both for the green transition and the digital technologies, we have a fundamental dependence on critical minerals and rare earths, which means that fundamentally all these new technology hinge on the same type of critical minerals, and these critical minerals tend to be concentrated in a few countries and require to be used effectively in batteries, we're talking about storage and so on, do not simply require access to upstream, so mining activities, but require also processing capabilities in the midstream stages of the value chain. And here I will show some evidence that Europe is nowhere in this space, and effectively controlling midstream segments of this value chain is critical for being able to upscale capacity, for example, in the restructuring of the automotive sector, batteries, and so on and so forth. Last piece of point is that, and this very much connects to the previous presentation, is that in order to be able to process these minerals, creating the right chemistries, innovating in the interface between digital and renewable technologies, the traditional upstream industry, so-called root industries, the chemicals, the advanced materials, and so on, are acquiring a new centrality, a new strategic centrality in the industrial ecosystem, because fundamentally they create the conditions for innovation and for competitiveness in international trade. In this kind of industries, we are not talking we are talking about a high level of concentration, high scale economies. We are talking about a few players operating across Europe. So the scale of the market, the scale of the industry really matters here. And so the big question here is what kind of, again, imbalances this restructuring will imply? And also to conclude, what kind of industrial policy you need when effectively we are not simply trying to stimulate innovation in a broader market ecosystem setting, but you actually are trying to change in a targeted way very specific segments, specific sector, and their interdependencies. So my final argument is, well, probably industrial policy is not simply rediscovering its centrality, but it's also realizing that we have probably to go back to some form of traditional planning, in the sense of planning the broader structural transformation that are not going to be led by markets, exactly for the nature of the transformation that I'm referring about, and also because many of these transformations reflect the market could actually lead to further concentration and further imbalances across Europe. So I could stop here effectively, because that's my main arguments. So people now feel like I need to breathe, okay? But let me try to show you some evidence for each of these pieces of argument. So the first issue here is we've done, as I said, we've created technological classification, which allow us to identify among the thousands of products a 6-digit, the VHS classification, the last one, the 2017, to understand basically how many products in international trade can be classified as digital products. It takes quite a bit of time to come up with a proper classification. We have to test them with engineers and other people. But the bottom line of the story is that when you do network analysis, apply different thresholds in terms of volume, billions of trade, and the specific final capital goods, intermediate, and so on, you get a picture of this type. Already in 2012, when discussion around Industry 4.0, all these issues also in German were raising and translated in policy, already at the time there was a clear centrality between China and the US. And if you consider the network structure, lots of European countries, for example, Italy, were peripheral to this kind of network. Now, when you look at the same chart in 2019, you see that the structure is becoming more dense and more concentrated towards basically the core of China and all the Southeast Asia network. So in a sense, we are not simply shifting from the core of the network, but we are becoming, our nodes are becoming weaker. And also you note that we have very much fragmentation across Europe, meaning that we don't have big links between, let's say, Germany, France, Italy, and so on. So we are all dependent on China as the key node that actually pull investment and trade activity. So that's an example of how fragmented the network is through the international trade perspective. Now, the second point that I made was that lots of these technologies require critical minerals. This is just an example of the main critical minerals that enter into a number of products, particularly in the renewable technologies. And many of these are actually concentrated in Africa and Latin America. Now, Africa in particular, we are doing some work for ANCTAD and for the next economic development for Africa report, the flagship publication, which looks basically at potential opportunities for industrialization in the continent. When you look at all the African countries for the 21 critical minerals, again, I can give you more detail on how we come with the 21 critical minerals, but fundamentally at the moment, these are all countries which are exporting to the global north, of course. Majority of the export is concentrated towards actually again China, which has been developing partnership and collaboration over the last 20 years actually in this space. And there are traditional relationships more connected, of course, to the, if you want, American network of mining and value chain activities. There is some interesting development in Africa as well, given that these critical minerals need to be processed and processed locally, especially the early stages of activities. You start seeing, and sorry, this is very small, I couldn't put together, but I'm happy to share the data in the slides. Again, when you look at the network structure of these critical minerals, for each of them, you start seeing that in Africa, there are nodes of agglomeration emerging. So for example, in South Africa, you have lots of processing of early stages for production of precursors or other type of critical raw materials. And these capabilities are developing to then becoming hubs for export to the global market. It's not the case that Germany is building up also in terms of cooperation, just energy partnership transition, very important relationship with Namibia, South Africa, discussion with DRC and other countries. Now, these critical minerals not only are becoming central to the technologies, but as I said, they have to be processed to be used. They are not ready-made, and lots of these technologies use different combinations of critical minerals. In order to be processed, you need to have a chemical industry, complementary and advanced material industry, which is able to combine and process and beneficiate this product. Now, if you look at the key critical minerals, copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, and so on, and you look at who is able to do that at the moment globally, basically we are nowhere. Europe is nowhere in that space. This is mainly China, and especially in the context of rare earths. And this is impossible because China has fundamentally anticipated this cycle of investment. These are processes that require multi-billion investment. And so they have created an ecosystem that support through development finance the de-risking and long-term investment in this processing of critical minerals. And what is critical here is that in all products you look at, if you look at electric vehicles, if you look at digital devices and so on, these critical minerals are all over the places. It's on the one hand, it's true that this creates a fundamental dependence. On the other hand, there is also an opportunity, because if you think about electric vehicles, for example, the chemistries of the battery is evolving and changing, right? In Germany, there is lots of research in how to reduce the dependence of cobalt or other type of critical minerals that enter into batteries. That's just an example of the evolving scenario. This is not set in stone. There is quite a lot of uncertainty about what is going to be the dominant technology, dominant standard in these areas. And as I said, to do these type of things, to create these key materials, processing them, having them ready for innovation and products along the value chains, you need to have these industries. Now, these industries, as was explained, these are also those that contribute the most to CO2 emissions, right? To cut a long story short, 1/3 of the global emission comes from industry. Within that group, you have 3 sectors, the one on the top of this chart, who contribute for 50%. I'm cutting corners here, but more or less that's the number. 50% of all the emission. Now, these difficult to abate sectors, I'll skip this because you have a better and more updated version, are concentrated across Europe in specific areas, which means that these regions are facing important industrial restructuring questions. And the answer to that seems to be green hydrogen. Green hydrogen can transform, basically create an important link between renewables and root industry, and basically reduce emissions along all the value chains that depend on that downstream. Now, the problem is that green hydrogen, it's a great technology, but it requires huge amount of renewable capacity. Who is going to, I mean, are we seeing Europe becoming full of solar panel and wind turbine all over the places? The scale of the renewable energy that you need to generate is fast. That's why investment like in Namibia, where Germans put 8 billion, makes sense, because of course, from the German point of view, it allows Germany to create a hub of generation renewables, a facility to export hydrogen, and to retain, as was mentioned before, industrial capabilities in these sectors in Europe. Other countries are nowhere in this conversation. If you look at even France, it's on their collaborations with Morocco, is another strategic player in this area, also sort of proximity to the European market, but fundamentally, this is a conversation that's happening now. If you think the new critical act was issued a few weeks, months ago, the discussion on green hydrogen has emerged in Europe through the Hydrogen Alliance, but it's still at the very early stages of the development. I'll stop there. What is interesting, and I'll stop here, is that the evolution in industrial policy has started to recognize that this is no more a Lisbon agenda story, this is no more an innovation story, it's no more horizontal, this is very much all industrial restructuring, right? Creating fundamental, managing, governing interdependencies across sectors. And you see that over time, this is just a timeline of the 6th Green Deal, Europe has become much more proactive and much more targeted in many of these areas, which is a welcome story. But of course, in many cases, this evolution, let me skip this, this evolution has meant that countries which have been taking industrial policy seriously are already steaming ahead in this process. If you think about the big impact with the IRA, the International Election Act, in a country like, in a continent like Europe, where some countries are going to be able to respond with the relaxation of state aid rules, while others will be far behind, it's a clear sign that fundamentally Europe is still not taking seriously how this challenge of green transition might actually create further divide. So if you want to respond to the IRA, you need to have a European-wide response to the problem. And at the moment, we are nowhere close to that. Actually, we are seeing more muscular, more robust industrial policy. We are seeing it globally. We are seeing mercantilist type of approaches. In Europe, we are seeing a response which is largely fragmented, which is still not fully recognizing the scale of the challenge, and we need to create European-wide champions in a number of these fields. Okay, thanks so much.
I have a feeling that we're going to continue on this theme. Europe is in a difficult place. So pleasure to introduce Anna Maria Dominazzi, probably needs no introduction to most of you here. He's a professor at Sapientia. Her research interests are pretty wide ranging, going from macroeconomics to social policy, gender and labor economics. I've personally gotten to know you working on industrial policy. So very much looking forward to your presentation on the long-term drivers of EU structural vulnerability. And we hope that you have some answers in the end so we can solve the problem. Over to you.
Thank you. No, not many answers, I'm afraid. However, yes, this talk is very much linked to the previous one. We are in a sort of rational condition. We all look at the same event from different perspectives. And my perspective would be a sort of a more general one. The world is, this is a joint paper with Dario Barascio, Elena Velic, Giacomo Cucinetto, and Giuseppe Cini. So, and there is a paper, so I can rush through the slides, and if you are interested, you can find the paper. So, the world is heading to a division between two competing blocks centered on the US and China. And in this new global order, where there are risks of deglobalization and increasing protectionism, Europe seems very vulnerable. In the paper, we provide an empirical assessment of this vulnerability vis-à-vis the two dominant blocks, the United States and China, using a broad set of indicators, focusing on demand, supply, technological and commodity-related dependency. There is no time here to go through the various indicators in detail. Also, they have been shown by Antonio, and then come up again. But I will briefly comment on a few results. If we look at on the export side, and we could say on the demand side, and we focus on Germany, which is the center of the European Union, important economically. We look at the concentration of exports in, let's call them problematic markets. China has been a very, at least still today, a very important market. It has become a more and more a competitor, and it is heading perhaps to be an outcast. So the role of China as an outlet for German products has been increasing over time, as you can see, and its importance has been reducing vis-à-vis the United States as a market. We must notice that exports are only a partial indicator of German companies' involvement in the Chinese markets. If we look at the foreign direct investment in that country, we can perhaps explain the increasing role of German foreign production in China itself. And this goes not only in automotive, but many other sectors like finance. On the supply side, we see the parallel increase in EU imports of intermediate inputs as a share of total inputs. There are several indicators, inputs or the foreign value-added content of EU exports. And here again, we can see the different trend for the EU and China and US. Here we take the EU as a whole and not only Germany. We can see that especially since the 2008 financial crisis, the US and especially China exhibit a descending trend, which reflects the increasing importance of the domestic market. You can see it mostly on the left and the side of the big house. Well, we must note that in a difficult global environment, the increasing interdependence could be occasion of retaliation, blocking provision of key inputs, whose replacement may take time. there is a news on the Financial Times today, where the Chinese ambassador to the European Union warns the EU countries from taking a tough stance against trade with China, because this could lead to retaliation. It's the very word that he is used. The third point looks at digital and green technologies, which represent another crucial aspect of structural vulnerability. We use perhaps imperfect indicators, which is the patents, but here again, they show the use in digital technologies and the incredible speed of China's growth since the mid 2010. And the picture is more mixed for green technologies, where the EU still retains leadership in some sectors. But as Antonio was reminding us, this picture becomes less rosy when we look at the EU's dependence on critical raw materials, which are needed for the development of the green technologies. So, the second part of the paper looks at the reasons for this European lagging behind in these digital and green technologies. And we try to analyze which factors are responsible for this situation. And we explore the multiple channels to which Europe's growth model may have contributed to increased dependence and vulnerability. And here we go back to the same reasons that they, let's say, critique the mainstream paradigm has been putting forward: a reliance on market forces, limited role of the state, and balanced budgets. And this has led to the stress on competitiveness, which was based on quality, but also on prices. And cost reduction meant wage moderation at home and offshoring cost rotations for German and for many European countries. They contemporaneously defined the bazaar economy. So this model, which was already harmful in less turbulent times, and especially for the southern periphery, has become toxic in times of radical innovation and uncertainty. Here again, we can rely on the criticism of the model, which stresses how demand compression weakens supply, the role of public investment in helping private investment, and how the increasing regional and county division have increased the economic and political divides, and thwarting growth in debtor countries has reduced the potentials for the entire. So, the short-term consequences of this growth model, inflationary environment, and increased internal inequalities, increased political divisions, and led to a political stalemate on crucial decisions, from new macroeconomic governance and economic policy to energy and defense. So, constrained demand left exports as the only engine of growth, not only for Germany, but for the entire world. And China became a sort of mixed blessing for employers. Some in a Financial Times article in 2022 argued that China saved Berlin from the contradictions of its own European policy. We could argue, perhaps, that actually it did the long-term contradictions of Germany's and the EU development model. And we try to explain the delay of the German and European economies in catching up with these digital and green technologies as a sort of consequence of its success in the more mature industries. We argue that perhaps the German industry success overshadowed the urge to innovate. The great economic and political power of the export industry, based on sectors of traditional German specialization, chemical, automotive, engineering, and electrical equipment, may have prevailed, blocking reform of the economic model and thwarting the opportunities for diversification in new areas. The example of the green transition, where the interests of the incumbents have blocked the alternative developments of the entire supply chain up to the procurement of critical raw materials, can be an example. It's astonishing that we as Europeans didn't think of controlling the raw materials, as Antonio has shown. Why China and not even one single European firm thought of trying to control these critical raw materials? Although the private data may underestimate the EU and German industry advances in digital technologies connected with Industry 4.0, the European industry undoubtedly lags behind in digital domains, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, where the US has a significant advantage and China has been catching up so quickly. Given that no industry, good or service, can function today without an effective digital interface, this lag threatens the leadership also in more traditional industries. So, awareness of this risk associated with growing economic and technological vulnerability has produced a remarkable division in the EU's approach to industrial policy, much less, we have to admit, in the macroeconomic governance. But as Antonio has already anticipated, the EU has been breaking away from the previous horizontal approach based on sectoral and technological neutrality and pointing to target strategic industries and key inputs. I'm not going to the industrial policy, which has already been very briefly anticipated by Antonio, but I would like to concentrate on the probability of success and the difficulties to overcome. And here we have a program of quantity, quality, and location of investment. As for the quantity, if we take all the measures together, both at the European level, at the state level, and local level, perhaps public resources are not so small, especially if we think that they could crowd in private investment. But here we have the first program. We have a country level policy and a very small European policy, which can lead to the problem that an excessive reliance on state policies would increase the divergence between fiscally rich and fiscally poor countries and induce a competition between states and regions on a race to the bottom. This is the first problem. The second problem is that this industrial policy is still too much based on incentives, that is, the initiative of the firms, and very much less on public investment and public procurement. This idea of directing the direction of investment. The third point is an important, I think, which was also pointed by Antonio, the problem of the choice. Should we aim for excellence or should we aim for the diffusion of innovations? If network economies and clusters of innovative agents are important for success in the new technologies, and if we concentrate investment there, we could have this greater polarization and regional divergence between advanced regions, advanced countries, and less advanced countries or regions. Another point which I think is important to bear in mind is the problem of creative destruction. Innovative sectors should not mean that the declining sectors are left behind. I mean, otherwise we have the phenomenon of the gilets jaunes, but also the current problem with the automotive industry, where the strength of the incumbents are slowing down the transformation. So industrial policy should take account of how to cope with the disruptions of the various transitions to ensure economic and social sustainability. Last but not least, targeting the entire value chain to prevent that the transition means an increase in import dependence, and then to ensure the provision of critical resources. And here again, there are some suggestions how to compete with China. Perhaps we could try to follow a different relation with the primary producers, primary producing countries. So a sort of partnership instead of colonization. Well, all this implies two assumptions or conditions. The first is, and I finish, yes, this approach entrusts the public with a difficult and delicate function, which requires, as a priority, a significant investment in the human capital of public administration. It is not enough to allocate resources, they must also be spent and spent well. The Italians know what I mean. And the second is that that we need a macroeconomic framework that permits medium long-term planning and takes care of all its members. The EU, I think, and the EU single market is large enough, and the EU has sufficient financial, technical, and human resources to succeed if its members are united. Thank you.
All right. Lots of optimism. It's my pleasure to introduce the last speaker, Frédéric Dumont from Geneva University, an associate professor there. And you'll take a slightly different angle on the topic, if I understand correctly. You're going to talk about financial hegemony and how it's changing, or maybe not. So over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for those very insightful presentations. So my presentation will be a little bit broader, indeed, and I will look at financial hegemony, its role in the European Union and the Constitution. So my point of departure is an old archaeo-regulationist grammar. By that I mean that I consider the rule, the complex rule, as the unity of a structured articulated in dominance. So what that means very simply that the situation where we are, the structural rule, is dominated by one aspect. And this dominant aspect is crucial. We need to look at that because that's the point that gives the unity to the rule. So we need to look at that. And the second important idea is that when we change structural places, when we change from one configuration to another one, there is a changing hierarchy of institutional forms. So no false suspense here. The current dominant form is finance, and the question is where we are moving to. So this perspective was broadly developed by people from the regulation school. So here, maybe some of the older of you will know this old building that is Rue de Chevalier in Paris, where Petrolab and Royer Dagnetter worked at Gates. And basically the idea is that there are several solutions after Greek crisis. So Greek crisis is a shift from one configuration to another one, but what could be the next configuration? It's not written, it's there are several solutions to that. And in order to try to understand that, we need to look at the main contradiction and the various sources of influence. Okay, so that's just to put some theoretical framework behind the elements that I will present now. I will present first some stylized facts concerning the weight of finance in Europe. Then I will detail the stage 2 of the Greek crisis. So the Greek crisis is the Greek financial crisis since 2008. 2008 was step 1.
and inflationary dynamic and current instability is stage 2. So basically, I try to make the case that this stage 2 is the second but last phase of financial engineering. And then I open very briefly the discussion toward a new hierarchy of structural reforms. What would that mean for Europe? Because in Europe, there is, in addition to the hierarchy of structural reform, there is national state, European state, so the European level. So that's adding some complexity. So some slides about the weight of finance in Europe. So one way to look at that, there is no good way to look at that. There are many ways to look at that, and all of them are disputable. But one way to look at that is to look at the value added of financial insurance and real estate activities in Europe. And what we can see that, yeah, there was a peak somewhere around 2008 after the financial crisis, and now it's declining more or less depending on the country. In Italy, the weight of is rising very much, but not in Germany, not when it's declining. But overall, there is no strong increase in the last period. Another way to look at that is to look at the weight of financial corporation profits in overall profits. And here I think it's interesting, but you see that since after 2008, there is a constant decline in the weight of profits of financial profit overall in the euro area. So I think that could be one side of this decline. However, and that's of course very important, in the meantime, there's been no decline of the overall weight of finance considered from the point of view of the accumulation of financial assets. So that's what I following Marx and also the Austrian, I call fixed capital, and you have various categories of that. One first is the credit to the non-financial sector that increased up to now, especially in some countries like France, there was an acceleration, not so much there. You can look also at credit to the government sector, which also had a steep increase, but what's interesting is that also since the birth of inflation, there is a decline of the weight of debt to GDP, and so that's also something against all this drama surrounding the variable. And also there is this issue of stock market capitalization, where nothing specifically is occurring, but if you have the three dimensions, there is no doubt. There is an accumulation of capital. So the debt weight of anticipated value in financial assets is increasing. And I think that's the main message here. There has been no strong decline after 2008. What needs to be produced to accommodate the expectation of financial sector is still growing. Okay, so that's for the side. Stage 2 of the brief financial crisis. We have a fork on finance. What I mean by a fork on finance? I mean by that in fact, finance has no good solution to maintain its dominance, but it has basically 2 or 3, you can see that, way to lose importance. So another way to frame the question is how to end a Minskian financial super cycle. So what is a Minskian cycle? It's when you go through a financial cycle, you take more risks and then you have a crisis. A super cycle is that you take more risk, you have a crisis, you have public intervention that is effective in saving finance. So you have another cycle with even more risk and finance. But at one point it should end. So of course my bet is that we are more or less close to that. So how can a Minskian financial super cycle end? Another way to frame that is to stress the fact that there is no monetary policy that can abolish the economic causes of financial stress. So another way to say that is that after 2008, central banks especially were able to contain financial instability for a moment, but not to destroy the causes of that. And the causes of that is a kind of disconnection between financial accumulation on the one hand and real growth on the other. So this is the core contradiction. So concretely, that led us to this idea that there is a tension between 2 dimensions of monetary policy. So here I'm focusing from the point of view of central bankers, and I know, of course, there is a broader discussion about inflation, so I'm not looking at that today. But from their own point of view, there is a tension between, on the one hand, price stability and financial stability on the other hand. So Borio was saying that in 2019. That was not very an issue, but I think this is an issue now. Because the issue that we need to discuss is how central banks can react to an outbreak of inflation with the overeconomic sector. So they need to deal with both of these. Okay, so concerning inflation, of course, there are cost structural causes of inflation, and sometimes I don't discuss that. But at some point, when you have strongly negative real interest rate, there is limits, and you need to raise interest rate. So basically, you have this non-accelerating inflation real interest rate, which means that you need to prevent speculation and rent to sell. So that's exactly what we achieved in 2022, and you have strongly negative interest rate. So you have catch up in terms of rising interest rate, but still we are still in highly negative territory. On the other hand, so of course they are all pursuing Paul Volcker and explaining you have to rise interest rate and fight inflation by that. But there is another constraint. And the other constraint is this fictitious capital. So we can frame that in another way, saying that in fact this is generalized funding, which means that at the level of the financial system, you need to constantly expand the global balance sheet. And in fact, that's exactly what central bank has done. So you look at the central bank for the euro area, it has expanded until 2008, constantly its balance sheet, and dramatically so in the last period. Of course, they promised to diminish the balance sheet, but let's see how it goes. So basically, this is the point where we have a kind of fork on finance. On the one hand, if you have a restrictive stance to diminish inflation, you can so you have this obligation to fight inflation through interest rate, and on the other hand, you have a risk to bust assets. So the issue are objective compatible. If you have a level of interest rate where you can have both non-busting inflation interest rate and non-accelerating inflation interest rate, that's fine. But it's really not the case, and I think that we are here. Central banks are powerless. If there is no interest rate where they can both prevent an acceleration of inflation and prevent asset busting, then you are at this point of inflation for central banks. So, of course, it's not clear, it's debatable, but I think it's a strong hypothesis that needs to be considered. So that leads me to my third point. Are we heading toward a new hierarchy of structural funds in Europe? So, European, basically, it's a history of reskilling state aid. And so you integrate some policies, not other, and by doing that, you are altering the balances between various social forces. And in a very brief way, you can summarize the story of Europe, following way and the previous one with one of my colleagues, like that. After the war, you have national state with wage economics at the top. Then in the 80s and 90s, you have competition and trade that came at the European level. And finally, with the euro and after the financial crisis, you had an integration that was dominated by money and finance. So that's where we are, the financial capital moment on the right. So where could we go from there? So the first way would be Lexit. So that was heavily debated in the past decade. So in order to restate some forms of industrial policy, some forms of wage bargaining power and so on, you need to have a revolutionary integration, if you want. So you reintegrate your economic policy at the national level by rethinking the power and money and finance. So that was the debate about Brexit and so on. And then you can move on toward a new form of integration. So there is, of course, many problems in that, but that's one of the paths. The second path would be Lexit. So you have a revolutionary integration. So you have ecological planning, wage labor nexus, and so on at the European level. So here also that is very nice, but what is the possibility of such a scenario? It depends on the ability to articulate the political project and social process gathering them at the European level. And the third scenario, which I think is not exactly very plausible, it will be the ability of dominant classes at the European level to re-articulate a new way, a new Euro-industrialism to reshape institutions after neoliberalism. But will they by themselves be able to re-articulate that? And what an area presented earlier, I think, so that it's not easy at all. There is no real path forward. So that would be a passive revolution from above, but I'm not very sure that it will occur either. So no nice prospect, but I think some issue to discuss in the rest of the day. Sometimes we will find a way to go to brighter days.
Discussion. So now we come to our first discussion, Margarita Russo. Like, sorry, no, you can stay because then you can answer.
Yeah.
So I can going to stay.
I say.
No, thanks. So I can watch my notes. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me today, and thank you. And I will. Well, I would say that I was skipping the last presentation, but really, it deserves. It introduces a critical point in my discussion. That is exactly the two levels, the state levels and the European level, that it is one critical issue in the comments that I will present today. So I will focus on some points on the various papers and not detailing very much, but I hope I will provoke discussion with the authors and with the conference participants. First of all, exactly, the dimensions that characterize the structural vulnerability of the European Union versus China and the United States. So the authors, Anna Maria Guarascio, Dario, Giuseppe, Elena, and Giacomo, and they remind us in their paper that there are critical vulnerability depending on internal and external factors. And the point is that it results in a stalemate of decisions, policy decisions, that affect main policy areas from energy to defense to industrial policy. So the first question is, what is the unit of analysis when comparing the EU versus China and the USA? Because EU is something that to some extent is considered quite differently. In one case is EU, in other cases Germany. Exactly the core of EU policy or EU weight in the comparison with China and USA. And I think that right from the outset, the authors point out the lack of EU industrial policy that relied largely on competition policy with the functioning of markets to achieve growth targets. So the point here is that if competition policy was a policy at a European level, it was certainly not a policy of all member states. Because obviously the compliance with the ban to state aid was under European control, but countries like Germany, we are having their specific industrial policy. We think exactly to Industry 4.0, and think of the fact that more recently in 2020 they were launching the debate on technological sovereignty. That was really something related specific to the German technological sovereignty. So it was an internal problem. It was not a European debate. They were looking at their internal condition. Also in France, that was largely supporting the car production with different incentives, but that was protecting an important, extremely important research field like artificial intelligence. They were simply not staying in European alliances, not allowing their researchers to enter in research projects. They wanted to keep their specific knowledge in that field as a national knowledge, something they could control because of its strategic role. So, but certainly many countries where these two were doing something very important. Other countries, and Anna Maria was reminded us, haven't done the same, and because Italy, for example, was certainly not one of the countries that was pursuing an industrial policy. So, the second question is on the unit of analysis, and there is an internal problem in the Europe that is not fully developed when we consider the internal factor of vulnerability. Dario and his co-authors are aware of this. We know perfectly because it is in the background of their research. But it is also mentioned in the paper because you mentioned the core periphery model, the issue that is at the base of the, I would say, integrated growth of some areas of Europe. But this is something that is a link with Antonio's paper. So the second point of my discussion is the focus on Germany, because from moving from Europe to Germany, the point is that Germany has a critical position. Okay, but there are other interrelations that should be considered. For example, other weaknesses in Europe, and for example, Brexit, which is not mentioned at all. So it was passing away, it has been gone. So, but I think that we have now the effects. Is an effect on Europe, or is only an effect on United Kingdom? I would say that there are still many connections between European countries and the United Kingdom, not to mention the ones between Germany and the United Kingdom, with respect to 2 areas of research. So when we consider the focus on Germany and the relationships between Germany and China that are at the core of your discussion, you say many important things, and you measure many important things. What you are overlooking is the fact that Germany was benefiting from an incredible mutual learning, was not exporting machines, and was producing there, was going there before any other country going there, saying, well, here we are with you, we'll support your open to capitalist market, and we stay with you. And they stayed with them, in fact. Italy went to China, saying, well, we'll sell you ceramic tiles, we'll sell you a lot of luxury goods, we'll import for you whatever we need at cheap costs. That was not the game that was implemented by Germany. Germany was learning a lot, and was learning a lot and making very strong decisions. When I was asking at the end what happened when China was so well in advance in some fields, why didn't other countries didn't make similar decisions on rare materials, critical materials? They had a plan. A national plan in 2015 saying in 2025, China will be there, and China is there. So every country could make a similar decision in policy, but we simply were in a completely different world. They were in the 10 years ago, not 100 years ago, they were in a global world in which a global value chain were critically important, in which climate change had no role in the debate, in which not even technological sovereignty was in the horizon. So China was having a plan, and other countries were having their plans in connection with the Chinese plans. So that China was developing, for example, experiments in electrical vehicles was important for German economies. China was experimenting, and Bosch was very interesting in those experiments. And this brings me to another point. And the point is that we are using in this discussion a unit of analysis, not only in which we consider Europe and Germany, and so we are overlooking the internal differences that are the causes of the vulnerability of Europe. So not only the lack of a European policy, but the presence of member states that have completely different integrations among them and completely different opportunities, as Anna was mentioning, and critical issues. But the point is that when we consider the unit of analysis for understanding the critical future for Europe, we have to consider not only member states, and so all the member states, but we have to consider that there is a critical differences between countries and companies. Okay, because when we consider Germany and the critical dimensions that Anna was observed, are we speaking about Volkswagen, about Bosch, about BASF, about Siemens? Are we speaking about those companies? I'm not sure that they are so behind in the many fields that are mentioned. So I would be very encouraging to this kind of debate to think that we are in front of a completely changing world, but as scholars, we need completely different metrics and I'd say tools to analyze those changes. If we focus on data at country level, we see aspects that are extremely important, but they couldn't be enough to understand what happens to countries in which companies have transnational, relevant transnational interests. And 2 points, if I may. One is military sector. This is a new entry in the industrial policy debate related to technological sovereignty that was absolutely absent in any discussion we had for years. When I started my research activity at the beginning of the 90s, there was an incredible research team in Italy working on this. And we discussed a lot on the importance of the military sector at country and European level. I think that Italy is a country that exports a lot of weapons and the fantastic Middle East countries that we support for their development, providing armaments. So other countries do the same. I think, for example, of what has been done. So I conclude, too late and too little. Yes, but the point is that when you have to implement policy, industrial policies, you need to be prepared to do that. You needed to have practices. Anna has reminded us that you needed to have at least organizational levels able to support the implementation of policies, the details of specific programs that have been left aside for decades. And now they have to be done urgently, but perhaps it's better to go back to Europe the money than to implement a policy. So, thank you.
Thank you. Now coming to our second discussions, Jelena Relic from University of Sapienza.
Thanks a lot. I will try to be very brief. We're leave the space for the Q&A because we're running out of time. Thank you for all your presentations. They're very interesting, different, but they're nice, nice links between them. So I think we all agree that the pandemic and the war in Ukraine unleashed structural vulnerabilities of the European Union, as Anna was saying, and then that we need more selective industrial policies. It was quite made a couple of points indeed, but what where you were all sort of silent, part said is the labor, like the labor implications. We never mentioned labor, and I think it's very important to consider this. We wrote a paper at the Mario Planta, and we found that good jobs there's a virtuous circle between good jobs, innovation, productivity growth, and wage growth. But we need to consider this even when designing industrial policies. The jobs must be at the center, and not just India, we should invest in reskilling. We should find a way to match the industrial policy in our region with already available skills there, because reskilling is a very lengthy process, and we have enough time. And also with inflation, we've seen what is the bargaining power of labor and that of capital. So we must intervene there. So yeah, the general point is that we cannot just intervene in one part of the system, but we have to do something way more systematic. And the funds will not be enough. We need also public funds at the national level. Then there's also the issue of the reform.
Maybe closer.
Yeah, answer. I don't know whether we mentioned the reform of fiscal rules. It's clear that there are a lot of heterogeneities within Europe. So without making reform of fiscal rules, they're basically just risking to have to enhance all of existing asymmetries. So we know we're going to be the winners and losers. Maybe some specific questions for you, Yannick. I mean, you didn't convince me that much. If I can be honest, because when I see the, I mean, there's no paper. I'm really waiting for the paper. But it seemed to me when I've seen the graphs, like, yeah, we should just do offshoring. It costs us less to basically offshore all production instead of doing it in-house. So yeah, I was not convinced, because the war pandemic showed how vulnerable value chains are. So we need to strengthen the domestic value chains. And my question is, how integrated the domestic value chain of the steel industry is? So you say, yeah, we should switch to the downstream sectors. Maybe a multinational can do that, but I don't know. I mean, maybe you should discuss a little bit, because what I've seen is like, yeah, we should just relegate because it's cheaper. And then there are other factors that is not just energy cost, it is probably has very high share, I think 40–50%. But there are other factors. Again, there is labor, and as you mentioned, proximity to downstream users, but also upstream suppliers. I think we should consider that. So yeah, I will stop here, and then if there are no questions, I will come back with more questions, just to give you some time.
Thank you very much. I think I'll give the panel an opportunity to respond to all the questions fielded, and then we'll move to you. So get your questions ready. We'll try and answer as many of them as possible. Who wants to start?
Can we all ask the question?
Sure.
Thank you. Two very, very big questions. How Norway, where comes this cost advantage of Norway so much compared to the others? Perhaps you said it, but I lost it. This is one point. Second, very, very quick. You mentioned that in South Africa and other countries, they are starting to clear the first stages. But who is controlling these first stages? Are there Chinese companies? Are there European companies? Okay. Well, thanks for the comments. It is true. The unit of analysis boils down to what Margherita said. The European Union, states and companies. This is perhaps not very well made clear in the paper, but I think that the say conflicting interests sometimes of companies and their own states is important, and it explains both the localization of German firms, Italian firms, and French firms to the east or to other low-cost location, and the investment of German firms to China. And it explains also the conflict now of German companies with vis-à-vis their own government, perhaps, in the policies that the European Union and Germany has to carry on with China. There are so strong interests in these companies for that market that maybe Germany will not be very willing to go along with the US policy of confrontation with China. But there is also this conflict, which is very important, I think, that has been perhaps mentioned here, of conflicting interest of companies in the European Union vis-à-vis the United States. All these companies that will announce or will go to locate in the United States because of these subsidies. Then here again, we have a conflict between companies and states. And well, which comes to the point which says that in many cases, the investments that the companies are called to make must be financed by the collectivity, by the state. Because if we are going into this race of subsidies in order to keep the companies inside, then this means that, well, I think that entrepreneurs are not doing their work. Simply, they are taking the investment of the financing of the investment, and as Mankato says, they are going to share the costs, but keep no risk on their part. As far as you said they were the mutual learn. Yes, German companies going to China learned what they wanted to learn. They didn't learn to invest in electric vehicles, or they didn't see the policy that China was doing in terms of ensuring raw materials, or perhaps, as we think, they have no interest to export back the electric vehicles alternative, while they have still to pay for their investment in the other engines. So I take your point that there are different limit of analysis, and we have to be clear on that. Member states have different interests, and we in the South have learned it the way. And companies not always share the interest of their equal states, and this opens the problem of how to direct companies towards the interest of the public interest, we say. I agree that in order that you cannot invent an industrial policy, you have to prepare it. You have to have the people who have been taught also the instruments and I would say also the right, we have to come economics. Because for generation, for generation for sort of, no, not generation, decades, we have taught to our students the mainstream economics, and they, if they are going now in the public administration, they will perhaps remember what we have taught them. Which they don't know it's what we want them to do now. Last, I think that the military sector will come up very soon, stage. And I don't think this is a very good.
Maybe we give Yannick a chance to respond and maybe also try and keep it a little short so we can get to the audience.
Yes. Maybe to your question, to begin with, I understood correctly you were asking, like, what are the reasons for the relocation savings that we sort of find?
What is the advantage of dollar? Why is always so cheap?
Why is always so cheap? Well, it's a mix of different things. They have cheap renewable potential. In this case, wind onshore with high amounts of solar hours and hydro energy, which is very cheap in comparison to PV in the south, for example, or offshore in Germany. And then what they also benefit from is the structure of the generation profile. So the structure is as such that there is not a lot of volatility, so they don't need additional storage that much compared to Spain and Germany. And storage cost is actually one of the cost drivers in our analysis. So for base load energy, what is important for industrial basic production, these less volatile sites, they really have cost advantage. That's at the heart of this optimization problem that we have in the first part of the analysis. Spain is another example. They have extremely cheap volatile renewables, but then they don't have very cheap volatile, but it's fluctuating, so they need a lot more storage, and that drives up their costs. So that's to the first point. Maybe then to Yelena's points. We do not recommend that we should list offshore industrial energy intensive industry. That's really not the point of the analysis. We aim to understand sort of the changes in the energy structures and ask what implication may that have for the competitiveness of the German and the other European industries. But it's not a recommendation. It's really trying to understand what may be the competitive implications. And why we think this is so important to ask today is that, like I said, close to 50% of the asset stock requires reinvestment before 2030. So all these companies, ThyssenKrupp, all the other steel companies, BASF, they ask themselves now, they have to ask themselves now, will these assets be competitive in 20 or 30 years' time when the entire globe transforms to renewable energies? And I think the point that you made for jobs is super crucial. And actually, the jobs argument brought us to this project, because if you look at the sort of different steps in the value chain, especially in the basic material value chains, you see that the majority of jobs are actually located in the mid and downstream parts. So the upstream part is really asset and capital intensive, for example, in steel. But then in the second step, the processing, where you have proximity to downstream clients, that is a lot more jobs intensive, and you have most of the value added also located there. So when you then have these energy structural cost changes, and there is a sort of renewable pull, if you wish, that the production of primary steel based on hydrogen is then a lot cheaper in Norway or in Chile. And of course, the question is also the next step, the first processing, the second processing, will they also go to different places? And we argue that we really have to think about, well, how can we make the second and third step more competitive? And one interesting point here is that actually energy costs are also important for the second and third step. And the more upstream capacity you have in the country, that of course also drives up your energy costs for all other users in the economy, and especially in Germany, where the opportunity costs for energy are just really, really high. That's a challenge. So yeah, that's what I was answering.
Very brief, 4 points. Companies, we're both Margherita and Anna-Maria. I think this is an important issue. Lots of these transformations are happening in key players, right? Just to mention one, which allows me to talk both about South Africa, you asked about, and Italy. A company like ArcelorMittal is doing different things in different parts of the world. Announced that it's going to use more coal in India to produce steel, and in the north of developed country, potentially is going to make green hydrogen investment. Sasol is a major player in Global South, one of the biggest chemical company with prototype technology, green hydrogen, and they are trying to see how to leverage that to actually. So there are countries, even middle-income countries, which this potential is arising. And I agree, we cannot just understand the problem from a country perspective, but we need to drill down on these key home industrial activities to understand where competitiveness is and what is not. And I agree also just like digital. Let's not forget that in some areas Europe still has lots of capacity. My point was not about we don't have any capacity there. Let's not overemphasize what China is doing. It's still catching up in, for example, robots and advanced automation technology. There are quite a retail side of that. The thing is they are doing that very quickly, very rapidly, and that creates a kind of challenge. Let's not forget when KUKA was acquired, was almost a shock for the German economy. And that acquisition was done in a very smart way. The transfer of technology is happening when we speak. Second point, I think I was in Brussels on Monday and Tuesday. There was a big event launching a new partnership for regional innovation, post-smart specialization, regional balance. All the industrial policy discussion in Europe seems to try explicitly to bypass the national problem that we all discussed. Right? So fundamentally, national interest is still fragmenting our capacity to do industrial policy. And that's the point. It's not a technical problem. I mean, there is a technical problem as well, especially in Italy, where we have this, ideological kind of, you become more Catholic than the Pope in the sense of promoting market-driven intervention. But the problem is that it's a political economic issue. We are not able to find the kind of alliances across Europe that create the scale of players that can actually restructure this investment. We need more Airbus initiative. And we need the South, Italy, Spain, more involved. Even if you think about the acquisition of Siemens or Gamesa, Gamesa is a major player in the wind industry and so on. If that becomes a German company and not an Airbus type of exercise, so where there is more participation across the country, again, it's a major problem in terms of balancing. Brexit argument, just to go back to your, in UK it's not working. I mean, we need to understand that we need a completely shared Euro-industrialist kind of story. We need to understand that lots of countries were not doing industrial policy is because they were not doing it from the national point of view. It's not because Europe was not allowed to do that. But there is lots of space, policy space, if governments know what to do with that kind of instruments. And in the case of the Brexit argument for the UK, it's been a complete disaster, right? Because we are having the worst of the scenarios. We are losing more capacity in industries, we are losing good jobs. The country fundamentally has just lost arm, key player in the chip manufacturing, and we are remaining anchored actually in the military industry because companies like BAE are moving more from the commercial aerospace towards more military. So we are in a very dangerous space, which allows me to go to the very last one. I really like your presentation. One that is the part which connects also to the problem around mobilizing finance and so on, is financialization in the non-financial corporation and where it's led us. We've just published a book on the financialization of big pharma in the UK, looking at the last 20 years. So key companies like GlaxoSmithKline, I was referring to the pandemic and so on, and AstraZeneca. These were companies by 2014 were almost collapsing. They were facing a bottom cliff. They were fundamentally under-financialized after 10 years of American-style governance. So I think if we want to change the political economy of the rebalance of forces in this space, we do not simply need to pump more money from a macroeconomic point of view into the system. We need to make sure that those players with the capacity to channel money to that investment had a corporate governance structure that would make them compel them to do their job. So I completely share with Anna's points, the capitalists are not doing their job.
And I agree. I agree. That's a good point indeed. There is a lack of projects in terms of economic development that is at the heart of what we are discussing now. Right? I think that's the point where we agree. To react very quickly on just two dimensions. The first dimension is that pointing out financial hegemony is pointing out the fact that we are not looking at other issues such as industrial policy and so on. And in this sense, Hayek was very prescient. He explained very well the role that federalism would play against industrial policy once you agree on competition policy at the federal level. And that's exactly what it did in Europe. And I think, at least for France, there used to be some forms of industrial policy. And Europe has been very committed to that. So maybe that's not the case everywhere. In some countries, at least that was a factor that destroyed industrial policy. The second point would be what could something that was maybe not straight enough this morning is that indeed there is an issue of funds at the national and European level. There is an issue of skills of entrepreneurs and workers and so on. But there is also an issue of state capacities in order to develop industrial policy. And when you remember that Brian Dees from the US explained that he was worried about the situation plan of Biden because of the lack of state capacity of the US, you can only be terrified when you think about what could be done at the US. So I think that one of the issues that we need to answer to is what kind of institutions could help to build the state capabilities that would be able to forward industrial policy. And I think that I'm not very clear, but in this sense, I think the only one that could do that is ecological planning. Why? Because ecological planning is gathering an emergency that help to overcome usual rules in terms of competition, policies, and so on. And secondly, because it needs a new kind of competency. So there is an opportunity to build a new space, institutional space, because new kind of issues really need a new kind of bureaucracy. So maybe that the direction is sure, but it's just
Small task. Okay, one round of questions. I'll take three if you have any. One is over there, and you will have to shout because we only have one mic and I can't really move, or you come up with it. When you pose your question, please state your name and if you want your affiliation.
Hi, I'm Jacopo Tramontano, Sapienza University of Rome. Sorry, so. Well, I was thinking about mostly the point made by Professor Andreoni about the networks and the, let's say, production networks in different critical materials. And that reminded me of the work of Simone Iammarino, who worked in London as well, and is kind of doing the same thing from an economic geography point of view. And to her, I made an objection that I pose again because I think it's interesting, maybe adding another sense since we're talking Europe. The first thing is that yes, there's production, but there's also someone that buys the goods and someone that actually moves them around. So in a way, should we take into account first buyer power in Europe, meaning that we're the biggest buyers, not the biggest buyers, but we count in that respect, and therefore we have regulatory power, for instance, a lot, and so that could be an interesting point to understand, also to rebalance in a way the picture. But more interestingly, because we're losing that buyer power, sure. More interestingly, we are among the largest shippers of goods with Maersk and MSC. So, what is the role of that in a way?
Thank you. Further questions? All right. Just stop. You want to shout? I just, everyone from Sweden, think tank for that again. Thank you for the discussion. I just wanted to come back to your discussion, Jelena and Yannick, with energy prices and outsourcing and sort of the trade-off there. In the north of Sweden, we have a lot of establishment with green steel, battery plants, etc. Plus energy production is really cheap, with the electricity prices are really cheap. But this is in turn pushing up the energy prices also for households in northern Sweden. If we project this on a 10-year, 20-year sort of scheme, then it's this is a consumption that is basically the same as the households and other companies. So yeah, it's just very interesting in that trade-off, and also Germany were to, with the dependence on gas, having a lot of industrial production, pushing up energy prices that in turn is affecting the rest of Europe. So yeah, my question is how do you think that trade looks, and should we have sort of a more European industrial policy in light of this? Thank you. Last question over here.
Building on the question and Jelena with Yannick before, many of you mentioned vertical policies and public planning and public ownership in the discussion, mostly in strategic supply chains. I would like to stress another point connected to this. What do you think about it? Inflation and energy prices pose a competition issue for any businesses in Europe and manufacturers. First of all, I think this needs to be addressed by public action, and this need a policy mix maybe, and this could include price controls in the short run and an energy autonomy in the long run. Because we are seeing, and we are discussing with many of you yesterday, that there is a profit-led inflation dynamic, and this, I think, it's like an elephant in the room, and I want to know what you think about it.
Thank you very much. I think you just got to roll down and 1 minute each response.
Yeah, thank you very much, especially for the last comments, because we did not address that. I think part of the instrument of planning and industrial policies are, of course, some forms of price controls, especially from the Isabella remember all these prices that are put this very important pricing that change the whole economic structure. So I agree on that.
Well, instead of price control, I would like to see taxation of profits. Perhaps this helps in saving energies and trying to reduce profits. But I have not really on the possibility of putting all together the countries in the economic policy.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's yeah, we very much thought exactly about this point. What are the opportunity costs of energy in a country where demand for energy outstrips supply by much, and it would be the case in Germany, in particular for hydrogen, but also for renewable energy. And if you think about the fact that basically the hydrogen demand of energy-intensive industries will be close to 50% of hydrogen demand in Germany by 2045, you get an idea how much that feeds into the energy costs all the other sectors, and then we heavily want to electrify the building sector, parts of industry, transport, and then of course the future effect. So I guess there could be a sort of sweet spot in terms of relocation, considering this aspect, but then also of course other geopolitical aspects. Yeah.
Well, there's not so much time to be justice to the questions. So the first one really touched upon what was presented at the very beginning, right? So this net can start emerging. Of course, we do like down to 50% of the different methodology allowed to do it, but beyond that there are firms, right? I think the idea around how you can leverage firms in order to shape this different kind of value chain, it's absolutely central, which allows me to go back to the other comment. I think, you know, this kind of industrial policy, when we talk about planning, we had this discussion with other tools in a long group of people. If you remember on the Atlantic carbon discussion, we were saying in the 50s, 60s, it wasn't possible to do these type of things because the state has, stakes in the game, has sharing the game, right? So the role of state-owned enterprises, participation, different government structure, industrial foundation, golden shares, these are all instruments of industrial policy that can be leveraged in order to actually execute the kind of, chunky kind of change that we will see happening. I think later we will discuss about Enel in Catania and, ST Microelectronics, other big European champions that are there and waiting to be action to actually operate as vehicles of this kind of industrial policy. I don't think we can manage this type of transformation simply thinking about the government planning this. At the moment, the problem is that the planning is only with the firms with their own interests. It's not happening in a coordinated manner between large players who can shape the industrial ecosystem and governments who can give them in a symbiotic way relationship of conditionality and subsidies, and on the other hand, take it back for labor, for innovation, for location of businesses in thanks.
Thank you so much for listening, participating. Now there's coffee, it's outside to the right. Darren will announce where it is.
Yeah, so thank you again to our great panelists. So now we have the 25-ish coffee break on your right that you get out and be smart village, and you can also stay on the terrace to have your coffee break. And please here sharp at some minutes before 12. We are very much looking forward to other tools, skin and stitch.
No, voglio sapere cosa ne sapevano loro.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Full screen and you're good.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I think I probably better set the head so I can drive my own PowerPoint. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. What if I may say so, I consider my extended European family in intellectual and political terms. The network that you're building together is one which includes so many of my close friends and collaborators in a conversation and a struggle to shift the terms of the European economic policy debate, which goes back now almost a decade.
They can't hear in the live stream, but this is.
They can't hear on the live stream. Okay.
Now this is strange because
We've got a big green
mic.
Continue.
Go on, should I go on? Okay. And it really is an absolute delight to be here in this legendary location for an aficionado of modern art and architecture. I have to say that this campus is really, really extraordinary. It's a feast, and wonderful to be here and to be with you. I'm eccentric in the sort of physical sense in a variety of different ways. In the sense, I'm somebody stranded with a British passport in outer space. Displaced European in the United States, but also somebody who started out in economics and now practices as a historian. And I do understand what I do as a form of contemporary history, first and foremost. And in the same way, I think, as Cedric was suggesting to us that the whole that we study is constituted dependent on what we identify as the principal contradiction. In a sense, I think we've seen this morning the way in which somebody coming out of a social theoretic tradition like Cedric, or people coming from an industrial planning perspective, construct the questions of the present in different ways, subtly different ways. We're all talking about the same thing, perhaps, and we're using, all of us, different methods, I think, conceptual, analytic, technical. But what I would like to add in is the dimension of narrative, which I think is the principal domain of historians. How do we understand the moment that we're in? What narrative do we use to plot, in Hayden White's terms, the moment that we're in? Because it is, I think, a dramatic moment. There's a sense that we're at a turning point in the energy transition. There's a sense that it really might now be beginning in earnest. And in economic policy terms, taboos around the WTO and industrial policy are falling all around us. And in a sense, we're trying, I think, collectively to make sense of what this means. And one of the places that we go to when we are trying to make sense of a situation like that are particular narrative forms. Narratives are not just, as it were, ad hoc, they conform to certain narratives. And a classic one, a familiar one, a reassuring one with a happy end, is a romance narrative. And I want to suggest to you that right now we're in something like a kind of full-blown romance with the idea of industrial policy. It's really like a kind of almost ecstatic reunion with this theme, and that's thrilling, and it's very difficult to resist, right? This critique is not intended as a knockdown argument. It's just, as is generally the case in these kind of things, it's important to be aware of kind of what we're letting ourselves in for in this romance. Let me give you an example from the American side, because if it's intense here, it's really intense in the United States right now. And Naomi Klein, I'm singling out because she is profoundly self-conscious in the way in which she constructs her political critiques and interventions in the green energy debate in the United States. And she offers us the kind of nearly ideal template of a romance, which I would suggest consists of three phases. The first is the natural, almost sort of God-given inevitable attraction. The second is the kind of moment of tension where everything could go terribly wrong. And the third then is the moment of resolution. So in Klein's account, the first stage is the one I think that almost all of us sort of feel in our bones, right? That the climate problematic demands a focus on materiality, on problems of technology and production. And isn't it a relief that it does? It may be terrible and it may be horrifying in its implications, but my God, it takes us back to things we know that we always ought to have cared about intellectually, right? And then also historically, we have the sense that at various moments in some good old days in the past, states had ways of addressing this through mechanisms of planning, through interventionism, uninhibited interventionism, which they were part. And Europe in particular, for heaven's sake, was born out of industrial policy. Coal and steel community is complex industrial policy writ large. So then you think, okay, the advent of the climate problematic is going to drive us inevitably towards that point, but then something shattering happens, which is a sort of act of fate.
the moment at which the climate policy issue surfaces to the front of world politics is precisely the moment at which neoliberalism and the market revolution seizes control of the policy agenda and anathematizes precisely the conversation about industrial policy that's necessary. It's one of the really cosmic coincidences that the first international meeting on climate policy took place on the Monday and Tuesday, the 6th and the 7th of November 1989. Wednesday was a day off in world history, and on Thursday, the Berlin Wall fell. That's how close together, as it were, this sort of weird moment of these two ships sailing past each other. And out of that, Klein constructs this narrative of the 30-year hiatus. The 30-year hiatus, which in the American case is driven by a combination of neoliberal ideology, and on the other hand, very hard-nosed, very hard-bitten interest group politics, which the American left imaginary, of course, axes on the, bad king Exxon, that separates the lovers, separates the industrial policy, Keynesianism, the New Deal, from the green climax of the New Deal, where it really should always have headed, the great synthesis of the Green New Deal. And really the joy of the current moment in American policy is that we're out of this hiatus, right? You can sense it. There is truly, if you know any of the folks involved, when we've been convening this transatlantic panel on industrial policy and the climate political economy now for a year and a half, courtesy of the Carnegie Foundation and the Heinrich Böll Stiftung. And we've had this series of really extraordinary, at times quite cathartic conversations between European and American exponents of green economic policy. And you'll attest to the mood swings the Americans have been through, because it was knife edge last summer, and then they got the Inflation Reduction Act. So now in America, there is almost, if you take Todd Tucker, for instance, will be a classic exponent of this narrative. You'll read his stuff all over the internet. This combination of the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure bill, the IRA, constitutes something like a new Washington consensus. This is the kind of talk in the terms of which folks are talking. Now, this is compounded, and you can feel the force of it this day when America's polity is about to enter into another deep constitutional crisis. This is compounded by other factors, right? There's more at stake here than simply the questions of technical industrial policy and the climate. The thing that industrial policy promises to this group of American policymakers is a resolution also of the class question. Now, the Americans can't talk about class in a direct way, so they can't ever say the word working class, but what they indeed do talk about is the middle class. So there is an effort to construct a vision of American policymaking that centers on the American middle class. They have a huge project that was very influential in foreign policy thinking called the Foreign Policy for the American Middle Class. It's really astonishing. Can you ever imagine if social democrats in Europe had ever said, we're going to formulate a foreign policy for the European working class? I mean, you're in Euro-communist territory, right? This is the project of the Biden team. No, not by the American middle class or of the American middle class, but for the American middle class, to be delivered to all on back. And then we can talk about the consequences of that, because it's freeing if you can pull this off. And the green industrial policy is part of building that constituency base. The second element, and what articulates these different elements together, is China. Right? It cannot be emphasized strongly enough how central it is to the American policy imagination at this point. And green industrial policy figures as the kind of right kind of progressive protectionism that will hang everything together. What this does, conveniently, is paper over all the cracks, and that's what a good narrative does, right? Again, it's not a critique as such, it's just something that we can critically observe about any kind of narrative functioning at full force. This is an exercise in suture. We're tying up a bunch of fissures and lines, and fundamentally, the first thing is that the IRA wasn't the White House's vision, right? It literally wasn't their policy. They had it at arm's length. It came through the very, very thin thread, head of the needle, that was congressional politics and the wafer-thin Democratic majority. It's Joe Manchin's legislation, not the White House people, which is why they spent the last 9 months trying to untangle the mess it's created. It's nowhere near as big as the hype suggests. It's very difficult to get American journalists down from the level of actually breaking it down over a 10-year period and then placing it in relation to the enormous figure that is American GDP. And once you do that, all of a sudden, you realize this is a tenth of a single percentage point of American GDP even if you take the high side estimate, so not the number they used to get it passed through Congress, but the one that they actually fantasize about, which is when private investment is crowded in by the public money, and they start thinking it's maybe $1.3 trillion, and then they start feeling good. And then you have to remind them it's over 10 years. So that's 130 billion on a GDP, which currently is 20 trillion. So how big is this thing that we're talking about? Sectoral, you go to the sectoral level, then the argument continues. It's not a consistent green policy because it's watered down with and padded with a variety of all sorts of other inducements. And when it comes to the anti-China component, like much anti-China policy right now, it's just not obvious how we do it. I'm going to end up saying the same point, but it's just not obvious how we do it, given the position the Chinese have established across so many strategic areas. But literally this phone and all its successors for the foreseeable future does not exist without China, right? None of the smartphones that we all rely on, except my generous host here, who has one of the most extraordinarily, well, it's a badge of a certain sort of resistance. So I read this current moment as, and again, it's not a criticism; it's just a sort of, I think, a fair description of what it is. It's a kind of expressive policy. You know, we've come to learn how to criticize the politics of, you know, right populists, Meloni, Trump, as expressive. I think we should acknowledge in our own camp the same tendency, the same desire. God damn it, we needed to do something. America needed to pass some kind of green legislation. That really was the absolutely fundamental motivation. Furthermore, and we need to feel the force of it, this is the only green legislation they're ever likely to pass anytime soon. And so they needed to get it done, and that's what this legislation is. In other words, we need to be a little less positivist, a little less naively realist in our reading of what this data and what these numbers are, because they are political in the fullest, deepest, most complex and richest sense. And that's the work that they're doing. And one of the things, of course, they've done is to absolutely terrify the Europeans. And that it's worked, right? If this was symbolic politics and the aim of the game is to demonstrate that America's back, right? The big Biden claim, which they were embarrassed about not really being able to deliver on, they could. Note that the best cartoon on this that I could find came from the Global Times, who are watching that. In other words, China's, you know, Anglophone propaganda rag. The Chinese are watching this and are kind of amused by the way in which the IRA has energized, supercharged, unhinged the European conversation. Philip and I have witnessed conversations in Berlin where it's at times taken on really quite extraordinary dimensions. And you might say that the EU and this narrative that I've been telling you from the American side that I've been attributing to Klein, you know, it rings very true for Europe too. Right? There's some. You could almost say that the EU is the poster child for this kind of neoliberal state. You know, in various domains, it's pretty obvious that the Europeans drank the Kool-Aid. In terms of carbon pricing, literally, right? It was the environmental defense funds, the American neoliberal think tank, which sold the idea of carbon pricing to the Bush administration, but couldn't in the end get it done with Clinton and came to Brussels instead and got it done here. In other words, there was a degree of directing. It's also true that the EU, which was founded around industrial policy, adopts massively more stringent state aid rules than the United States. One of the things we always underestimate when we say, oh, well, won't, you know, a European response to the IRA blow the unity of Europe apart and increase the disparities? Well, what do you think the IRA is doing inside the United States right now? Because the Americans do not have any limitation on what states and the cities and counties can add on top in terms of subsidy. So in fact, in the United States, the IRA is proving massively polarizing along a variety of very complex lines. That's all baked into the American model. But broadly speaking, it's clearly true that the EU mirrors this kind of shift. What I want to do, though, in the rest of my talk, or at least this central section, is sort of dig away a little bit about how far we actually buy this narrative on the European side. Does it really make sense? Because, you know, if the story is neoliberalism is hegemonic, with our new skeptical kind of eyes on, what about looking at neoliberal policies like the ETS, for instance, as an exercise in symbolism, an exercise in kind of symbolic politics as much as practicality? Because that makes more sense of it. Because for the first 10 years of its life, the ETS was a laughing stock. It was the perfect carbon pricing mechanism, the most sophisticated in the world. Was it doing anything to anyone that mattered? No, it wasn't. Right, and it clearly wasn't designed to either. It's not in the fine print. So it was a triumph of neoliberalism. I'm going to come back to this image. It's a kind of the Potemkin village version of neoliberalism, right? It looks good when you have to show the neoliberal inspectors whether you're doing it the right way. The answer is yes, but you're not actually doing anything. Right? Look at the prices there. The prices regularly collapse, and look at the price axes on the left-hand side. These are trivial numbers. None of this makes any difference. And everyone who does care about this has had bunches of free certificates and is making money hand over fist in selling them into this market. It's a giveaway system. So if this is neoliberalism, it's a funny kind of neoliberalism. It's not red in tooth and claw. It's more like a kind of cosplay kind of thing we're going to do, because it would be nice to be neoliberal, wouldn't it? And then coming to the industrial policy thing from the American side, when Europeans say we went through this period when we didn't do industrial policy, it's a bit weird, really, because if you get into an airplane in most places in the world right now, the chances are you're either sitting in one of two aircraft. It's either a Boeing, the product of American industrial policy by way of the Pentagon, or you're sitting in an Airbus, which is the product of Europe's surely most large and well-funded industrial policy initiative at all. And in the commentary that came earlier on about the defense sector, this isn't an incidental thing. I thought it was really brilliant, its observation that defense was at the center of the European industrial policy conversation until the early 90s and then drifted out. The place it remains is Airbus, right? Because aerospace is inherently tied to the defense and the military industrial complex. If you look at other areas, if you look at the energy sector from an American point of view, Europe's energy sector, it doesn't look as though it clearly didn't have a single energy policy that added up for anything, but you basically say that Europe had three energy policies, three different ones, right? It had the most advanced and comprehensive nuclear program in the world, which was built in conjunction with the Americans on the basis of licensed American technology. That's France. Down the bottom, we have the dash for gas, which preoccupies us all now, and is emphatically an industrial policy decision on the part of a series of European states and major turbine producers, compressor producers. This is energy, this is industrial policy as energy policy. And then the thing we too often neglect is the group in the middle, which are Europe's oil majors, who are huge players in the new world of global oil in the 1990s, right? This is one of the ironies of the 1990 moment, is we get to Rio, we start the process of COPs, just as we have collectively done the Kuwait War, right? Just as we are opening up the post-Soviet space for exploration by the likes of Votalpina and BP and Shell. So just as Europe's old imperialist energy complex is in fact exploding out into the world in a new way. Italy as well, on a more minor scale, but Italy has a story to tell in this domain as well. High-speed rail, again, looking at this from an American point of view, you're telling me Europe doesn't do industrial policy? You know, if you think of the shambolic, agonizing embarrassment of America's effort to build just one single high-speed rail line in California, no, if you look at the trajectory of high-speed rail around the world in its early foundational phases, in the phase between the Japanese and the Chinese, the Europeans play an absolutely critical role. And it's not for nothing that Alstom Siemens will become the straw that breaks the camel's back ultimately, right? Because they're the Europeans are. We were talking about cars earlier on, right? One of the legacies that we're dealing with now is that the Europeans are slow into the EV space relative to the Chinese, even though they've been in their market. And this isn't the first time they've been slow. So this is a really fascinating set of data on the adoption of the Prius, right? The first really breakthrough mass marketed post-internal combustion engine vehicle. And what you can see from the data here is it was made by the Japanese and the Californians, right? It's the Californian market for the Prius which drives the Prius and hybrid mobility into reality and into the imaginary. Tesla doesn't happen by accident. Right, Tesla opens into the space, it's way cooler than a Prius. The problem with the Prius is it's only liberals which will drive it. Whereas with a Tesla, somebody who really likes performance can buy the car that the libs have previously been buying. So if you're a venture capitalist in California, you can't drive a Prius, right? It's a soppy car. You need a powerful vehicle, and that's what Musk's space fills. But this is important to recognize in that there was this space in the automotive imagination, which the Japanese and the Americans filled. What were the Europeans doing? Were the Europeans clueless and had no industrial policy? No, of course not. What they were doing was perfecting the turbocharged diesel. Now, and this is a huge industrial achievement, right? To have shoved the diesel to a 40 mile per gallon, like sticks, litres per 100 kilometres kind of level of efficiency is a huge industrial achievement. We now know it's a dead end, but it's a huge industrial achievement pursued with considerable determination and considerable government backing by the entirety of the European automotive industry, and sets Europe apart now in a different space. So you can see what I'm trying to do. I'm just kind of edging around this narrative of this hiatus where there was no love between industry and Europe. It's not true. There was love, but it was all sorts of dirty love, right? It wasn't the clean love that we're going to end up with at the end of this story. It was kind of messy and ill-conceived, and diesels were really the fling that you seriously regret in the aftermath. Did Europe have a green energy policy that worked? Yes, it did have a green energy policy that worked. We all know it, right? And it isn't the ETS. It's feed-in tariffs. It's the so-called German model. Now, the funny thing about the German model narrative is that once again, it totally exaggerates the role of the Germans. They started it, but if you look on the data, by the end of the first decade of the 21st century, Spain and Italy are making very major contributions to this push. As you'd expect, because solar power makes more sense in Spain and Italy than it does in Germany, right? It really doesn't make a great deal of sense in Germany. And did the Germans create, on the basis of this, an employment sector? Yes, they did. This was industrial policy that was working. And we all know the narrative that is now spun about this, industrial policy failure, because what we let the Chinese do is eat our lunch and take the entire solar business. Now, there's an element of truth to that, right? If you look at the Chinese solar industry, in the first decade, the green bar is what they're exporting, the red bar is what they're using domestically. So they did build a Europe-killing solar industry, right? There's no doubt about that. But the problem with looking at these graphs is that it's as though we read the solar industry as though it was like a mature industry like motor vehicles. So then it's a zero-sum story where if the Chinese go, everyone collapses, right? Like in motor vehicles, South Koreans take business away, Japanese take business away. But the solar industry is the opposite of a zero-sum business, right? The graphs I've just shown you pertain to the phase up to there, right? All of the action is after that. It's all in the subsequent decade, right? All of the action was there. So why aren't the Europeans in that space when you could say that the Chinese crushed their infant industries, or you could actually look at what's going on with the European market itself for solar in this period. And we've got to be clear about the graphs we're using here. These are stock numbers. These are not flows, these are stocks, right? This is installed capacity. So the really telltale thing here is that the only graph, the only bar that is rapidly growing here is the white one, and the European bars are static in size. And that, ladies and gentlemen, when you translate that down to the annual install rate, in other words, the net additions to capacity, which is the investment rate, a static stock is a nightmare for an investment in driven industry because you need to see flow in. This is really the story, right? Saying the Chinese kill the European solar industry is a bit like saying somebody who dies of a heart attack just before they're hit by a 10-ton truck should have eaten less McDonald's, right? It doesn't matter how big the Chinese industry was, to put it in a very caricature fashion. The Europeans were going to kill their own solar industry. And they were going to kill their own solar industry through a combination of withdrawal of subsidy and macroeconomic pressures, funding costs. They're going to kill the two bits which are most dynamic, Spain and Italy, because they're part of the Eurozone periphery, and they get chewed up. And the two things directly relate, because as the Spanish and Italian governments come under pressure, they have to reduce their subsidy schemes, and the Europeans kill their own solar industrial market. So again, it's as though we had the love affair. It was all going fine, and then somebody made a series of absolutely catastrophic decisions with regards to what they were willing to invest in the relationship, and deciding maybe they just didn't have time for this. They were going to reduce the macroeconomic envelope really, really dramatically. So the point I'm trying to make to you is not so much that Europe was ruled by a coherent, powerful neoliberal regime, but it was in fact witnessing, wrapped by an incoherent growth strategy. It was in the grips of an incoherent, inconsistent set of imperatives that were pushing in different directions. There was a neoliberal architecture functioning in the form of the ETS, notably, but for the first phase of its life, the first decades, it was something like a protected village. It was a facade behind which corporate and industrial interests pursued strategies. And here was a key point that was also raised in the first panel. the policies are there, they're just totally incoherent, they're not coordinated. People are pursuing in various different ways, both national governments and corporations are indeed pursuing actions. So at this point, the narrative breaks, and what I would suggest to you is that the narrative breaks in part simply because this so-called neoliberal paradigm essentially interacts with so many contradictions that at some point it has to come apart. And I would say that the Siemens Alstom decision in February 2019 was the final straw. But for a decision like that to figure as a final straw, there's a variety of other factors in the background, and they're also familiar to you. Sorry, the mic is going in and out regardless of how close I hold it to my mouth, but I'll keep on going. They're also familiar to you that I'm going to shorthand the next bit, right? So the reason why the February 2019 decision was, I think, as cataclysmic as it was taken against the backdrop of Trump fear and China fear that was mounting over the preceding years. It was then, of course, further catalyzed by the historic, unprecedented pandemic shock of COVID, which I think there's two lessons. One was that with vaccines, this is the industrial policy to end all industrial policies, right? Everything hung on the success of the vaccines. And on the other hand, so just logically speaking, we were confronted with the fact that macroeconomic destiny came to hinge on literally, highly structured medical trials in California. Like everything began to hinge on that. And the collaboration between laboratories was essential to the whole world. In other words, we had no option but to bet on winners. We had to make gambles. And the other imperative was simply Berlin and Paris had to come up with some kind of rationale for the large-scale spending program everyone thought was necessary to prevent the EU flying apart at that moment. And so at that point, if you like, again, technological neutrality in the broader sense of the word goes out the window, right? You don't just simply say we need an investment package, you say we need an investment package in digitization and green. And once you've done that, you can swing Angela Merkel's modernized CDU behind the decision and you're off to the races, right? And that was a critical shift. And we know what's happened since Russia's war on Ukraine and the Biden administration, which confirms that the Americans may be back, but they're not the same old Americans. These are new Americans playing by new rules, which changes the terms for the Europeans. I take all this to be common knowledge. I think this is, as it were, the thing which this context is what made that Siemens Alstom decision essentially launched a mutiny from the point of view of national governments across Europe. The big three questions, which I want to end my presentation with, are the ones which I think we've all been knocking around all morning, and I'm just going to give you for what it's worth, my personal take on these three questions. So, will it be big, fast, or effective enough, whatever industrial policy emerges from this program, right? As you can see from my earlier remarks, I'm all about trying to see through, or at least see the relation between discourse and the formulation of policy in the actual scale of measures taken and their effectiveness in action. And I think we need to be continuously self-critically aware of the gap that can open up, which isn't to say it's merely discourse. Discourse provides its own very important functions and satisfactions, but we need to be critically aware of the gap between the two. The next question, rather than posing the normative question maybe of how do we do this better and how do we avoid Europe flying apart and how do we avoid, as it were, polarization, you could simply ask what kind of Europe will likely emerge from this new era of industrial policy, a subtly different version of the same question. And the third is the global version of that. How will this new era of industrial policy might it define its position in the world? So, with a hat tip to my good friends at the Zoe Institute, who are partners in the Bold Carnegie Roundtable, these were the talking points they said that I would bring up and should bring up in this context, and I think they've been echoed by many other people in this room. Like when we talk European industrial policy and the question of what kind of Europe will be shaped, these are the four issues that come up. So how to pay for the large-scale measures, but we all know the issue without compounding disparities. How to provide, and this is an important point, this goes to the labour point that was raised. How do you create a propitious environment for growth beyond investment spending? How do you train up the labour force? How do you ensure the conditions are there? This is a point Philip was emphasising, how do we avoid this just becoming a total boom model? I mean, there's a bit of me, I'm an 80s, 90s kid, and I was raised in, economics in that period. We are moving so fast into areas of conflict of interest. This is going to go very badly wrong very quickly. And the information asymmetries are huge, and they have us over a barrel. BASF is the notable case. And they're even frank enough to say they're doing it. BASF is so cynical and its approach is remarkable. And then the fourth one is the Mazzucato kind of point, like how do we ensure profit sharing as well as risk sharing, right? If you're going to be serious about the risk sharing element, how do you ensure profit? This is also in reply to my good friend and comrade Daniela Gabor and her critique of the de-risking paradigm, right? If we're going to do de-risking, there's got to be an upside too, right? That's, I think, a key element, and how do you structure those kind of contracts? But, and this is also my constant back and forth with Daniela, those of you who know our like double act will have seen this before. It's like, I don't know whether to be more worried about being exploited by BlackRock, or that BlackRock actually is just another Potemkin village. They talk a good game, they'll explain how they'll save the world with this de-risking, and then it never actually happens, ever. And in a systematic way fails to happen. So the billions into trillions global development agenda, which is the kind of core anchor of this blended finance model, was initiated in 2015. The results have been lamentably disappointing. If you look at the era of neoliberalism, one thing you conclude is that all of the public-private partnerships that were supposed to guarantee high levels of public investment have not delivered, right? If there's one thing we can certainly say is that the share of GDP has simply fallen, right? And if we're thinking in quantitative terms, and I've put these numbers up, because they're our best guess as to what we need to do annually in trillions at the global level to do some sort of stabilization of the climate over the next 20 to 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about trillions of dollars per year for the next 30 years. 4 trillion is a kind of consensual number. If you're thinking 4 to 5% of GDP per annum, you're in the right ballpark. Right now, that is not crazy numbers. That's the Fed spending during the Cold War. Germany, Federal Republic of Germany did 3% per annum without flinching in the 70s and 80s, right? It's that kind of establishment. It doesn't totally dominate your economy. It's a military base here, military base there. It's a proper military industrial establishment. We could go back there. This is not fantasy stuff, but we need to get there. And we're consistently falling short, not by an order of magnitude, but by multiples. We're way off, right? And that, for me, is the even more pressing question. Let me go in a slightly more positive direction. Like, could we do this? Like, is this viable? We heard a lot about cost curves this morning from a microeconomic point of view. Let me introduce one of the great narrativizers of the capitalist world, McKinsey. You know, they're the people that give you the story that's kind of going to convince you can do this. This was McKinsey's estimate of the viability of decarbonizing Europe like 2 years ago. So these were their estimates by sector. You can see the sectors along the bottom. The solid bar are the chunk of the deal that they think will, at current, it was at 2020 carbon prices, would pay for itself, right? And you can see we've got a bit of a problem. Like transportation is 64% business case, buildings only 15%, power 54%. But then look what happens when you actually start putting a carbon price in there. So if you put a carbon price in of 100 euros plus per ton, all of a sudden you go to the top black bar. In other words, practically all of the investment in Europe for the decarbonisation project, according to McKinsey's argument, would have a freestanding subsidy-free business case if you had a carbon price of 100 euros per ton. This is their claim, right? So this is confidence building the animal spirits of the business sector behind this agenda. And as you all know, and this is one of the more optimistic elements of the current moment, the ETS has actually begun to bite, and right now we're at exactly that kind of price. We're exactly the kind of price where, frankly, if you want to make a case for a carbon-intensive project, you have questions to answer. It's not easy to do it, and that was ringing out of the discussion earlier on. BASF is planning over 20 to 30-year time horizon in the British railway system. If we assume these kind of carbon prices, there isn't a great deal of argumentation that's necessary to push in one direction, right? But so this is, I think, the optimistic case. And you can push this, you know, and you can spin out. We were talking earlier on about where the maximally optimistic case is, and it's offshore wind, right? That's the absolutely lowest cost stuff. And hey presto, another one of those areas where I think like Europe has actually ended up with an industrial competitive advantage in offshore wind. Europe is the world leader. It's part dependent, heavily dependent on Europe's pre-existing position in offshore gas and oil, which you can then piggyback on in a considerable extent. So it's a legacy of that earlier investment. If you go with this kind of story, you can end up in some really kind of interesting places. Let's put our kind of Trotskyist hats on, which is something I quite like to do. And let's begin to explore the uneven and combined impact of this kind of price shock, energy shock, on the global energy economy and on the world economy at large. Imagine if we are in this world where the case for a massive shift to renewables is becoming very hard to argue against in places with proper carbon pricing like Europe, and let's just say, for the sake of argument, China as well. What would happen? Well, if you're China and Europe, the case for making the green shift is pretty unanswerable. It'll be cheaper and it gives you better energy security. So China, Asia, the Eurasian bloc begins to rapidly decarbonize. The consequence of that is that we, over the longer term, see a fall in global demand for fossil fuels. Maybe Exxon is trying to turn my mic off. As the fossil fuel demand globally falls, fossil fuel producers spike for the remaining demand. In that fight, the carbon pricing in Europe and China prevents the rebound effect from happening. So you don't get a surge in demand off the cheap fossil fuels which are available. And the consequence of that, and we know it already, is that in a dog-eat-dog world in which the pool of global demand for fossil fuels is shrinking, the last producers standing at OPEC, flat out, full stop, there's no argument. Saudi, where the oil comes out of the ground, and Qatar, where the gas does the same once they've done the necessary investment. The consequence of this is there is a lot of collateral damage to a bunch of high-cost fossil fuel producers. And who are they? Well, two fantastic groups of researchers. It's essentially the same clusters of people. This first paper is anchored by Merkur, showing this is accumulated macroeconomic gains and losses by country, and you can see the gains are all to Europe and China, huge gains from this shift. The losses are all to the United States. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, let's not get too excited. This is not a rout. We're talking about a $2 to $4 trillion loss over a matter of decades. The American economy is very, very big, 20 trillion. So what we're talking about is concentrated losses for key interest groups. That's what matters. We can, in fact, the same team in a paper they published last year have actually spelled out the stranded asset losses, and the same thing comes true. Anglo-American fossil capital is nailed to the stake by this process. The sort of scenario I see coming out of that is, not to quote, not structural Marxism from the 1970s, but something much more like a kind of Karl Polanyian story. The analogy here would be to the grain price shock in European agriculture in the 1870s and 1880s. And what you get out of that is a segmentation of agricultural markets, which, if you look at the global agricultural market today, it still looks like this. By the 1930s, essentially, the agricultural markets of the world were pulled apart into self-contained blocks, which persist to the very day. I don't think that's an entirely unrealistic, possible scenario for a global post-energy transition within the Eurasian system shock. It would then require a bunch of CBAM to offset the costs that you're seeing in your hard-to-abate sectors, but hell, we can usually imagine that emerging. America has form here. It's a little known fact, I think, or not really underappreciated, that in the 50s and the 60s, in fact, from the 30s onwards, oil imports to the United States were banned. They were banned because at the time, American oil producers out of Texas, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania were high-cost producers. We think of America as being a low oil cost country. That's only because they don't charge any tax. The Europeans, the Japanese, were getting the truly cheap oil, but we were then levying huge amounts on tax on top of it. So America between the 30s and the 60s operated a high-cost, closed, protectionist oil economy. Its multinationals, of course, operated both sides of the fence, but one can imagine some kind of scenario like that as a potential future. And it's one that implies conflict. And what's really fascinating, I think, is that we can already see the argument beginning, or rather the efforts to defuse the argument between the European Americans beginning. I'm coming to the end of my talk here. Because on the 10th of March this year, something rather dramatic happened. And I thought it was the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. And so when I got a text from the White House saying, Adam, we need to talk to you, it was a friend I'd met who, while I was researching Crash, a BlackRock guy, and I thought he wants to talk to me about banks. Of course he wants to talk to me about banks. Like, that's what we should be talking about. Like, the banking system is blowing up. No, it turned out he wanted to talk to me about Ursula von der Leyen's sit down with Joe Biden. And it's just sort of like really a world historic shock, because it barely registered. It didn't register in America very much. It barely registered in Europe either. But what the White House wanted to communicate was that the White House believes that Europe and the United States declared peace in the green energy war, the transatlantic energy war that was programmed to break out. Everyone can see it coming from a mile away. because they think they got this deal. So this is the statement out of the White House on the 10th of March. You can see what's interesting about this is, right, they're really smart. They know their Kalani. They can see this story coming a mile away. They're trying to anticipate it and try and consolidate. So they want to begin negotiations on the targeted critical minerals agreement, which is one of Ursula von der Leyen's asks. They want a clean energy incentives dialogue to achieve incentive alignment. This is their euphemism for defusing the Inflation Reduction Act nightmare. They want a trade and technology council to coordinate EU and US actions against China. They want to make real the global arrangement on steel and aluminium that was first floated at COP26 at Glasgow, and now they want to conclude it this year. And then they're looking globally, they want to do the global partnership on infrastructure investment. This is Europe and America's answer to One Belt, One Road, the thing that they've always promised, an absolutely classic instance of lots of talk, grand design, and virtually no money. And now they want to see whether there can be actually some money. And if there's not enough money from that, what they want to do is talk to the World Bank, and they're going to use the shift in leadership at the World Bank with coordination with the Europeans to try and improve the situation there. I think this is indicative, again, it's a matter of rhetoric, it's a matter of form, it's a matter of actually looking for solutions to problems, not necessarily having them, but it's significant that this is going on. I think there are two questions that Europe needs to ask before I wrap up. The first, and they're really about the reliability and costs of this potential deal. If you take the Polanyi into account, if you look at the losses already out there in the American portfolio in terms of stranded assets, if you look at the scenario for decarbonisation and its impact, should anyone in their right mind trust the Americans as a decarbonisation partner? And I think the answer is, on the basis of the underlying structures of the situation, that the world's largest exporter of fossil fuels, which is what the Americans are, is an unlikely partner for Europe in a long-term program. And even the Biden administration itself has behaved in a frankly Janus-faced way throughout this crisis, right? So I think that's just something to take away. And the liberal Americans know this too, and are working really hard to make up for this. But I think a European realist should look at this and go, what's being sold to us here? And the other element that a European realist really has to calculate with is the China factor. If you look at every single one of those proposals, the raw material proposal, the industrial council, the aluminium and steel thing, the G7 initiative on infrastructure, the shift in the World Bank leadership, they are all part of the American grand strategy of trying to bind allies into a containment strategy of China. Really there's no ifs and buts about it. It's a completely explicit strategy on their part. And obviously for Europe, that poses really quite fundamental dilemmas. I know the organisers of the conference have, from their position paper, a really rather kind of a pessimistic sense of Europe caught between a rock and a hard place. I think Europe has quite a lot of agency here and needs to think about what its options are. And above all, also needs to consider those options in relation to the scale of the problem. And this is where how we define the problem comes onto the stage again. Because if you start from the position of a European employment policy or an industrial future for Europe, or from the point of view of European integration as your key object of interest, I think you are headed down one direction, in which China appears, obviously, it's a completely dominant force that, in a sense, is a huge threat to the survival of what's left of industry in Europe. If you start from the climate side, the whole problem looks rather different, right? If you're kind of broadly neutral as to how Europeans are in the end going to earn their living, and I'm so much a child of the 80s and 90s, I find it hard to abandon that prejudice, that in the end, it doesn't really matter whether steel is made. As long as it's, when we buy it, it comes in with low carbon. If you admit that position, and I agree it's contentious, if you look at this from the point of view of where the action in the energy transition is, the answer is absolutely unambiguous. Right? These are the Bloomberg data for investment in renewable energy last year. It's 1.1 trillion globally. It's more than twice investment in fossil fuels, so that's the good news. But half of that investment is in China. Half of all world investment in renewable energy alternatives last year was in the People's Republic. It's even more graphic when you look not at the total output and the total investment, but the upstream investment in the factories that make the PV, that make the batteries. 90% of that investment was in China. Over the last 5 years, never less than 80%. 90%. They're completely dominant in sector after sector, batteries, solar panels, electrolyzers. Now, this is not a case, we heard this argument made, this is not a case of defeatism. This market is going to ramp up by 10x, 40x. These markets are going to hugely expand. But we have to recognize, I think, China's existing position and its implications. I think more than that, and this is where I'm really going to put my historians and not my economists or my policy hat on, my historians hat, we also think have to recognize the world that we're in and what problem we're up against. And this is a more important point even to ram home at talking to Americans than Europeans, right? Because we still, I think, are children of the 90s in our thinking about climate politics. We think it's our problem, and we think it's our responsibility and problem to solve. And we position ourselves dramatically at the center of the drama. The Americans do it to an extraordinary extent. There are people, serious commentators out there saying, with the Inflation Reduction Act, America saved the world. Literally, I mean, this is a kind of narrative, right? The planet has a chance, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Exxon has just completely failed. Exxon has been vanquished, you know, the planet has a chance. But you just have to look at the global pattern of emissions today, as opposed to in 1990, to understand how wildly out of kilter with reality that is. Right? The European and American share of global emissions are the two blue bars, the two blue chunks in the middle of this story. China by itself is responsible for more emissions than the entire G7 put together, and the other growth is in the G20. It's in the Indonesias, the Pakistans, the Turkeys, the Middle Eastern states. This is where the growth is. Right? And I'm not saying this from the point of view of a climate justice argument. I'm saying this from the point of view of a political pragmatism that says, where can you actually solve this problem? And also from the point of view of a broader Western understanding of where we stand in the world right now. Right? We wait with bated breath for the moment when Chinese GDP will exceed that of the United States. Right? We ask ourselves whether China will ever catch up with the United States in terms of military power. China's emissions, CO2 emissions, overtook those of the United States in 2004. The Republicans who opposed the Kyoto Protocol actually sort of knew that this was going to happen, but they understood the way the balance was going to shift. China poured more concrete in 3 years in the early 2010s than the United States in the entirety of the 20th century. And these are not emissions, and this is a classic kind of Western-centric get-out, which is, oh, well, these are to do with Chinese exports to us. If we adjusted for our imports to China, that would explain it. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's a trivial additional element to a story which is Asian-centered, China-centered, and driven by the most epic development of urban civilization humanity, our species, has ever seen. When we do these kind of moves to say we should credit the Chinese for what they've done, 600 million people were urbanized in the space of 25 years. This is like every European and American industrial revolution rolled into a single generation at our current level of technology. That's what drives the balance in a new and fundamentally different way, right? And the fundamental point here is that we no longer control our own destiny in this key variable. Nor, however, will we suffer the fate, right? If you actually look at who's climate exposed, it's not us. Europe and the United States are up the top left-hand side. Now, of course, in a 4 to 5 degree world, warming world, no one's safe. In a 4 to 5 degree world where we pass all the tipping points, it's all hell for everyone. But in the sort of scenarios that we're headed towards now, all the difficult choices with regard to decarbonisation, to adaptation, to loss and damages are fundamentally in Asia, first and foremost. It is there where the emissions are being driven, and it seems to me rational, logical, historically almost necessary. We should welcome the fact that the solutions are coming from there as well. It would seem profoundly perverse to somehow benchmark our efforts in industrial policy as though we were trying to keep pace with them, when they are at this point the drivers of this entire process. And it's kind of, it wouldn't be the first act of humility, but I would expect it more from Europe than the United States, a kind of admission of the fact that essentially we are not free riding, initiating not to free ride, but we are passengers on a train being driven by other people.
Okay, I warmly thank you for this incredibly fascinating speech.
I would say that unfortunately you did provide maybe a small short answer, but you open up bunch of other questions and problems, that some of those are scary, I would say, even if this is the complex reality where we are living in. And yeah, before, of course, opening for questions, we will have more or less half an hour for Q&A, because I think that the points raised by Adam deserve an appropriate discussion with the audience and with the panelists of this morning and or this afternoon. Before that, I would just like to really point to something that I would say was to some extent implicit in your presentation. Well, what we have seen is that crisis after crisis, starting in 2008, most of the contradictions, I'm thinking at Europe, but not only, because I'm thinking also the global conflicts related to concentration of economic, technological power, polarization increased, rather than, as the rhetoric on Europe would have suggested, being solved and ameliorated by crisis. So now, given the polarization that emerged from the narratives and from the facts that you have illustrated, the elephant in the room is the potential next crisis, and the potential next crisis might mean a rise in the terrible conflict that we are already seeing. I mean, so truly military confrontation between actors even larger than the ones that are already on the ground. And since John Robson imperialism, we do know that concentration of power and contradictions are the premise for war and violence to unleash. So here, of course, we are thinking positively at policy solution and industrial policy, and the role of Europe that historically is what we think can be a game changer, even if the train is no longer driven by us to a significant extent, as we are saying. But how much scared should we be concerning a worsening of the crisis that we are already observing, and that is related to the fact that you have told us? Yeah, I'm practicing different ways of saying this. I'll just say that I'm a vast majority. Well, that's not true. That half the people in the room here lived through the final stages of the last Cold War, and vividly remember what it means to live under the shadow of that threat of potential escalation to atomic exchange, nuclear exchange. And that scenario entered our lives again last spring with the Russian assault on Ukraine and Putin's saber rattling. But I think what has terrified me even more is the sense that key actors in the United States, and I focus on the United States because I have access to that policy-making process, and I do not have access to that in China. And I don't know that anyone in the West does at this point. It's not even clear that the vast majority of Chinese interlocutors that Westerners used to talk to get a sense of what is going on in Beijing have any access anymore either. But if you do have access to the policy-making process in Washington at this point, the truly terrifying thing about it is the banal, everyday way in which war with China is talked about and discussed. And it does put me in mind of Hannah Arendt. It puts me in mind of speaking to somebody who is clearly intelligent and can string sentences together, but does not appear to fully understand and weigh and measure the drama of what it is they're saying. And I've been in meetings with very senior, very senior American government officials in which the question from the group was, should coexistence with China be on the table as optional coexistence? And rather than the administration officials going, that's ridiculous, what on earth do you mean? The response was, yeah, actually, we're seriously debating that. Whereupon other people in the meeting who were better able to control their body language than I was at that point, were actually said, sir, you do understand, don't you, that, or rather, you do know that the Cold War was coexistence. And I mean, just And I don't, again, we should be clear, I don't actually think they've got their finger on the trigger. Again, we need to distinguish between these rhetorics and these performances of power. But there are people who do have their fingers on the trigger who are rehearsing this. We do know from the leak The Guardian produced that people in Logistics Command in the US have 2025 as a national target when they think they need to be prepared for. And they say things like, the next fight will be. And it's this weird high-low thing where they talk about the fight when they actually need a global war. But the crucial word there is next. So in their head, there's a sequence, and they're thinking through as professionals must what the next one is, and that's the next one. And then you have to put a date on it, and they think the Chinese clock ticks towards 25. So again, as a responsible, and this is the 80s all over again. We've all been here before. Like, is the responsible thing to prep, to prepare and deter, or is doing that something that makes this outcome terrifyingly worse? And we are now in that world. And furthermore, whatever our personal judgments, what's really interesting from an economic point of view is an investment conference in Hong Kong, very, very big invest, 1,000 fund managers from all over Asia, principally Chinese. And we thought we'd ask, well, I thought we'd ask the question, how many of you are incorporating shooting war scenarios into your portfolio allocation? And my host said, well, that is a very interesting question. But if we ask that question and put it up on the group all the way they can with iPads, that'll be all over Twitter in seconds. So we'll ask the question, but we won't show it to the audience. And the answer is 30%. 30% of folks running serious money in Asia right now, if this opinion poll, totally casual, is indicative of anything. They didn't laugh. No one in the room laughed. No one got forward and said what a ridiculous question. 30% ticked the box saying, yes, we do that. So whether we like it or not, whoever, it's now in the expectations. It's part of the distribution of tail risk. This is one of the tail risks. That's a world I don't think many people thinking about long-term investments. How do you do a long-term investment now? But one of the first person I spoke to about this issue was a Latin American major heavy industrialist who does pipe. And they were saying that in their planning that they have to be present at that new stage, and they have it in their investment planning now. They have scenarios of war and military decoupling in there. So this is a reality with fear, whatever the actual potential risks are, and people are talking about it. And so just as a sort of reader's guide, Ed Luce, the FT's op-ed guy, is so wired into this. So when Ed writes the op-ed that he wrote 2 weekends ago saying, I'm terrified, imagine you were there at the table. He's giving you from back and forth between us. He and I were in similar conversations with similar messages. And that op-ed produced an immediate and violent reaction from the White House. Okay? So they're conscious of the way in which, one last piece of this terrified puzzle, the White House is briefing people that they don't understand how the balloon incident ran out of control, because there are ways in which they could have buried the balloon incident. And the White House is apologetically briefing people to the effect that it ran out of control and then we were hunted by Fox News and we had to go the way that we went. So they sacrificed Blinken's visit to China, which was supposed to open the door to a Xi-Biden meeting, to Fox News. That's a degree of, and not only, they are speaking to people outside the White House about this fact. So that's the only reason we know, is that this is actually leaking into the White House correspondent community in DC and freaking everyone out. So they're speaking to other people. So there's a really that's a pretty dangerous atmosphere.
So thanks for this reassuring answer and all the other pieces of evidence that you're providing. So I would suggest collecting 4 or 5 questions, and then let's see if there is room for others. And so please, Mario, then Maria, then Max, then Angelica, and finally you. Mario, please stand there.
We need historians and policymakers in this perspective and this sort of. I liked a lot Polanyi's quote. Polanyi emphasized the importance of commodification of land, money, and labor
as a key turning point in the transformation of the regime. With the way we discussed the climate change and the environmental questions so far has been mainly within the commodity world. We've been talking about firms doing more or less producing things, incentives, policies, basically framed in terms of recognizing the role of firms as the lone actor in shaping our climate. But we had other ways of organizing things. After Beveridge, we had the welfare state invention. We had state-owned firms in the post-war period of shaping industrialization. So what about thinking about climate as a global common good outside the commodity form, and then developing some industrial policy tools for that?
Yeah. Great question. Would you? No, let's take a few more, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was a great question.
Yeah.
That would be, we could fill an evening with that.
Yeah, but I think it's better if you can come and stand there. So from the street, they can see you and the mic works well.
Thank you very much. This is fascinating. So I'm gonna use your brain.
Can everyone tell me who they are? Because
Sorry, yeah. Maria Savona, Louis and Spruce Assets. Thank you. So.
yeah, if you come
Well,
close, you really
yeah,
close to the
fabulous.
sit. Good.
So my question is, I want to use your brain to stretch a little bit more this picture. So you depict basically a Western-centered arrogance in terms of, so that's fascinating. I want to use this to ask you to, can we stretch things as well in the realm of digital industrial policy? So are we doing the same in the sense that, is it doomed to fail because large platforms are concentrated in the US and therefore, you know, Europe is putting forward something that is fairly incoherent. I mean, flagging the privacy stuff, but at the same time having to push the digital trade and so on. Can you, is that something that we can safely draw the same parallel and use this fantastic geopolitical picture that you depicted to understand? Thank you.
I'll be very brief. It seems to me that you're saying US cannot accept to lose the empire control over, and so it's throwing all the things out of the sink.
Yeah.
It seems China is the grown-up player in the game.
Yeah.
So we talked a lot about US-Europe relationship. What about what will be your position around Europe-China? How Europe should engage China? So you can articulate that more. And ultimately, building on this is the point that Korea just made. All the countries down there are African countries. What about Africa in this picture? Because this is an opportunity also for Europe to rethink itself and actually realizing that we need a different relationship with that continent that could actually reposition Europe in this.
That's an incredible list of questions. How long have you got? But no, could we do 2 rounds? Does it set to go there? Yeah. I mean, it's an amazing, it's a fantastic list of questions. I mean, I love the digging deeper into Polanyi, because the resolution of the Polanyi story is the welfare state. Well, at least that's one version of it. That's the happy resolution. The other one is fascism, which coming at this from the, you know, my first phase as a scholar was my second really was as a historian of the Nazi Germany, and so there's a violent resolution, a coercive resolution. I think there's a coercive, you know, you could go to Fossil Fascism and the Zetkin Collective and Malman and those his gang, or that gang. Certainly moving things into the public sphere. I had a fascinating conversation with one of Britain's leading electricity providers. You know, I was doing a gig, a corporate gig, and you never really quite know how far you could go. But the logic of where they're at in that sort of situation is if you invest hard enough in renewables, at some point they're perfectly aware their business model becomes virtually non-viable because the renewables don't really generate I mean, unless they can gouge, right? If they just charge marginal cost, the marginal cost is zero and be negative some of the time because they have these huge surges. So I was tempted to say to them that the longer run future of the business is you should be renationalized. And I thought that was too scandalous and they were paying the bills, so I shouldn't say that to them. Except a coffee afterwards, this very redoubtable Scottish, no doubt SNP, a Scottish Labour Party person, came up to me and said, well, you know, the obvious trajectory here is we're renationalized. Like, you know, I can't do her accent, but like, you know, capital is not done. It can see this problem coming towards it. The question is, if we want them to do the investment, we need to create pricing conditions in which it makes sense to them, or we need to nationalize and take it into public ownership. And right, and broadly speaking, this is another one of the sort of American-centric misunderstandings of the carbon problem. You know, if you grew up in the radical American climate left, you think capitalism in a simple form drives the climate problem and its exemplar is Exxon. Whereas in fact, way over half of global emissions by big corporations from state-owned enterprises because of the shift in the power balance in the oil and gas sector in the 1970s and because of Asian coal, right? A huge slice of the modern global carbon problem is that second, third, and fourth industrial revolution, which is Chinese and Indian and Indonesian and Australian coal going up, right? And so the problem is already nationalized, and that doesn't actually, it turned out, make it necessarily any easier, right? Because then the politics just enters into the state-owned enterprise and you have to fight it out there. And you only need to look at South Africa, Eskom, to see how difficult that is. I mean, there's a neoliberal in me that says if you want to understand why British power generation was so rapidly decarbonized, it has to do with the crushing, no-holds-barred class war that was waged against the union of the National Union of Mine Workers in Britain in the 1980s, which means that 30 years down the line, you don't have to do the German coal compromise and pay 40 billion euros to get 40,000 German miners to abandon their jobs, right? I mean, there are really profoundly ironic logics here. But the broader Polanyian point, I've been mulling this, don't know quite where to go with it. But if you think about what we're trying to do with the energy transition, we're moving from a one-way hunter-gatherer vision of power. In other words, we roam the earth looking for caches of stored up fossil fuel, and then we mine them, to an agrarian model, right? In which we basically farm the available renewable energy sources. And that is a transition no less significant than the emergence of the Neolithic period. It's a transition no less significant than the emergence of capitalist agriculture. What we're really arguing about are the terms under which we move from an energy hunter-gatherer society to an energy farming model. And that requires, I think, a kind of Polanyian analytic. Let me take the digital one next because I think it absolutely does confirm this. If you go to India, if you have anything to do with anyone who's on the other side of the Chinese firewall, you'll know that their digital worlds are on the whole more sophisticated, more fast moving and more dynamic than ours. And that's not because they're American. It's because India's system of biometric digital, the Germans would say a fattle, you know, it's not surveillance, it's incorporation of their population is so much more capacious on a much smaller budget than anything in the Western world. I mean, it's absolutely fundamental aspect of life in India. One of the secrets of the BJP's success is that they are the masters of manipulating this digitized populist direct welfare cash payment system. Same South Africa has built something quite analogous to this. So that's one dimension, which the West is struggling to catch up with and may never because of a whole variety of different issues. If you have anything to do with a native Chinese mainlander, you'll know that their social media system, it may be censored, but in terms of the omnivorous mixture of all of the different media with pay sites, it's as though they merged Twitter, Amazon, Facebook, everything into a single, and that's what Weibo is, right? And WeChat. They are much more deeply integrated than anything we have in the West. I mean, we ended up, you know, with this very weird American ecosystem in which they're all separate and none of them are rapidly monetized. None of them have actually succeeded, whereas the Chinese models are all natively monetized. And if you take that to the African setting, right, the triangulation of this is something like M-Pesa and the extraordinary digital payment technologies. And you don't have to be a neoliberal booster to be impressed by what they can do, where you can do varieties of microcredit, micropayment in very low income settings. So I would see this as absolutely analogous. I mean, anyone who imagines that the digital future is necessarily coming out of a startup in Berlin, it's like, I mean, it's a sweet idea, you know, and maybe it can endlessly replicate, but I think that's an implausible vision. I do think the implication of what I'm saying, and it's unfashionable to say it in the current context, but I'll say it because hell, is a kind of Merkelism. I mean, an Angela Merkelism. In other words, that, and I know it goes to this moment, you know, the shock, the Trump shock, and the pivot was quite decisively towards the stabilization of EU-Chinese relations. I think we should take seriously the comprehensive agreement on investment that was the parting shot. It was certainly read like that by the Biden team. I see Philip was looking a little pained here. I know somebody over here is a bit worried about my sober story, so I'm interested to get some pushback. But I do think that's where this heads. But of course, one shouldn't underestimate the Chinese, right? You shouldn't underestimate the Chinese because it's they who blew up the comprehensive agreement on investment, right? They chose to react to the European Parliament was going to sanction some mid-level officials over Xinjiang, right? Any mature Chinese diplomat would say the European Parliament has to do its thing. If we're interested in this agreement, we look past this. How do they respond to it? They decided to escalate. One of the reasons they choose to escalate, some say they're boisterous, they feel very powerful, they feel, you know, the tide of the West is coming on. Another is that they too actually are driven by the Weibo ecosystem. Economic and political nationalism in China is an incredibly potent force. The ultimate naivety is to imagine that a China without the CCP would be easier to deal with. It's like, I mean, that's like a truly bizarre idea. And so I think this creation of a stable relationship between Europe and China is remarkable. To put my historian's empiricist just observing the situation hat back on, it is remarkable how every single major German corporation that's exposed on the China-German axis and at the forefront of the energy transition and electrification has chosen, in this period of escalating tension, not to hedge and to back away, but to double down on their investments in China. And BASF would be another key example. They know, you know, where the music's playing. They can see these aggregate numbers. They know that really to go the other way for them is an option that doesn't make much sense. This is what I meant about the rhetoric in the US. One of the things that enables Washington to do what they're doing right now is it is not the old gang in charge, right? So if you think about the 90s Democratic Party coalition under Clinton, as we all notoriously know, this goes to Cedric's point about financialization, the Treasury Secretary was an ex-Goldman CEO always. That was the natural state of things. And one of the things that they did was manage relations with China. So the Bush administration, when it was dealing with anti-China protectionism, created a strategic dialogue between the US and China, appointed Hank Paulson, who's a legendary China hand, as Treasury Secretary, and said, Hank, you run this. This is for an elite guy. You're not in Congress. You don't care about popularity. You will understand how important this business is. One of the things that's happened in the Democratic Party reshuffle of power that many of us welcome from a political point of view is that business voices, what Polanyi would have called the peace party of business, because he devoutly believed in the power of this, has been massively disempowered. And so Jake Sullivan can calmly say to the cameras, it is not part of my job as National Security Advisor to look out for, defend the interests of Wall Street. I mean, that's quite shocking for him to emphatically say this. This is an uncoupling that's really quite radical. And you might, as a leftist progressive, go celebrate, you know, this is going to open up the space for, and as soon as the words come out of your mouth, you realize, what? Like, it's going to open up the space for a progressive foreign policy of anti-imperialism, in which America backs down and everything. No, what it does is, when you take the business party out of the picture, is it just lets the blob run riot. By the blob, we mean the think tanks, the foreign policy establishment, the defense people. We don't think principally in terms of economics. And because they cannot deliver on trade policy in Congress, they also can't really go to the economy. So it's really a weak hand, they don't play to it. And that's part of my structural anxiety about the current situation.
Africa. I mean, the first thing to say is that's a really unfortunate segue, because one of the things that Africans object to, for very good reason, if we make this kind of move, is shit you are talking about us now, but only because of China. Right? God damn it, again, right? God damn it, for crying out loud. How on earth can it be that we're reproducing the race or the scramble for Africa now in the 21st century? We're tired and sick and tired of this, and we don't want to talk to you. And that is one of America's weaknesses, because they really credibly cannot get there. And I think Europe has the same deficit, is that it's going to be hard to explain to Africa why suddenly we're paying attention. And we actually need a narrative that somehow accounts for the fact that we suddenly are, that doesn't basically go to one of two options. One is China, and the other one is refugees. Right? And the German development minister, when Germany in 2017, just as Trump came in, launched a Marshall Plan with Africa. And in that coalition, which is a good idea, and this is in the wake of the refugee crisis, though. So when the Germans sent their development minister, who was a strong right-wing CSU guy, it's like sending a Fratelli person down to do the African development job. He literally, in his conversations with his African counterparts in both West and East Africa, would say things like, well, if we're not here, there'll be the Turks or the Russians or the Chinese, and if we aren't here, you'll come to us. So, now let's talk investment. Yeah, that we can't. I know you're deeply experienced in South African discussions. You know how poorly that will play, and I think it's indicative of the threadbare state of the conversation that is the starting point, and really quite unapologetically and unsubconsciously as well. So the way to start, it's difficult to start this conversation, right? I mean, I think the safe place to go to is sustainable development. 2015, that was the agenda. That is the agenda that everyone signed up to. That's what the African players absolutely insist on. But as soon as you go to sustainable development, the numbers get really big, really fast, right? The bare minimum for a serious sustainable development program for Africa alone is 500 billion a year. If you're talking hundreds of billions are in the room, the blended finance model was delivering 50 to 60 billion a year. And that everyone was cheering as though this was enough. It's an order of magnitude short of where we need to be. And the only answer we have is more of that. And so that's where I think the difficulty is, right? Africa is really where I feel like I've learned this lesson hardest trying to think about it. So we know precisely, or at least, within a ballpark what we would need to be doing, and we're an order of magnitude of. Okay, so many thanks. 3 questions left, if I'm not wrong. Max, you, and there was a third, and Margherita. So, Max, please.
Thank you so much for coming here and sharing your thoughts with us. Absolutely fascinating. I wanted to ask you about what's the cooperation dilemma. First, whether we think it's real, and second, if it's real, how can we deal with it? So my hypothesis is that on the one hand, we want large corporations to deliver the green transition and help us be sovereign and all that kind of good stuff. Without corporations, they do stuff ahead of us.
Yeah.
On the other hand, big corporations, there's the boondoggle, there's kind of the risk of inequality, maybe kind of loss of legitimacy, suddenly you have 100 Fox News, the platforms. Is that dilemma real? If it is, how do we resolve it? Is this about nationalizations, the S&P guy? Is it about small nationalizations without state knowledge? Is it about deregulating that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was really fascinating. So Clara Lenard from Institut Avantgarde. So my question will be quick. So you showed that it was possible to have a disconnect between a reality and a narrative, taking the example of European industrial policy. So now I'm going to ask you a question about the war. So you also said that the danger when preparing for a war was its self-fulfilling aspect. Yeah. So would it be possible to disconnect the war narrative from actually making sure that our countries are protecting of the potential war? I know this is a tricky question, but it would be a useful way and constructive way of using this disconnect between narrative and reality.
Tell me a little bit more about how you imagine that, just so I've got the right idea. So we would talk about war, but actually do peace preparation, or
no, that would be actually the opposite. So we would have defense mechanism in case there would be a problem, but we would have an anti-war narrative.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah. So Iron Fist in a Velvet Glove. Yeah.
My question too is related to narrative, the rhetoric that you were mentioning. There is a point in my question on the essential role of trade agreements, and I'm referring specifically on USMCA, in the sense that it is an important part, according to me, in shaping the structural economic interests of a different scenario, and perhaps a more complicated scenario in which we can find a different role of China in the US.
So this is the NAFTA replacement.
The NAFTA replacement, exactly. Because Trump was imposing a completely different view, increasing the regional content of imports, and that was quite sooner, pushing Chinese companies to invest massively in Mexico, to be in the United States. So my point is, in this, perhaps what I read daily from the Mexican side of their newsletters, in which they say that incredibly huge investment from Chinese companies are improving their potential in being a supplier of US companies, it's not so relevant to keep calm the Washington against the Washington team against China. But their economic interests in Mexico are becoming quite significant. So I'm wondering, beyond the rhetoric, which are the economic aspects that to some extent can keep under control the confronting parties that have a strong economic interest to defend.
These are quite focused questions. We might, but this is good. Okay. Oh, we've got one more for that.
Yeah, that's the last one. Okay.
Quick, run around.
So I'm confused. Yes. I have a last question because I heard the last part of your speech about large platforms in China with respect to smaller, less integrated platforms in Europe and the US. That echoed in my mind something that you wrote in Crash as well, when you compare the bigness of US firms and EU firms after the crisis. And that's a point that comes to mind, is that sometimes large firms are, on the other hand, a threat to democracy and change. So that having a large firm that runs everything could work in terms of capacity, but it requires like a strong state capacity to countervail it. So like when you're China, when you're the Communist Party, you can do whatever you want. But in our democracies, that would be risky. So in a way, do you believe that bigness should be built, or rather that in a way the rhetoric of the European champions should also be mitigated in some way?
I get it. That's a great extension to the Bax's question, actually. So let me start at the trade end. Yeah, it's a super interesting observation. It's also true, isn't it, of the effort so far to de-sinify the supply chain. Because what actually happens is that producers move their plants to Vietnam, where they're run by Chinese companies. It's Chinese tech, it's Chinese capital that's just no longer located in China. And, we should not fall into the fallacy of imagining that the Chinese bourgeoisie is squarely aligned with the CCP in its project. I mean, broadly speaking, as a first assumption, Occam's razor, we should just simply say they're interested in making money. And, given both American politics and the cost advantages of Vietnam now, any labor-intensive work is going to be displaced from China, regardless of whether the Americans adopt sanctions against China or not, right? That's a logic that you expect to act. I don't buy the liberal narrative that there is a sort of beating heart of Chinese bourgeois liberalism desperate to, escape from the oppressive carapace of the CCP. But at the margin, would rich Chinese like to be able to move their money around more freely than they can? Definitely. And we can see that from the exchange controls Beijing has to keep there, right? They have class politics too in China, in other words. And we should always have that analysis in mind. Without needing to go to state capitalism and those kind of reductive readings of what China is, we do need to acknowledge the tensions that exist in any society with the degree of inequality and the degree of autonomous wealth there is in China. It's a real thing, and they will So in a sense, we can find allies there. And it's really interesting the way the Biden administration, when you push them, right? There's a liberal people like us, this goes to this issue of rhetoric and war, and I'll come back to it more seriously in a second. When you push them, they don't want to be the hawks that I'm making them out to be. They really, really don't. So they'll say things like, you know, if you ask them, are you opposed to Chinese economic growth? They say, of course not, that'd be ridiculous. Then you say, but you're opposed to them acquiring the latest chip technologies. They say, of course we are. It'd be ridiculous not to. So you say, so you're in favour of them growing, but just not in any of the sectors that strategically matter. Yeah, that's exactly what we're in favour of. Right? So you're pushing a position of hostility towards China. Well, the regime. But we're super friendly with Chinese people, by which they mean people like the Americans who have their children at Harvard, and so on and so forth. The Chinese that we teach. It's a country of 1.4 billion people. Like there's a lot of human fate being acted out in this drama. To be more specific and concrete, what's really interesting, I think, about the Mexican case, and given your expertise in the group here, what's really interesting to emphasize is the particular logic of the automotive sector in this process of disaggregation. Somebody showed earlier on a mapping of the tech sector, and the tech sector is weird because it's internationally promiscuous. So it's Japanese with South Korean, Chinese with Taiwanese, American with Taiwanese and Chinese, South Korean with the Chinese, right? Whereas if you look at the auto sector, in terms of location, most of the supply chains are regional, right? So the Europeans buy within a regional supply system, which is wider Eastern Europe. And in North America, the wider network is Canada at one end, the United States, Mexico, and then Central America for wire and looms and things like that. And so the logic that you're spelling out, I think makes perfect sense to me, especially if you think of it as a sectoral logic. And I think that kind of process is going to happen, and it's going to be driven by corporations, and beyond corporations, it's going to be driven by this sort of transnational class logic, which on the one hand is, China diasporic business, remade. They shape the economic history of most of East Asia and Southeast Asia, right? They're everywhere, and they will continue to be everywhere. So that logic, you look at the textile sector, totally decentered from China now, with the R&D centers and the design being done in China, and all of them, and some of the spinning, but the rest now is all in Bangladesh and in Southeast Asia. So we're going to see lots of those processes, and it will be driven by a combination of trade policy inducements, corporate strategies. In general, I think the take from the economic history side is that trade policy is to a considerable extent a rhetorical exercise. It is to a considerable extent a confidence building exercise. We're not clear that tariff reduction is in fact a major driver of trade flows and vocational logic. Transport costs matter very much more in certain key circumstances. So in general, I wouldn't want to overhype. I would see, Trump's out and out attack on NAFTA as a huge political event. And it would have been massively disruptive if they'd gone the direction he went, but the modification they applied is not going to shake anything particularly loose. I do want to be consistent to come to the second point about rhetoric and strategy. I think the more I think about it, the more I talk with you today, the more we have to think through this situation. I think this logic of continuously checking the way our logic runs away from us, like those conversations I've just mined with the Biden people, like you're in favor of growth, yeah. You're in favor of tax actions, yeah. And then so you're in favor of growth with the tax actions, yeah. Yeah, like that kind of logic, I think, plays out in more and more dimensions of the world. I think it might be a phenomenon of the poly crisis, if I was to wager. I think we face a series of overlapping contradictions which are very severe. And the sort of suggestion that you were making about, as it were, a policy of détente at the level of rhetoric, matched by a policy of building capacity on the other side, makes perfect sense to me. I mean, another way of thinking about this would be, in the poly crisis, we need agency. This is going to form the bridge to the climate problem. We need capacity to act. And Europe cannot and should not, and Europe's citizens should not be indifferent to a situation in which, Europe has no substantial, heavy-lift, long-range logistical capacity. We should not be indifferent to that fact, that we cannot deliver rich societies like ours with our technological capacity in the transport sector, do not have a fleet of 40 heavy lift Airbus transport airplanes, which are at the disposal of governments in the moment that we need them. That to me makes me indignant. It's Kant would say, self-imposed immaturity. We choose to not be able to act in that moment, right? It should not be a matter, and it should not be a matter merely for military technicians. That Europe spends, in latest count, maybe in excess of 250 billion euros a year on military expenditure and gets virtually no bang for its buck. 250 billion ought to put us in the number 2 or number 3 spot as a global military power. We ought to have everything if you wanted it. Aircraft carriers, nuclear weapons, nuclear submarines, the whole works. 250 billion buys you a lot of military equipment. And Europe doesn't have any. That's a scandal at the level of governance, right? It's discrediting. So any moves that were simultaneously a grand strategy that made sense and addressing just these failures to be anywhere near the productivity frontier at the minimum level of efficiency we should demand from public spending, a true reckoning with the balkanized military history of Europe, just a clear statement of the fact that we will not afford these weird kind of traditional establishments of soldiers that kind of do their traditional thing. It's absurd, right? No other sector in society is being protected to this extent and delivers so little for so much. Because we should think about it as a lot, not a little. We shouldn't engage in the conversation of saying Europe needs to spend way more on defense. That's absurd. It doesn't need to spend more. It needs to use the stuff that it does spend much, much better, right? So that should be part of the rhetoric too. Getting the rhetoric right here, like 2% goal is a really bad idea. But this then brings us to this issue of agency, right? And I do think that in the current moment, and for democratic politics in particular, collective agencies, distributed agency, the agencies that are in civil society are neuralgic, right? Because power means not just the power to repress, it needs the capacity to do things, positive power, right? We need to be able to shape, we need to be able to create, we need to be able to, in that sense, exercise freedom. And so then you end up in these really painful trade-offs that were being raised earlier on. Where is societal agency located? And, a good Marxism will tell you that capitalism generates massive centers of then tragically misdirected, misguided, and in fundamental ways inefficient and chaos-producing agency. But there's agency there, right? And so this question that you're asking, and my last interlocutor is asking, is the classic question of political economy. Full stop. That's all this is. It's just that over and over again. And for some reason, we somehow kidded ourselves that maybe, and this is, I think, really the neoliberal detour, and it's a particularly European, and if I may say so, a particularly German, and we go further, a particularly lawyerly way of thinking about this, we somehow kidded ourselves that these were questions that could be resolved by order, they could be resolved by structure, they could be quasi-constitutionalized. And I actually think that democratic politics in general, excessive reliance on constitutions is a bad idea, and more of a democratic sovereigntist in that respect. But with regard to the governance of capitalism, it's not a question of normativities, it's just a question of realism, right? And this is something that the Frankfurt School, for instance, understood very well at the beginning of the 20th century, and critical lawyers at the beginning of the 20th century understood very well. If you have a Jeffersonian, small farming, petty bourgeois vision of capitalism, you may be able to square it with notions of universality and the rule of law as a stable structure. If you face the reality of modern corporate capitalism, oligopolistic, imperialist, reaching out to the wider world, any vision like that collapses, I think, in the face of reality. So what does that leave us with? I mean, it leaves us with potentially a defensive interest in competition policy, right? We have this is like since time when people made this case in the Weimar Republic, the left and progressives have a protective interest in the rule of law. But if we obsess about it, it becomes a cross of gold. We nail ourselves to it. And I think the Chinese example is in many ways instructive, because what the Chinese demonstrate is the leverage you can exercise over powerful groups like Jack Ma, powerful actors like Jack Ma, when you do not allow yourself to be constrained by a system that fetishizes the rule of law, or that does not demonstrate the capacity of the rule of law to deliver for the population. You said that using those sorts of measures would be bad for democracy. I think democracy recently has suffered rather more from that failure to explore the potential of using the capacities for vengeance, for restorative justice and retribution that are there in the legal system. It would be good occasionally to send a senior business person to jail for life. Like all the poor men and women that end up going to jail for life, for smaller crimes in the United States, often economic crimes. You can go to life, prison in California without parole for 3 acts of theft. Life without parole in the Californian system. Life without parole. That's an act of retributive justice which is enacted day after day after day in the American judicial system, and yet no one will go to jail for Silicon Valley Bank. And that is a failure to use what law might actually allow us to do. So I think this is the concluding point, and I promise it's the absolutely last point, is that I think the big learning from that is that somebody made this point earlier on, it was Cedric, who was saying this spiral of events must lead to somewhere and somehow it reaches a final point. Right? He had this thesis of the financial crisis becoming larger and larger, the balance sheets becoming larger and larger, and at some point the wheels have to come off of this race. And that has an honorable tradition and a Marxist view, which then leads to some great crisis out of which we then exit, or there's some regime shift. It's the Gramscian idea of the interregnum. You know, there was a regnum, now we're in the interregnum, something new will be born. I'm not sure that a realistic vision of the current reality offers us that prospect. So what that means is just continuous contradiction and struggle and argument and no final resolution, and there's no simple answer to your question. And it's not obvious whether we want big firms or little firms, and it will be a series of ad hoc judgments. And because we are forsaking general rules in the process of making this case, bounding those ad hoc judgments will be hard and will almost certainly require politics, actual real politics, more mobilizing majorities for decisions that we're making. And I don't think that we should promise ourselves this thing that we like, liberal democracy with the rule of law, promises and capitalism and markets. That's what it offers us, right? It doesn't offer us order, it offers us a treadmill, what I'd call the polycrisis, the tightrope with no end, what the Chinese call changes not seen in 100 years. That I think is our reality, and we need to run as hard as they're running, and we need to consider all of the options that their politics open up. And right now, democratic politics is not really, frankly, offering us a great demonstration of the range of things which are there. But that's where the metaphor goes here. And given, if that sounds like hard work, if we can just get through the next 20 to 30 years, if we can address some of the issues that we're talking about here, we will be doing well. So let's not, that's all we need. We don't need to be thinking of ourselves as founding mothers and fathers who are going to create some new city on a hill. That's not our destiny, right? It's 8 billion of us up against this very, very rapidly ticking clock, as Philip has said at the beginning, right? The clock is ticking so fast on climate change, right? The energy transition needs to be happening literally day by day. It needs to be happening quarter by quarter. And in every quarter we miss, the problem gets worse.
Okay, so thank you very much again. It has been incredibly fascinating for us. And okay, now I think we deserved some lunch, which is in the same place where the coffee break took place. Please reconvene at 27 past 2 sharp. Okay, we start meeting.
No, I just like I never invested enough. I think it's a great
So, everyone, welcome back. I will start with another big thank you for the organizers, Dario, and for the analysts coming back. Thank you for organizing this fantastic day, bringing us here and facilitating these great panels and the keynote and discussions that follow. And the first afternoon panel will be dedicated to the long-term challenges surrounding the Italian economy. And I will briefly set up the discussion for this and introduce the panel, then pass over to the panelists. I think doing a deep dive on Italy is not just interesting, it's absolutely essential. And it's essential because Italy has this double image in a way. In one perspective, see through one lens, Italy's economic performance in recent decades can look like a special case. And it can look like the only advanced economy that's undergone long-term economic stagnation. And so there's this image of Italy as the exception. And if that were true, if that were the only image of Italy, the accurate image of Italy, then this would be a kind of a specialist conversation. But I think if there's one thing that we've learned in the years, let's say after 2008, it's that our contemporary, highly advanced European, I'm not yet parochial, European economies, they're in certain ways very fragile. We learned that with the 2008 financial crisis, and we've learned it with the macroeconomic mismanagement in the decade after that. And we've learned it in a certain way with the pandemic. And I think we're seeing it in certain political instances, maybe less in Europe, but certainly in the United States, with Trump, maybe in Brazil, with the very close election. There we see a certain kind of fragility. And I think once you appreciate this fragility, then Italy stops being this unique special case that, if you're not somehow connected to Italy, you think you can ignore. It stops being that. And instead, I think the fate of Italy is something that should concern all advanced economies, because through this fragility lens, Italy becomes a possible scenario for any advanced economy. And so understanding the Italian case is important, not just because, as Philip will explain to us, Italy is absolutely central to the Eurozone and to the European economy. It's also central because, in my own view, with a certain humility, I would say no advanced economy is guaranteed to be safe from this secular stagnation. So maybe that's enough to set up a discussion, and I'll do a brief introduction of our three excellent panelists that we're very fortunate to have here. And Philipp Heinberger is going to kick us off. Philipp is an economist at the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies, a renowned expert on European fiscal rules and the kind of economic theory infrastructure behind that, potential output calculations, all of that. Also very well known for helping spread enlightenment around Italy on Twitter. And I think he's fighting that. And Philip will begin with a presentation on the Eurozone's Achilles heel and kind of the big picture analysis on what exactly explains stagnation. That work is co-authored together with Dario, the organizer today, and Francesco Zezza, and we'll give comments. And then after this kind of big picture introduction from Philip, we'll hear from Valeria Cirillo, who will talk to us about labor market dynamics. Valeria is a professor at the University of Bari and specialized in understanding labor market dynamics and the, let's say, unintended consequences of labor market deregulation. And Valeria will talk to us about COVID and how COVID interacted with the Italian labor market. And then to round out the set of three presentations, we'll have Matt Ricardo, who's come to us from the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Society, so soon decamping to Rome to set up a new hub at Lewis University. And Donato will talk to us about growth models, and he will take the kind of growth model lens and apply it at the regional level in Italy and help us understand the difference between the north and south. And then we'll have comments from Giuseppe Celi from the University of Foggia, and then from Francesco Zezza, and then we'll have a little discussion here, and then we'll get into Q&A.
And with that, I will pass the mic to Leila.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. So I will present a paper which is joint work with Dario Torashi, who is here, and Fetzer. So what we're trying to do in the paper is provide an answer to the question, how did Italy become the Eurozone's Achilles heel, where Achilles simply refers to the most vulnerable spots in the common currency. And we try to propose, doesn't work, right? Should I just speak loud? Can you hear me? No, okay. Okay, let's hope that it works. So we are trying to propose a framework where we link domestic structural factors in Italy, which were already present in the decades after the Second World War, to forces or the policy constraints brought about by globalization and European integration. And we argue that we really want to understand Italy's decline in comparison to the other large Eurozone countries. That's what you have to look at. So this is a chart that I'm sure you're all quite familiar with. It shows you labor productivity growth in Italy compared to the other three large Eurozone countries. So it's measured in terms of GDP per hour's work. Italy is the red line, and what you can see is basically, well, signs of Italy's productivity slowdown already in the late 1970s. So then from the 1990s onwards, we basically see complete stagnation in productivity growth, which is not the case for the other three large Eurozone countries that you see there. And there's a large literature out there that tries to make sense of this, and we try to contribute to this literature, but also with a comparative lens. So we argue in the paper that Italy is the Eurozone's Achilles heel, or the most vulnerable spot, because first of all, size matters. So Italy's economy has stagnated over a very long period of time, but Italy still remains the third largest country in terms of gross domestic product. And it's still the second largest industrial location when you look at the share in use of industrial production. And Italy has the largest public debt stock in absolute terms and the second highest public debt to GDP ratio. And that matters to the Eurozone context because we have a set of new fiscal rules which targets public debt to GDP. And it's always a question how Italy can sustainably manage public debt in this context. And also, one of the sides of sovereign debt in Italy matters because sovereign debt is also incredibly important for private credit creation, where sovereign debt basically serves as collateral, and where arguably Italian public debt also has systemic relevance. And politics also matters. I mean, Italy is a founding member of the European Union, and questions over how to reverse the Italian decline have contributed to European and domestic political conflicts over recent years. And we have also seen a strengthening of political forces pushing for disintegration. So it matters kind of getting Italy right. And what we propose is a new structuralist framework, which you can see here on this chart, where we identify what we think are the most important structural factors in Italy, which were already present after the Second World War, and how they interacted with policy constraints brought about by globalization and European integration to really exacerbate Italy's decline from the 1990s onwards. So I won't be able to justice all the details of our argument, that you would need to read the paper, but let me run with some of the more important threads. So we are the first to point out that Italy is characterized by a structure with many micro firms, with many small firms. That was already the case also after the Second World War. But here in this chart, you see a table with data for the year 2019, which shows you that about 95% of all companies in Italy are micro firms with very few employees. But you can also see that the share of total employment of these micro firms is very high, in Italy, higher than 40%, which is more than double what you see in Germany. And the number of large firms in Italy is substantially lower than in the other large Eurozone countries. And what's important is that basically the productivity performance of the large firms in Italy is very much comparable to the productivity performance of other large firms in other Eurozone countries, whereas the small firms are really lagging when it comes to productivity growth. And one of the things that we highlight in the paper is the role of privatizations from the 1990s onwards. So Italy signed the Maastricht Treaty and was then forced to improve its public debt statistics. And privatizations were seen as a good and quick way to basically get one-off tax revenue. The European Commission was also not happy with how Italy financed this industrial policy. And then there was this wave of privatizations in mature sectors during the 1990s, spanning petrochemicals, electricity industry. And this basically reduced the number of large firms in these mature sectors. And you also see that basically investment in many of these mature sectors went down after the privatization because private companies were either unwilling or unable to keep up the higher levels of investment of previously state-owned enterprises. And so these privatizations arguably contributed to reducing the number of large firms and contributed to this many small firms problem. Another thing we have in the paper, and we also not address the point to this, but we bring it into our framework, is how low R&D expenditure and low innovation are linked. It's a table with data on R&D expenditures from the 1970s up to 2020. So you can see that Italy already had much lower R&D expenditure than France and Germany in 1970, but this basically did not improve over time, despite all the measures and reforms undertaken in between. And there's also basically a deep territorial divide. So you can see that our R&D expenditure in the Central North is significantly higher than in Mezzogiorno. And one of the things that we highlight in the paper is as well, in the 1960s, we still had the Institute for Industrial Reconstruction, which pushed for capital-intensive investment and promoted also industrialization of Mezzogiorno. So in 1986, the Institute for Industrial Reconstruction was still responsible for about 50% of total R&D spending in Italy. But then with the privatization and the dismantling of the institute, also a key source of R&D spending was basically lost. And this also further exacerbated this territorial divide in the sense that R&D expenditure in the southern part of the country was particularly hard hit. Another thing that we emphasize in the paper is low cost competition and labor fragmentation. This chart shows you real compensation per employee compared to the other large Eurozone countries. It is again the red line. So you already see signs of stagnation in real wages per employee in the 1980s. But then from the 1990s onwards, when the labor market reforms came into play, which were supposed to improve cost competitiveness, help bring down inflation, but also put downward pressure on wages, you really see complete stagnation in real wages. So that in 2021, actually, the level of real compensation per employee was lower than in 1990. You can also see that this is different compared to the other large Eurozone countries. So what we highlight in the paper is that what's special about it is that actually all major components of aggregate demand slowed down over time. And what's important is that our framework helps you understand how that's actually possible when you consider our domestic structural factors that we highlight how they interact with policy constraints that basically also repress different components of demand. So on this chart, you can see contributing factors to real GDP growth. So in the top row, you see that GDP growth trended down over time from the golden age period to the oil shocks episode to the European monetary system episode up to when Italy entered the Eurozone. And when you look at the demand contribution to real GDP, you really see that all major components slowed down. So what happened is when Italy joined the Eurozone, the real exchange rate appreciated. It's made it more difficult to export. And during the 1990s, there were measures that were supposed to put downward pressure on wages. So this problem with real wage growth was exacerbated, which put downward pressure on household consumption. Then the deterioration of economic output, but also privatizations contributed to a slowdown in investment. And obviously, Italy faced fiscal constraints, like the Maastricht Treaty had legacy debt from the 70s and 80s, and embarked on an ambitious course of fiscal consolidation from the early 1990s onwards, ran these substantial primary fiscal surpluses from the early 1990s onwards. And given that, the contribution of public expenditure to GDP growth also declined. And what you end up with is then basically a very incoherent, if not failed, growth model. So let me briefly conclude. So we are in the paper that Italy's Eurozone Achilles heel, and that its long decline is not only a domestic concern, but a European concern. I mean, there's this large literature which tries to make sense of what has happened in Italy or to Italy over the last decades, but we think that most of the demand side and supply side explanations that you find in the literature, they fail when you look at them in isolation. But what's helpful, as we argue, is putting it into the structuralist framework where you then link the most important structural domestic factors that were already present after the Second World War, but how they then interacted with policy constraints exacerbated by globalization, European integration. I won't say much about policy implication, but keep that for the Q&A. I think an important implication is that this quite dominant lack of reforms view, which is particularly dominant in the policy sphere, is wrong, because data actually suggests that Italy is kind of a top performer when it comes to market liberalization reforms in different areas, particularly from the 1990s onwards. But the type of reforms matters, so I think we should talk more about the type of reforms actually. And well, if you sustainably want to do something about reversing the fertility decline, then you need to consider that quite obviously domestic and European policymakers would have to support each other, and that has implications for different areas of European economic policy as well. So thanks a lot for your attention, and I give the word back to you.
For setting the scene and so complexity. The point of it is the type of reform that matters and kind of digging into those details. I think Valeria will enlighten us now with the consequences of labor market reforms in this issue.
Okay, thank you so much, Max, for your introduction, and Dario and Elena for the invitation. It's very interesting. Okay, in my presentation, I will try to focus on labor market, which was quite under discussed during this morning, but as Elena said, it is an important one to raise when we look at industrial policies and potential effect on the labor market. So, well, Philip already did the introduction on this, in the sense that when we focus on Italy, we all know that the trend in labor productivity was quite flat over the last at least 2 decades. So slowing down of the productivity over the past 2 decades, which is shared with most of the economy, but of course it was really dramatic. This was one trend on one side, but also on the other side, we are facing a really increase in unemployment across European regions and in Italy as well, where unemployment basically consisting 2 different types of precarious forms, such as temporary employment and part-times. In fact, if we focus really on Italy, we see that starting from 1995 until the last available data, these are basically from Megafon, we see a sharp increase in part-time, mostly for women. We know the voluntary part-time is one of the dramatic problems in Italy, but also temporary work of programs. So why we should think about the link between labor market and labor productivity. It's a stagnant pattern in terms of the productivity, because actually As Max said, labor market rigidity was considered to be the main cause of stagnation, at least at some point, both in terms of labor market, so the number of people basically employed, and in terms of productivity. In fact, we all know that one of the main receipts came from the OECD, the famous 1994 report, the Job Study, Facts, Analysis and Strategy, was basically based on the idea of liberalization of the labor market, pushing on the one hand the external labor flexibility, so increasing the possibility to hire temporary workers, and on the other side also, we all know in Italy the 2014 reform, which is known as Job Act, which has reduced employment protection even for startup workers. So for those having a permanent contract. Also, we know that there was basic changes in the type of negotiation, but I will skip this part, although now it becomes very urgent because we are in an inflationary period. By the way, all these factors lead to a sharp decrease in terms of OECD APR index, the employment protection indicators will basically decrease massively both of regular and temporary workers. According to our perspective, we think that labor flexibility has a very strong adverse effect on labor markets and aggregate demand from several points of view, because it entails interaction between supply side and demand side mechanism. For example, some intuition coming more from an evolutionary type of approach says that if you push on temporary type of employment and part-time precarious forms of employment, basically you are weakening the organizational skills, procedural knowledge of organization. And this has an impact in terms of accumulation of tacit, non-specific competencies and knowledge, damaging the productivity patterns, but also from, let's say, an aggregate point of view, which is stated in the post-Keynesian literature, we know that pushing precarious forms of employment means paying lower wages, and Max, Philip highlighted the trend in labor cost over time. We will see that basically lower wages means lower consumption, and so lower demand, and so lower investment by the firms. This is the schema that Mario and Elena put it out in a good paper, which is actually titled "The Good Job by Innovation Due to Cycle." Given this frame, also my question was: okay, this is the situation. Let's see how, to which extent the COVID crisis has actually reverted the weakening, if it has eventually reverted the weakening of labor process. First of all, we have to say that compared to the previous crises, such as the 2008 economic crisis, the impact of COVID was pretty high in terms of hours worked, and more than in terms of people employed. Why? Because there were some policy tools, such as the possibility of access to income support schemes that we didn't have in this way, this setting in the past crisis. So, to some extent, we had this sharp contraction in terms of 1,000 hours worked compared to 1,000 persons, and the black line is Italy. However, the recovery in terms of hours was quite slower. Why? Because we should focus on the labor union strategies of first that, let's say, in the 2021 were quite scared about the uncertainty scenario, and so they would basically try to hire mainly on temporary basis. If we focus on job flows, so for example, we see what compulsory communication, these are data from the Italian Ministry of Labor says, and we focus on the last part of this picture. We see actually that it is after the COVID crisis an increase in terms of hirings, the blue line, but also in terms of separation. And there is a slowing in the last part of the year, gradual reduction in activation and increase also in dismissal, which is not, as in the US, related to the, let's say, resignation. In this case, we have the dismissal because also the end of temporary position. In fact, when we focus on the type of contract that actually have been activated during the COVID, and let's say the post-COVID phase, the net balance is positive for fixed term contracts compared to the permanent type of activation. So just to say that the type of contract that are being activated are on a precarious side mainly. Also, another point that I would like to raise is in terms of sector heterogeneity. One of the message of the crisis is that not all sectors were hit at the same way, and to the same extent, the recovery was not the same across the whole sector, because we know that, for example, construction recovered quite fast in terms of employment compared to the others, just because there were also policy schemes by the government pushing for example, the construction, and also services recovered quite fast. The sector where we have the majority of part-time jobs concentrated. This is very also, this is the picture coming from the compulsory communication phase, basically that the great recovery in terms of new forms of contract were concentrating the services compared, for example, to the manufacturing. So the new activation are mainly based in the service type of industry. This is also quite clear when we look at the last data from the Bank of Italy, saying that the activation in the ICT sector were nearly 30,000 new positions. The sector actually still appears to be modest inside, and it contributes less than 1/3 of the overall job demand growth in 2022. So the majority of the activity still concentrated in tourism, for example, and even in construction, where we have a big jump. This is basically due to fiscal measure by the government. For example, this is particularly clear for the Apulia case, which is located in the south. So even in the south, we are registering a concentration of employment basically on low value added sector. This graph from Bank of Italy says that the majority of creation is in the green bar, which is actually tourism, and also we have construction and low value added. So last few points are basically on the wage dynamics, because we know that we are also in an inflationary period. So if we see what is happening in terms of wages, actually inflation in the last 2021 and early 2022, just after the reduction of measures taken to mitigate the impact of the prices. And what we see in this graph is that actually the dot line, both the real compensation per hour and real compensation per hour is falling down compared to the nominal. So some type of action need to be taken also in this peculiar moment to take into account the effect of inflation. Why is? Because as the ILO, the International Labour Office, highlighted, for Italy, there is a sharp increase in low-paid earners across all types of occupation and across all forms of employment, because the low-wage workers are based on those earning less than 2/3 of the average hourly wages. Jumping to the conclusion, so what we can take as message from the COVID crisis and linking the COVID crisis to the world picture. First of all, the COVID crisis has exacerbated some Italian lasting flows, such as a further process of weakening of labor and productive structures. It seems that after the shock, employment rebounds, but workers don't. Why? Because we have a concentration in terms of employment, low employment quality, part-time, so not full-time non-recovering full-time position. And this seems to have confirmed the previous trends, such as employment growth in low tech. I show you the trend in services and low wage service. In fact, low wage services, while with a sort of stagnation in manufacturing. Maybe this is a further signal of poor specialization, concentration in cost competitiveness type of strategies. Yes, maybe it seems to be the case. And when we focus on wages, we see that actually wages are losing further grounds with respect to profits. In the next future, we also have to, with the availability of data, we should see how the COVID crisis has also impacted in terms of third level segmentation, because we know that not all firms have reacted in the same way to the COVID crisis. In fact, the COVID-19 has quite heterogeneously affected the firms. Some firms are making lots of profit with respect to others, so maybe to some extent there is an enfatization of the neoliberal tendencies that were already there before the pandemic. So just to conclude, we need, of course, policy actions, industrial policies. This will be discussed in the last part of the afternoon, but also institutional reforms. Reforms matters in this sense. A reduction of multiple forms of a typical contract maybe is really needed in this. This is the case, I think, in a reform in the sense, and also increasing wages to restore the virtuous cycle dynamics that I showed you in the previous picture. So we need really to take into account this issue because Italian labor market has been quite distributed along the entire period, and this COVID crisis has further reshaped this. Thanks.
Can you try to activate this one?
You can try again with those, but
We did that this morning, they weren't great, you can try again.
you can try again. But now they are apparently.
Prova.
Oh, now they're.
Prova, Alice.
We will try these microphones we have.
That's it. You can try.
Prova. It seems to be working now, does it?
Worse than the other.
Is this better? Because we cannot.
Well, let's try to maintain the batteries. You think it's the signal? Well, because the receiver is down there. I don't think we touched it or it's something that was like. We'll continue.
Technical intermezzo there. Valeria, thank you for the deep dive into the Italian labor market and the kind of focus on COVID there. Donato is now going to take us to growth models and their application at the regional level in Italy.
Thanks a lot, and good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for being here, and thanks to our Sapienza host and Desert for this great workshop. So this is a paper that is part of ongoing work with my colleagues Anna Vida, who is here, and Andrea Ciarini from Sapienza University of Rome. So I will walk you now through a three-tier presentation where I will briefly introduce our analytical framework, which is based on the concept of growth regimes. And I will then, in the second part, discuss some scripted empirics we have to support our argument, and then conclude with some open questions. So this is, of course, a paper about the North-South divide in Italy, so I'm sure we are not saying anything entirely new to you, but we hope that, by providing an analytical framework that allows us to say how the North and the South differ now and continue to differ today, we can try to kickstart debates on what could be done. So please allow me to begin with some caveats. I mean, I know how sensitive the issue of the North-South divide is in Italy. So please bear in mind that we are not making any positive, we are not making any normative arguments on Italy's subsidized South, as some could argue. So this is simply a positive analysis, it's a descriptive analysis to take stock of what is. Can you hear me well? Okay. And this is also natural in Italy's regional economies during 2015 and 2019, and this period is, we have chosen this period mostly due to data availability. Having said this, let me please introduce our analytical framework, and I must say that we are approaching the growth model concept from a political science and political economy perspective. So
Mostly, we are not speaking here about growth models, but we are speaking about growth regimes. To mean, by taking this concept from recent contributions from political scientists, Anke Hassel and Bruno Palier, we mean, a tiered analytical framework where to characterize economic systems, we look simultaneously at the components of aggregate demand, therefore consumption, investment, government spending, and net exports, but also at the key engines of growth, and therefore the main sectors where value added is being generated in an economy. And we also look at the supply side institutions, so those socioeconomic institutions which structure economic activity and help to support firms' production strategies, such as the welfare state, corporate finance, and labor market policies. Or when we take this framework to this national level, because we think that there are two reasons for looking at regions, we think. So one is the process of decentralization, which has interested many countries, and especially Italy, where some key institutions and policies now are increasingly governed subnationally, and also because we think that in the presence of such marked intra-country institutional and economic heterogeneity, even those institutions which have remained national display different effects, they can function in different ways, can be activated to different extents, and can have different effects. So our argument is essentially that what we have in Italy are two opposite growth regimes. A growth regime, the term export-led growth regime, is a classic export-led growth regime based on net exports as growth drivers, as the main growth driver, where economic activity takes place substantially in the manufacturing sector, and this regime is supported by some specific sets of institutions. For instance, in terms of social and labor market policies, we find in northern regions the presence of social policies of the social investment type, for instance, vocational and educational training, early childhood care and education, or public employment services, which activate labor resources and also support steel production and firms' strategies in the manufacturing sector. In terms of corporate finance, we find the presence of bank-based credit from financial corporations. And in terms of wage setting, we also find increasing firm level or regional level bargaining based also on the provision of corporate-based or regional-based welfare services. On the other hand, what we find in southern Italy is a regime that we would like to term administrative Keynesianism, to mean a growth regime where, despite household consumption being the main growth driver, what we would like to highlight is the fact that this consumption is upheld by public spending and the state structures more generally through two different channels. So, for instance, through direct spending in terms of consumption enhancing social policies, such as, reddito di cittadinanza, so basic income, or policies such as non-contributory pensions and so on and so forth, but also through a large public sector where the state operates as a sort of employer of last resort. Also, the state can also support economic activity in these regions through an indirect role that, for instance, plays out through economic forbearance. And I wouldn't call it a tolerance for tax evasion, but the de facto incapability to enforce taxes. So the state supports firms' production strategies to foregone revenues that allow these firms strategies for self-financing. So let's move to the empirics. Now, in terms of growth drivers, what you see here, I apologize if it's too small, I hope you can see. Our clusters are shown in orange to identify the administrative Keynesianism regions of southern Italy. that cluster around the regions of Calabria, Sicilia, Sardinia, Puglia, and Campania. And in hybrid, in green, we have highlighted the hybrid regions. We will not talk about them in this presentation, but in purple, we have the northern export-led regions that are Toscana, Piemonte, Friuli Venezia Giulia, Veneto, Emilia-Romagna, and Lombardia. So on the figure on your right, you can see on the horizontal axis exports, regional exports, as of goods and services as a percentage of regional GDP, and on the vertical axis, you have final consumption as percentage of GDP, both public and private. And what emerges very clearly is that we have two different clusters where the northern regions have large export sectors with low, relatively low compared to the southern regions, final consumption expenditures, and vice versa. On the left side, here we have instead the contribution to GDP growth of net exports, and on the vertical axis, we have the ratio between the export and consumption share in the regional economy. So this essentially tells you that in the northern regions, net exports have contributed much more to GDP growth, and in a context where the export, the share of exports of goods and services over final consumption is relatively larger. So in terms of the engines of growth and therefore the key sectors, here you can clearly see a distinction between the administrative Keynesianism regions where they have very large public sectors on the bottom right quadrant, and in the northwest quadrant you see the northern export-led regions, which much larger manufacturing sectors. And also, I would like to highlight that the size of the bubbles represents the share of the non-observed economy. And you can see how this is much larger in the southern regions belonging to the administrative Keynesianist regime. So now coming to supply side institutions, we have tried to build a synthetic index to try to capture social investment policy on the one hand that you find here on the horizontal axis, and also consumption enhancing social policies on the vertical axis. The social investment services index is composed of early childhood care and education, vocational education and training, and public employment services. And on the other hand, the consumption-oriented index is composed of recipients of basic income plus pensions from non-contributory pensions. And you can clearly see here how, southern regions have a much more consumption-oriented profile, while northern regions have a much more social investment type of welfare state. Also, the public employment, the public sector in terms of public employment, represented by the size of the bubbles, is much larger in southern regions, where we think, this is a role that where the state can play a role of employer in last resort, in the absence of alternatives in the private sector. Coming to corporate finance, what we think is interesting to highlight here is that in this right side map, you can see the extent of banks lending to non-financial corporations as a percentage of regional GDP, and you clearly see that it's much larger in the northern export-led regions, and it's much weaker. The provision of credit to firms is much weaker in the southern regions, but to some extent, this is compensated by a larger distribution of evaded corporate income tax, which we suspect is a way for firms to provide for self-financing. This is a map that shows the distribution of company-based welfare agreements, and you can clearly see that they are much more prevalent in the northern manufacturing-based regions. Coming now before concluding, to the economic outcomes that are associated with these different growth regimes. On the right side, you see a representation of real GDP growth rate in 3 different periods. And what we would like to highlight here is that, you know, when Italy grows, it seems to us that the northern model grows much faster than the southern model, and vice versa. In times of slow growth or degrowth, the southern model degrows much more than the northern model. On the left side, we depict the growth trajectories, so the index of GDP growth of Italy, and the Italy's fastest region, the Northeast, compared to other countries. And this is simply to highlight, so these are the 2 lines at the bottom, it's simply to highlight that over the last 2 decades, even Italy's fastest growing territory has lagged behind very much the growth in the other European countries. This was a point also highlighted in Max's recent contribution on the law. Coming to regional openness and productivity, I think this is quite astonishing. On your right, on the map on your right side shows a regional openness index composed of the sum of imports and exports as percentage of regional GDP. And I mean, we should highlight here that this index stays at 5% in Calabria, while it is around 70% in the north. So this is why the southern regions belonging to this administrative Keynesianism regime are very much still sheltered from the international economy. On your right side, this is a map on productivity levels. This has already been mentioned, but it's also interesting to notice the differences between a much more productive north and a much less productive south. This is one of the figures that most disturbs me. It's a figure, it's a scatter plot about employment rates. The employment rate on the horizontal axis and the female rate on the vertical axis. And well, you can clearly see how, you know, the southern regions are characterized by very low levels of employment, but also very low levels of female employment, and how problematic this is when compared to employment levels, both total employment and female employment levels of the other northern regions that you can find in the upper right quadrant. This is a plot about average household net income and income inequality, and the same applies here. The southern regions have much lower average of household net income in a context where income inequality is much higher than the northern regions. Okay, I will skip this data about productivity and innovation, and I will jump into conclusions. So where does this take us? We think that, you know, given this snapshot of Italy's regional economies, governing Italy within the Eurozone is increasingly an exercise in reconciling structural diversity. You know, before the Eurozone, you could kind of keep these models together thanks to devaluations and thanks to fiscal spending to fuel this administrative Keynesianism regime. However, this is no longer possible, and, you know, even austerity in the Eurozone may have asymmetric effects on such a two-tier regime. Think, for instance, at a strategy of fiscal and wage expansion. This will most likely benefit the southern sheltered regions based on administrative Keynesianism, but this may hamper northern exports competitiveness and vice versa. So what does this mean for industrial and developmental policies? Well, a starting point for us is that a one-size-fits-all approach is not going to work, but we should rather take territorial heterogeneity more seriously. The northern regions where you have large manufacturing sectors, they could benefit from policies for a manufacturing-based export-led growth regime, for instance, innovation, digitalization, but also, you know, productivity enhancing labor market and social policies. But on the other hand, for the South, we need policies to develop and upgrade the southern economic structure, but based on extant, but by taking stock of the extant economic reality. For instance, we should ask questions, how do we convert the public sector into a public sector that can support strategies for not only enhance consumption, but also support strategies, for instance, for tourism-led growth or development in renewables, logistics, and a gradual transition from the non-observed economy to the formal economy. And thank you, that will be it from me.
Hey, and now we'll have reactions, comments on the paper with Giuseppe Celi kicking us off with that.
As you wish, but I think it's better for me. I thank Dario and the organizer for the invitation to participate in this section on Italy. The paper by Dario, Philip, and Francesco offer an interpretive framework with which I am sympathetic. And regarding Italy long-term structural problems, the original say, while in the expansive phase of the glorious 30 years, they were even strengths of the Italian economic miracle. In the following decades of globalization and Europeanization, they were worn out in the face of the external constraint of the Italian economy that had changed its nature and set the country on phase of decline. Of course, Italy was part of the global trend and of the process of Europeanization, but this process had a number of consequences for Italy, and as you reported in your paper, the retreat of the state in its function, guidance, control, the allocation of financial resources, privatization, the diversion of finance from industry to infrastructure, commercial distribution, consumption, and so on. And you mentioned also an important debate that was between the central bank and the treasury that paved the way to the liberalization of capital movement, but this changed the nature of the foreign constraint of the Italian economy, because after the birth of the European monetary system in the following years, a sort of financialization of the external constraints take place, because current account imbalances now are not to be corrected to the extreme rate of the compression of domestic demand, but through capital movement in the opposite direction. And so, with the monetary policy ends tight, and fiscal discipline becomes the only instrument to control the external constraint. That now is expressed in terms of the equilibrium, the balance of payment, on the wall, not the current account. So, in the second half of the 1990s, Italy's public debt is significantly reduced, but fiscal consolidation is accompanied by low growth rates of the Italian economy, and Italian decline started. The following, Italy's EU participation, so the application of the trade rate flexibility, coincides with the increasing pervasiveness of global value chains that allow emerging economies to compete in the same sector of specialization of Italy. If you look at the trade statistics over the last few decades, the share of basic light sector in Italian export has significantly declined due to strong competition from China and other competitors. But in addition to this macroeconomic element represented by the exchange rate, what particularly affects the external concept of Italian economy is the phase, in this phase, is the restructuring process of European industry managed by Germany. So the construction of the so-called Central European Manufacturing Core by Germany produces a reshuffling of trade and production relations between
the core country, Germany and other peripheral countries, leading to a strengthening of some peripheral countries like Visegrad group countries and the weakening of that of Southern European countries, including Italy. And in this phase, the external constraint of the Italian economy is exacerbated by the penetration of low price, low quality Chinese consumer goods in the domestic market, and by the reduction of Italian export to Germany due to the redirection of German imports toward the Visegrad countries, imports of intermediate goods, and China, imports of consumer goods. However, it's important to remark that while this reshuffling of actually interdependencies in Europe is not favored the Italian industrial structure, of course, as a whole, in any case, it has been a selective process in which some persons moved out of the market, other resisted, in some cases also by innovating. And the very process of internationalization of Italian firms that intensifies in the 1990s, I mean the activity of offshoring of Italian firms that replace the so-called decentramento produttivo, the production fragmentation within national borders, 70s and 80s. This process led to a process of still upgrading of the employed workforce in parallel with an overall decline in employment. Of course, these processes of productive requalification triggered by internationalization processes have been temporarily concentrated and have contributed to wide north-south dualism in Italy. After all, it is precisely from the second half of the 1990s that internal migration from south to north in Italy started again. But this time, in contrast to the internal migration of the 60s, it's mainly highly educated individuals who are the new migrants, certainly also driven by the skill upgrading processes used by the internationalization of northern firms. So a loss of human and productive capacity is very important for the development of Mezzogiorno. So the internal territorial divide matters not always as an original thing, but as a dynamic element that deeply interacted with the internationalization processes that affected Italy, globalization, Europeanization, as you mentioned in your paper. Indeed, the paper by Donato, Andrea Dan, gives centrality to the territorial divide to understand the Italian model of capitalism. But just one last remark. Okay. Andrea used in a paper of some years ago reviewed the debate on Italian decline of the early 2000s, and he contrasted the so-called technicists, a group of Italian economists like Ciocca, Nardozzi, Visconti, and against the non-technicists, the Cacchini, the Pontori, the concept of Italian industrial district. According to Andrea, the technicists were trapped in a sort of neoclassical cognitive frame, according to which Italy's decline was due to the small size of firms associated with low productivity, low level of R&D, so with repercussion on Italian specialization model, crystallized low value added labor intensive sector, so more exposed to competition from the emerging country and so on. So in the framework of the technicists economists, a supply side view prevailed in which economic growth is associated with cost containment to be achieved through productivity increments, also via increases in R&D spending and increases in the scale of production. In contrast, the non-technicists remarked the decline of large companies in Italy, as also you remark also this in your paper, and the dynamism of small and medium firms of the district. Andrea Giswold was more sympathetic with this second approach, because small size is not necessarily an obstacle to development. What matters is the transformative process in which product quality and innovation are important, and in which productivity is not that of the single individual firm measured by production function, but it's rooted in the socio-economic system and is the result of the interaction among a plurality of actors, so firms, institutions, university, research center, etc. Perhaps it will be important to clarify in your paper, not the small size, not per se, it's a factor of decline. And after all, a significant part of export-led regime in your paper is the dynamism of small and medium-sized firms of Italian business. So,
thank you. Those comments bring us back to the industrial district lens on the Italian economy. Now we have the second and last comment from Francesco, and then we'll go to a discussion with Q&A.
Do have slides, but I will just use it for me, just for me. So to go smoother. I will try to be very brief. So thanks everyone for your presence here. It means a lot to us. Such a wonderful audience. So thank you all for being here. Francesco Zenta Fonsagenza, co-author the paper with Philip and Dario. I will discuss mainly Donato and Valeria's work. More than discussing the papers, I will give some hints for discussion, also for the discussion that will follow. So we highlighted various silent starts on the Italian decline during the session. So first one is long decline, which was accelerated in the 90s, a weakening productive structure with Italy's productive system shifting towards low wage, low tech sectors, especially in services. And I mean, as we have documented in the paper and as Valeria has told us before, Italy has done quite a long list of structural reforms in the last 20 years, with fiscal policy being, in my view, overly restrictive, which has caused large cuts in investment and in current expenditure, both in both the southern and north of the country. And as Donato showed us, we have a country cutting off. So on one part, northern export-led regions, and in the south, what he calls the administrative Keynesianism. But then is my question. So what about the complementarities and interdependencies of these two different role models? I mean, would it be possible for the northern regions to be export-led without the presence of low costs, low wages workers and services in the south? I'm not so sure about it. In the same way, how much of the consumption in the south activates demand in the north? And this is another big point. So when, especially the state spends in the southern regions, most of these will activate production from northern firms. Think of medical equipment, for example. So southern hospital wants to buy some stuff. It has to import it from either Lombardia or Piemonte. So this is another big part of the discussion that I think we should discuss a bit more in your paper. And then I think for the discussion with the rest of the audience. So we have two big fiscal policies in Italy going ahead, which are, the first one is the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which is planning to give quite a bunch of money to southern regions to decrease the territorial divide. But then on the other end, we have been pushing in the last years a fiscal reform, which is called the Autonomia Differentiated Autonomy, so giving more fiscal space to regions, which means, of course, that richer regions will have more resources to spend, and the South will be in the opposite situation. So what is the panelist take on this very myopic fiscal plan that the country is putting forward?
Right. Thank you for those very quick, very efficient comments. I will give the panelists a chance to react, and then we'll open it to the audience Q&A. And unless one of you wants to go first, I would just go in reverse order of presentation, so I'll give you the mic first.
All right. Thank you, and thank you to the discussants, and thank you, Francesco, for the points. So we'll be very brief. Complementarities between the two macro regions. I agree with you. So what I'm going to say now is not based on my knowledge of the data. We are talking about this before. We are currently trying to collect input-output tables for the regional level. So that's our next step. We have a project with Lucio Baccaro and other colleagues at the Max Planck. We can talk about this in the future, but I agree with you. But I would like to highlight one aspect here. It's an hypothesis that I have. My thinking is that more than linked to southern Italy, perhaps the northern European, the northern Italian model is increasingly linked to southern Germany and to the German production system through intra-European value chains, and connections through firms. But this will be able to tell you more when we have the data. Autonomia differenziata, I think this is highly problematic, of course, for the South, and if anything, it's gonna further exacerbate this, this differentiation across the two models.
Okay, thanks. So I think I can be very, very brief. Thanks for your comments. The point is very valid that small size of firms is not per se a factor of decline. And maybe we should write a little bit more about that in the paper. But our point is really that we have to consider that also in the context of other factors, and how in particular the reforms undertaken in the 1990s then came into play to really exacerbate this structural factor as well. Maybe let me zoom out a little bit from paper that I presented. I mean, we are also in the workshop of the European Macro Policy Network. So maybe let me stress this point that I really think from a European perspective, we should see Italy also as a warning sign for other Eurozone countries. What can happen when you have a very restrictive or deflationary macro policy over a longer time period? And I think that should be actually a case to really reflect also on policy debates that we have. I mean, I'm from Austria, and I'm often very frustrated with the kind of debates that we have, because they're actually very much inconsistent with basic facts about how Italy has evolved over the last decades. So we hear, well, there's a problem of lack of discipline, where actually Italy is the country with the, on average, highest primary fiscal surplus over the last 3 decades. Here, that there's a lack of market liberalization, it is not doing its homework. So I really think that there's also a question about the quality of public debate that we have, because what we really see, I mean, I can mostly speak about public debate in Austria and also in Italy, but there's a recycling of this. And I think that's really a problem, because this lack of quality of public debate then also has an impact on specific policy debates. What should the ECB policy be? What should we do after the Corona crisis hits Italy first? And should we have money that is raised by the European Commission that is given as grants to Italy? So all these policy debates are kind of also affected by this, and therefore I think we need to also find a new way of talking about Italy. So kind of going back to this point on the importance of narratives. Yeah, and given the presentations that we heard today, I think there are some elements that we could pick up there as well. Okay, thanks.
And Yes, just I would like to say something on narrative as well, in the sense that the labor market was full of narrative, in the sense, if we consider all the reforms that have been made, and then at the end we see the perverse effect on that. Turning to the point raised by Francesco, so the coherence between autonomia differenziata and national recovery, national resilience and recovery plan, well, there is no coherence in the sense that we have the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which at this moment has several bottlenecks in terms of also spending capacity. I think a few days ago there was this release by the Corte dei Conti saying that there has been a new refinancing. I mean, the spending capacity has been actually pushed to 2024, 2025, because I mean, there was this stop, I mean, in the current year. And according to the data, it seems that just I think 6% of the overall amount was spent. 12% if we consider basically the eco bonds and transition 4.0 tax credit incentive, which is quite an automatic mechanism. Talking about just 6% of the entire spent project. Why this? Because of course we should be aware that in the south there are also some administrative issues, the technical administrative issues to consider. So the possibility to make a project, to plan the project is in the hand of the municipalities, but the municipality do not have enough staff even to manage the entire process. So I mean, there are issues in terms of strengthening the technical assistance and trying to reinforce the administrative staff that helps to deal with the planning of the spending. Also, let me say that, for example, one of the main major, you said that 40% of resources in National Resilience Recovery Plan should be spent on Italy. But, for example, if you consider the Transition 4.0 plan, the distribution is mainly in the north. So, because this is a total neutral, ecologically neutral type of measure, in fact, the majority of companies applying for this incentive are located in the north. So, yes, 40%, but at the end, I mean, depends on which kind of measure we are seeing. On the other side, we have autonomia differenziata, and we are really worried about this plan, of course, because the livelli essenziali di prestazione are not enough to cover the social needs of the population. We just have to think in the health system, the public health system has been dangerous. I mean, over the last decades, and this is an opportunity to weaken more the national health sector. So we are really scared about this project of reform, which is going in the next days. So we will see how to organize the debate in our universities. And we are in the south, and so we care about these topics. So we will be like, thanks.
So we have a solid 10 minutes left before the coffee break. So now is the time for questions from the audience. You have, yes.
I have a question because I take regional heterogeneity seriously. Oh yeah. So since I start from your conclusion, I would invite you to take even more seriously the regional heterogeneity, considering that NUTS2 level is not enough. You have at least to consider the NUTS3 level, and possibly you have to use an appropriate units of investigation. And in Italy, it was started since the 70s and approved by ISTAT since the 90s, that is the local market areas. You can find only specific types of data, but you have to make that effort to do that, because otherwise you will be stuck to the region And you see some aspects, but you are absolutely overlooking many other interesting aspects that you try to explain. And another point is that complementarity and interdependencies that have been mentioned can occur between SMEs and large companies and medium-sized companies in areas in which they work together for the final market. And to conclude, non-observed economy is something that was so impressive as the amount that you estimated for the southern regions, that changes the overall analysis. In the sense, all the conclusions, the plotting the not observed economy, the weight of not observed economy is so important for southern regions that deserves attention in interpreting the results that you comment when you cluster those regions. And I conclude, I'm not at all satisfied by the poor Keynes that becomes a label for administrative Keynesianism with a so bad value, that I think that it deserves another label, because that is something that I wouldn't associate to Keynes. So it is probably my view, but it's a preference.
Next then.
My question is for Vicario. You mentioned the high number of public administration employees in the South as a proof of a regime of Keynesian or administrative Keynesianism. But this number is high compared to what? Is it high compared to the population? Because in a national state, you should ensure, in principle, that public services are distributed in proportion to the population, to the resident population, not the GDP or
per resident.
Okay.
Is it almost a methodological point of view? I think, I appreciated lots of the structuralist elements, right? We lost Luigi Pasinetti just a few months ago, almost a few weeks ago. And I think all that tradition is great that, is revamped in a policy applied work. But we also realize the limits of some of the structuralism when we are not able partially to understand this kind of regional divides and partially to understand the industrial organization. I think there is a missed opportunity here sometimes in not bringing a micro meso building of the structural analysis and remaining at the macro meso. And this is a problem because in a sense, for example, we're talking about the divide, we're talking about north-south, but there is an horizontal divide, which is basically the companies in the north who manage to remain export-led, who manage to do certain type of things, and others that actually fall apart. And that also broke some of the links in the traditional industrial ecosystem districts. So this categorization of small medium enterprises, large, makes sense up to a certain point. So we need to understand a small medium enterprises, which is highly integrated in a functioning ecosystem, yes, it's not a product, it's small. If it is a small enterprise anywhere, it can be as innovative as you like, but in certain sector, yes, size matters. You cannot be innovative if you want to do artificial intelligence if you have a certain type of level of capitalization. So just to make the point. The last one I wrote here, sorry, I don't paper. Yeah, I mean no, we don't have time, it's fine.
You sure? That looked like a revolutionary idea and we will never get to do it. I think those questions was for you, so the past.
Okay. So thanks a lot for raising these points. Administrative Keynesianism, bad or good? I mean, I started the presentation in the first slide. There was a caveat, like we are not making a normative argument, and perhaps this label is clearer if you take into consideration, for instance, the concept by Colin Crunch when he speaks about privatized Keynesianism. So this was our idea. I didn't mention it because it was generalist audience, but this was our inspiration. We wanted to echo Colin Crouch in the sense that, through the public administration, public spending, the state finds a way to support domestic demand, and we have no whatsoever, normative stance on this. Actually, in the absence of alternatives, this could even be seen as a positive thing and development. Not observed economy, important, agree taken. We had to rely on the estimation that were, the official estimations. We have the capacity to calculate and this ourselves. NAS 3, I agree completely. It's very interesting. I guess, in the end, it boils down. It's a question of how down and how deeply, right? I mean, I don't think that they exclude each other. I actually find it very, very interesting also to look at the NAS 3 level. Here we are just interested in, looking at macro regions. But the point is very well taken. And perhaps we could also talk about some data sources after. What else? Public employment. Thank you for the question. In that graph, it was controlled per resident population. And when I spoke about is high, I meant it's higher with regards to the levels of public employment in the northern model. If you ask me my opinion about public employment levels in Italy, I think the public sector is actually rather on the low end. So it's actually rather small in comparative perspectives. So yeah, there was not an argument against the state or the public administration. But thank you for the questions, and we take it. The one on the.
We will have time for another round of questions if there are questions in the audience.
But maybe while there is just one point that the size of the public sector now is clear for the management of the national resilience plan. Because actually we see that we not have enough in the south, and also quality in terms of hiring. So, for example, of new graduates that manage the planning of the funds of the national resilience plan. So, for sure, it's not enough in the dimension.
Right. In comparative standards, Italy is a relatively low public sector. The large size of the Italian public sector is many. Because the total employment levels are relatively on the low side. In comparative perspective, we are not talking about France, where public employment stands. And if I remember correctly, 24% of total employment. In Italy, the latest number, if I remember correctly, are around 14. So it's not as small as Germany, which is the worst case, where public employment is really, really low. It's like 9–10% of total employment. So it's in the lower end of the distribution, I would say. And below the average.
I think that maybe that discussion we can continue the coffee break. It's the last question.
I was just curious about this small firm findings and how that connects to a trade union organization. If you investigate that at all in the paper, also going back to wage growth, like is that an explanatory factor that you're finding, or is that not part of the research? Because what I'm seeing in the Swedish economy, which is a lot of large and medium-sized firms with high organization levels, 70% of the total workforce is organized, 90% of the workforce is covered by a collective bargaining agreement. But the issue is on the small firms or one-size firms, and that's a growing part of the economy, which is also threatening this collective bargaining model. So yeah, but the connection to wage growth and how you see that in the Italian economy.
Very quickly, thank you for the question. So it's not a particular focus of our paper, but obviously it was part of the strategy to also push back trade unions to kind of also allow for putting more downward pressure on wages to improve cost competitiveness. So it's part of this low cost strategy, and was basically also something that is seen from the 80s onwards, that stability power of trade unions clients, but it is not a particular emphasis or being discussed in the context of this factor of cost competition, labor fragmentation. And it's part of its larger strategy. So maybe, do you want to say more about this?
Well, I can only say that wage growth is higher in larger companies. This is an empirical evidence. And why? One of the factors, of course, is the presence of trade unions, which are stronger, so they can negotiate higher wages at a different level. Also in Italy, you have that in larger companies, you have an higher incidence of second level bargaining, and unfortunately, we know that the majority of wage increases are negotiated at the second level now. But I mean, on the national coverage, then you have this second level bargaining, which is more widespread in big companies. So this is why in large companies you have wage growth. Let me also say that in large companies, you also have a higher retail for wage inspection, in the sense that companies were more widespread network instead of difference between top earners and low earners. So, I mean, on average, of course, you have higher wages in large companies.
So thank you again to the panelists and to representing Francesco for commenting, and to all of you for coming and for asking questions. Now it's time for coffee break, and we meet back here at 4:30.
It's perfect. It's actually,
Sono tutte già. Okay, if you would like to take a seat, we are about to restart.
Can you please take a seat and we start this roundtable? Thank you for your patience, interest, and persistence. Welcome to this policy panel on growth, technology, and industrial policy, European and Italian perspective. I am Mario Pianta, Professor of Economic Policy at the Scuola Normale Superiore in Florence, and I also chair the Italian Economic Association, which has been sponsoring this event in the framework of this project on the Italian economy in the 20s, the 20s being these 20s, not last centuries. Thank you to the Desert Foundation, to the Sapienza, to the organizer for this great opportunity to discuss very important issues for our understanding of how the economy works, what are the policy challenges, and what can we do facing such big issues that we'll be discussing all day. I am very pleased to welcome on here in this panel a very important group of experts with different complementary expertise. Let me introduce them in order of their appearance in the discussion. The first speaker will be Eric Nielsen, who is the Chief Economic Advisor of the UniCredit Group. He has been active in the financial world and in central banking, and he spends usually his Sundays writing a very interesting Sunday wrap, which you can read very easily and learn a lot about what's going to happen in the world of the economy through these short notes. The second speaker will be Karen Criscuolo from the OECD, Science, Technology, Industry and Vision. She has been working a lot on the real economy, productivity and industrial policy, and she's been in charge of an important set of reports on how even the OECD has discovered industrial policy after many years of neglect. The third speaker will be Dario Barascio, who has been already speaking. Dario is a professor here at Sapienza. He is the Italian coordinator of this project with the Desert Foundation, and will further comment on the policy implication of these elements. Moving from theory to practice, we will have Francesca Bria, who is the chair of the Italian Innovation Fund at Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, so she is the only one with money among us. And then she's also has a TV, she's part of the executive board of Italian public television, RAI, and she's also a honorary professor at the Institute for Innovation in Public Purpose at UCL in London. So she will tell us what is happening in reality after all our normative discussion. We will hear how big is the impact of some of these ideas. Finally, we will have Michele Reitano, who is a professor of economic policy here and the director of the Department of Economics and Law, and he has worked a lot on inequality, and therefore he will tell us to the extent to which all our discussion have been helping to reduce one of the most important problems of today. And I'm afraid the answer will be not that optimistic. Let me start this discussion just summarizing some of the very important themes that have already been addressed, and let me thank you again, Adam Tooze, for a wonderful presentation, very wide-ranging, deep, and open to a combination of concepts and policy challenges. What I want to share with you here is just a summary of a few issues, few lessons, and the framework for putting all the pieces together, hopefully. So we have been going through a series of crises from 2008 on, and each crisis has been faced by different set of policy decisions. Generally, we have seen that the crises are becoming more frequent, more serious in their impact, and Italy is always on the losing side of these gaps, with a divergence of new trajectories. And on top of this, we have the long-term ecological challenge. Just two slides. Italy is the gray line, and the US is the yellow line. What you see here is that Italy has been hit most seriously by the sequence of crises. And if you look at the unemployment patterns, you see here a very serious divergence between the persistently high unemployment in Italy and the declining unemployment in the US and Germany. What we see here is that each crisis is really creating a shift in the level of economic and social problems, which has not been matched. How economic policy have faced the sequence of crises. This discussion has already been going on, so let me just summarize that monetary policy was the only change after the big financial crisis, and Eric will tell us more about that. With the pandemic, we had two very important good news from Brussels. The only good news in monetary policy in 20 years probably, that is the suspension of the Stability Pact, which created room for expansion in fiscal policy, and the suspension of the ban for state aid, which created room for industrial policy. The problem on industrial policy at the European level is what for? All the industries, digital high-tech industry, green sectors, or military industries, and we will have a discussion on that. Now we are facing with restrictive monetary policy, the risk of recession and uncertainty. Let's look very quickly at the fiscal policy. They played a very important role in the recovery of demand, not just for Italy, which has had a jump of 20% in the public debt to GDP ratio after the pandemic. But look at the US in the yellow line. The US has consistently used public expenditure funded by public debt, with a 35-point increase through in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis, and with an equally high 20% increase after the pandemic. If we look at the IMF data on how countries have responded right in 2020 immediately to the shock of the pandemic crisis, we see that it's not that the countries most hit by the pandemic that used more the financial policy tools. It were the countries with the highest fiscal policy space, which were free to print money and fund public spending in deficit or through debt. That is the US, Canada, Japan, and the UK, while Southern Europe, Greece, Italy, Spain, and Portugal had a much more limited fiscal space to act on this. Then there is a very important novelty, which is the Next Generation Europe, which is a novelty, especially because it's a EU-led fiscal policy tool funded by Eurobonds. After 30 years of demanding that Europe had a collective fiscal policy, at last there was some action in this regard. Unfortunately, we are sure that there will be a follow-up after that. So there was the principle of solidarity, the principle of fiscal capability and fiscal tools at the European level, the focus on public investment, but As a matter of fact, the follow-up implementation with the National Recovery Class leaves a lot to be desired. What did all this massive public expenditure effort paid for? As if we look carefully, most of it went to subsidies to firms and housing. Short-term policy action, easy to implement, just sending money away, without any strong criteria, both in terms of priorities for the economic actors or for household in terms of the quality concern, no concern for longer-term growth trajectory, and in complete contradiction with the plan that before the pandemic were made on the Green Deal and on other priorities. Look at Italy. Facing the pandemic, at least 100 billion euros spent in subsidies to firms and households. With inflation, Italy is expected to spend at least 140 billion compensating for inflation, again to households or to firms, or with cuts in taxation, but not at all, for instance, for expanding public services. And this, facing the pandemic, is a collective tragedy. What we see here is that the size is highly significant. We are talking about 10% of GDP to some extent, but the shape in which public expenditure is taking is going in the direction of simply transferring money to subsidies, letting firms to continue to do what they were doing, not to ask them to shift. Let's look at the industrial policy shape. The context has already been discussed before. Look at the numbers again. 700 billion in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act. I agree that with the point that this may be less than it appears, but this is on top of 840 billion of the military budget, which has a major impact on what the US is capable to produce, in this case, weapons. In the EU, there is this confusion of a variety of programs, which has been already highlighted. Again, we have quite a lot of money, 800 billion with Next Generation Europe, 1,000 billion for the EU Green Deal. Now we have funds for the European military industries, but we can wonder why there has been no program for producing COVID vaccines in Europe, no program for building preparedness and capabilities facing the risk of pandemics and public health dangers. Germany is playing a role also in this context. So what is the logic of state intervention in industry production? Supporting well-saving banks, and Eric will tell us how important this can be, supporting national performances of firms and national economies, letting firms survive, protect their position in the international hierarchies, but a lot of different confusing priorities, climate change along military production. Very little concern for labor, very little concern for employment or for the welfare state as a whole. In addition, there is a novelty here. The private sector and corporations are becoming more powerful in the setting the rules and the regulation and the governance arrangements of public policy in this regard. Final point, we have seen what is behind fiscal policy, what is the content of industrial policy. Let's look at redistribution policy. The context is already been discussed, the limiting of labor in relation to capital, the lowering of real wages, cuts in the welfare states, difficulties in having an active redistribution in a progressive way of the taxation systems, weak corporatist negotiation, weakening of real wages. And here, what is the logic of state intervention? What we notice now, which is very different from the 70s, the post-war period, is the lack of a political dimension. The politics as a space where collective decision making through democratic processes creates alternative spaces for instance, developing welfare states, developing non-commodified services, public services provided by public authority outside the market. What is left is basically giving out subsidies to in order to support incomes and household consumption, and also to support consensus before the election. The welfare state is expected to have an important role when you have a pandemic, but then it's not funded with the money available for Next Generation Europe. And this is a tragic paradox. Again, in a lot of decisions, including the pandemic or the WHO priorities for world public health, private actors are playing an increasing role. So inequality is likely not to fall in more fragmentation. I conclude with this picture where we can locate some of these processes. The dynamics of capitalism driven by financial accumulation is really continuing to expand its scope. For instance, with digitalization, we have the commodification of data and personal information, which is a new frontier of the expansion of capitalist accumulation. We have continuation of privatization of activities, including welfare states. We have this rearrangement between regional and global value chains. And we have this worrying emergence of the welfare state and military industry expanding its role. And we have this question mark on the green economy, which is mainly in the market dimension, but may also have a very important global public good dimension. In this context, the state is clearly recovering an expansion of its role after decades of neoliberal reduction of the amount of responsibilities of the state. But the key important part is the support for capital activities for firms and banks with ad hoc subsidies, with very little specific projects, political visions, for the role on how states and public policies can reorganize specific activities of society through welfare state or redistribution. So the outcome on the one hand is that we see policies as crisis management, a continuing short-term response by policymakers to the sequence of crises that we have seen. And on the political and social side, we have a very little reduction of the instability in terms of social cohesion and inequality and the persisting legitimation crisis. I leave the speakers with these question marks, and you can decide where you locate yourself. Eric Nielsen, you're the first speaker.
Thanks a lot. Thanks very much, and thanks for inviting me. So I was asked to first maybe summarize what I learned today and then put some concrete conclusions or suggestions or thoughts on that. I'll be very brief, so I just scribbled along as I was sitting during the whole day. I don't need to remind you of the big geopolitical issues. Adam did this very, very well, and others too. Europe being sort of squeezed between China and America, and therefore we need an industrial policy, which sort of what I took away. But what I also took away was that we actually have had an industrial policy in Europe all along, even in Germany. We always hear that they have it in France, but not in Germany. But we actually had it in Germany. It's just as Philippa typically says, it's been reactive as industrial bosses walk into the factory and ask for something, and that's where they sort of get it. So it's not in front of the game, if you will. And that's of course it's reactive instead of proactive. So that's definitely a big issue. So what type of industrial policy do we need? I believe in the private sector doing what it is on incentives, if you will. But I'm also very clear that the government needs to set that direction. I'm going to sort of cover three things very quickly. First, I'm going to say why I think your growth outlook is tricky, to put it sort of politely. Then I'll outline what I think is the scope of the need of fiscal resources for the industrial policy. And then I'll speak about what I think the private sector, particularly the financial sector, can actually do and what the constraints are. I'll be very quick. First of all, on the growth outlook,
So over the last 25 years, the Eurozone has grown on average by 1.5%. That is not, sorry. Over the last 25 years, the Eurozone has grown by an average 1.5% per year in real terms. That's not a lot, but it is still the same as the US in per capita terms. So in per capita growth terms, over the last 25 years, we've been very equal to the US, falling a little bit behind after the shock of debt crisis with our fiscal austerity. Why is that important? It's important obviously for political and social stability. I mean, what per capita growth is, and it's important because it is per capita GDP that drives equity return. So the total equity return to an investor is driven by per capita or total GDP. But if you want to be a power, vis-a-vis the US and China, total GDP matters more than per capita. It's not good to be Lithuanian, if you know what I mean. Now, policy-wise, European policymakers are going to navigate the aftermath, or not even aftermath, of two massive, the biggest crises that I can remember in my professional lifetime, namely COVID and the war. And by COVID, I don't refer here to the health issue, but to the policy responses. I don't know where to go. But to the policy responses, which are the biggest fiscal response in my lifetime to COVID, and the biggest monetary tightening and coordination for the change, not fighting each other, very important. But it also means that over the next couple of years, we will have to think about some degree of fiscal consolidation. We're running fiscal deficits on average of 3.5%, 4%, which is probably higher than one can under normal circumstances over time. And we will have the aftermath of the monetary tightening that is now rolling in. And we haven't even seen the beginning of the tightening from this. So we will have big policy or sizable policy headwinds over the next couple of years, almost for sure. And I would suggest that also we will have headwinds from abroad, because I am less optimistic than many others on Chinese growth. I can go into that if you want. So I don't think the overall growth outlook is particularly promising over the next 5 years or thereabout. Now, what's needed? I did a quick lean calculation here, and I'm coming up with a thought that the public sector in Europe combined probably need about 2.5% of GDP per year in additional fiscal resources for the various policies. And that's about 340 billion a year. The good news is that Adam has told me that that's not a lot. And you're right. I mean, it's compared to if there's political will. When the Cold War was there, you saw resources being allocated, but it is still a question of where that political will is at a time when the conversation in Brussels and elsewhere is about policy or fiscal policy consolidation, which is a problematic. And I view is that one has to have better fiscal rules that separates investment from consumption on the public side, and we can talk about that if you want. Very quickly, it's made up, the 2.5% of GDP is made up of the brutal numbers of about 2% in total investment for climate change, of which 0.6, 0.7 is from the public sector, the rest from the private sector. But here, the private sector will not do its part without incentives. I'll come back to that in a second. So that will need some fiscal resources, maybe of 0.3 to 0.5% by tax credits and other things. I'll come back to why that is so. The digital transformation, if you put 0.5% of GDP per year in this and 1% on defense or something that should get to 2.5%, we can dispute these numbers. But it is that order of magnitude, I think, you're looking at per year. From 2.5%, 2 to 3% per year, that's 350 billion a year. That's big in what you have. In minimum, yeah, exactly. So it's not trivial. But again, as I like the way Adam put it, and I think for policy discussion, that is a good way of putting it. We have had periods in the past where that's how the resources were made available, but it's a question of where. Now, let me now finally say something about private financing and why I am doubtful that European private financing is available for this. Let me start by saying this. in my opinion, the green agenda has basically not even come off the starting blocks in terms of policy making. Lots of good talk, a lot about financial, the BlackRocks of the world saying we are only investing in good companies. Well, that's already unraveling to some extent. It's you can explain to people you shouldn't smoke because you die and you pollute the room, but it seems a lot harder to persuade people that we shouldn't drive SUVs or whatever it is. So I am a big believer that we need various types of incentive structures. I like the IMF suggestion of carbon taxation, but we have, as we saw earlier today, we have actually via the law almost got the same prices as they recommended at the fiscal monitor 3 years ago, 4 years ago, whenever it was. But to the private sector, let me start by saying, since you asked me, on the last 3 weeks crisis, my view is the following: it's not systemic. It was a case of a few single banks, very much driven by poor regulation and supervision in America, and a strange sleeping at the wheel in Switzerland. I think it was mishandled tremendously. If you want a very short answer, I think the Swiss should have nationalized Credit Suisse instead of made a shotgun marriage. We can go into this, and it's not easy. But when I hear the Swiss National Bank President Jordan say that we didn't have time to do anything else, then I can conclude that the resolution mechanism that we have worked, people are working on so hard is going on, just is off the wheel. It doesn't work. If you could not have predicted and be prepared for the Credit Suisse story, when could you ever be prepared for a bank? I don't know when. I mean, everybody knew this was a problem for many years. So, and I'm not just talking about the finessing of putting AT1 ahead of equity. That's a mistake. I mean, but it is the whole mixture by the central bank of confusing liquidity with solvency, and thereby compromising their own stance as lender last resort down the line. So I think this is very problematic. But so single, it's not a systemic issue, but certainly this, and there will be probably more small things, but we can talk about the system, but not a systemic issue. But here's a bigger issue, and why I'm worried about the banking system. You would have noticed that with the exception of a few Scandinavian banks, the European banking system now, or banks now trade at a price to book of between 25 and 50%. That is a sign of something deeply wrong, right? If it had not been a bank, if you as an investor sit somewhere and you see a company you can buy for 25 or 50% of book, even if you don't like the business, you don't know what to do with it, you buy it and close it and take the money and run. That's simple. Here's the problem. For 15 years, the European banking system has been the worst performing sector in any index for equity investors around the world. The worst. Right? Then we got the higher interest rates, and people said, now banks start to make money. And then the price went up, and we got this, and now we're back, way back below half again. So in other words, banks cannot raise risk capital at a price that is remotely associated with what we are expected to lend out and finance by the real sector. These things don't run. It just doesn't. If you can't run a banking system over several decades, if equity investors are not willing to pay in, where will you get the risk? I mean, the risk capital from? It's just not there, right? And now we have the AT1 as a cloud further. So this is a very fundamental problem. We can talk about why that is so. It has to do with the growth of it. It has to do with the interest rate structure. It has to do with the implicit tax, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but it is an implicit tax of regulation supervision. If you look across the European banking system, look at net. I mean, first of all, it's a sector that has fired about 50% of employee over the last 10 years. But of net intake, of the intake to gross intake, about 75% are in regulation, supervisor, lawyers, and all. They don't make any money, but it's a sort of a burden in the system. Maybe that's necessary, but that's the situation. And then you can, of course, tell me the banks need to cost more, and I agree with this fundamentally. We've been on it for 10 years. So maybe it will survive for another 10, 15 years if we get finally down to structure, but there is a fundamental problem in the cost of capital for banks if we are going to be efficient transmitters of capital into the private sector for all the stuff that we need in society. So what's the solution to that? Couple of very quick points, but then I'll end. We need a true banking union, so we can get rid of some of the smaller banks and make it greater efficiency across banks. The problem is we have national banks today. I'll come back to it in the second round when we talk about Italy, but I'll give you the anecdote now. And we need credit. We have two clients, is my pay example. These are completely identical businesses. They are ski resort hotels up in the mountains. One, they are 10 kilometers from each other, one on the Italian side, the other on the Austrian side. They are, like any standard, my colleagues tell me, the same credit risk, the same business, the same size, they even both for deal as for first name. And the credit line for the hotel in Italy is about 200 basis points higher than for the Austrian. For no other reason than he has to be funded off the BTP rates, right? Compared to the Austrians. We are not allowed to move liquidity upstream in the system. So we need a fundamental banking union that works properly. We need a capital markets union because we need to move further away from debt financing to what's more toward equity financing. I'll come to that when we come back to Italy also. So people will take risk instead of relying on bank loans. But it's a long way. How do you do it? You do it by relative tax treatments. That can be fiscal neutral for sure, but you need a regulatory and a tax structure that to a higher extent favors equity over debt. Not even like this. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. We can have a discussion after the first round, then we'll have a second round focusing more on it. Yeah, this one, Jason.
So, let me perhaps, okay. So.
The speech.
Okay, now this one. So, I think I would say many of the things that many have said today. And let me start with one of the things that were mentioned today several times, and the point is going to be that Europe is nowhere to be seen in terms of the digital economy and the digital platform economy. And I think Professor Tooze mentioned the Siemens-Alstom case, and following the Siemens-Alstom case, there was a very nice paper by the European Commission on new industrial policy after Siemens-Alstom. And there was a very nice figure which I thought was quite, I don't know if it's sad or not, but it's quite evident what the message is from this figure, which is really when you think of the digital economy, you see very clearly the US on the map, you see Asia with Tencent and Alibaba, Korea with Samsung, and then you see Europe. Okay, this was a figure taken from a website, I think in December 2018, and as this, I just thought of this figure when we were having the discussion this morning, so I went on the same website and looked at the figure, the latest figure that was available, and this is the figure today. So you see that the US is even bigger, which kind of is in line with some research that we are doing on concentration in the digital economy, and Europe is where it used to be, several years ago. So let's put it as way, the relative position of Europe in the digital economy has not improved. Okay, so that to me is one first part of the real economy. So let me say a bit more on the context, and I think one point that Eric made, which is an important one, there has been a slowdown in productivity growth, both in the US and in Europe. One big difference is that the contribution of PFP, and PFP, as we know, is a measure of our ignorance, but it's a proxy for innovation, it's a proxy of efficient use of intangible capital.
we see that the contribution of PFP to aggregate productivity growth and to aggregate growth in general has been declining, and it has systematically lower than in the US, even before the big slowdown, so between the 1991 and 2000 years. So this is bad news for Europe. Associated with this, we find, and again, this is not just Europe, it's also in the US, it's present in many European countries that we discussed also the case of Italy. There has been an increase in productivity dispersion, so a divergence between, I would say, the good students in the room, the frontier firms, and the less productive companies in the country. This has been associated with increasing wage inequality, and I think it was discussed in the panel before, and I think it will be discussed in this panel as well. And I should say that this increase in wage inequality has been driven in many countries, not so much by increasing wage differences across workers within the same firms, but very much about wage differentials across employers for the same type of workers. So again, these differences across firms have become more and more important. Another big fact is increasing industry concentration. I put a question mark. We have ongoing work right now trying to go as detailed as we can at the level of industry, but when we look at 2-digit industry concentration, and not only in the digital sectors, but in many sectors, has been increasing over the last 20 years, much more in the US, but also in Europe. And the bad news is this has been happening in about 2/3 of sectors of the economy. A much higher industry concentration has happened in intangible, in sectors that have an intensive use of intangible assets and globalized. But I would say this is much more broad-based than just a digital issue. And then what we're seeing is also, and Mario mentioned this, and we're living in a period of transition, and so firms and I would say governments have to face these digital transitions and are taking different measures. And we have seen a very strong fragility of GVCs and a renewed, I think renewed or new, because it's a bit different focus on resilience than before, and at the same time a push from the globalization when we think of the sort of, I would say, the average golden. The large shocks that increasing. And one thing that has not been mentioned as much as I would have expected today is this strong increase in uncertainty. To me, that is a big problem when we need to think of investments needed both to succeed in the digital and green transition. And this increase in uncertainty, comes from the geopolitical situation, but also inflation and regulation and so on. And all of this has been accompanied, by this, I would call it, revival of industrial policy. And this industrial policy comeback, I think, has come from a wider recognition of the role of industrial policy. That is good news. I think there is a wider recognition that in a second-best world, market imperfection, an imperfect government intervention might still be well financing. That we're all imperfect, and I would mention that some of the pitfalls of government intervention might still be acceptable. Because of this multifaceted structural change and this need of coping with this big transition, you need the public impetus, you need the scale, private investment guided by government. And then, and again, this is something that I didn't hear as much today, but when you think of AI, we are basically living in a new era of general purpose technologies that do have large spillovers, but they also need new rules, new governance framework and coordination. And also would say not only coordination within countries, but also across countries. And that's where, good government policies and good coordination across countries is particularly important. Finally, and this is the point on the digital economy that I said before, we live in an era where network externalities are particularly important, and so government might be willing or might see the need of large investment to acquire these leading positions, early on in the game. And so that again can be a good justification for industrial policy. Third, As I said, we live in a period of a slowdown of productivity growth, and this increase in productivity, especially wage inequality, have led to the call by some economists, and that we mentioned Danny Rodrik here, for the role of industrial policy for reducing these geographical disparities and these wage inequalities by providing what he calls industrial policy for good jobs. And really here the importance also, and this I heard today, and I think is an important point is support provision of schemes to make productivity more inclusive, but I would say also to allow a successful transition, green transition. I think this is a point that you made, Anna Maria. So this I think is particularly important. Finally, because of the disruption from urban chain, we were discussing at lunch about the IPCBI. We see the importance of coordination in industrial policy intervention to sort of push this argument of strategic autonomy. And again, this is really an important goal, for example, that has been pushed in the European Commission. One of the challenges, I would say, and again, this was mentioned, I thought it was very interesting because that's something that I feel very strongly about. I think we are losing a bit track of the three-barrier rule, and we want to achieve so many different things. And that's where I think industrial policy might fail, because you cannot achieve everything at the same time. And, I cannot mention because of the university, I cannot mention, but some of the big measures that we're seeing in some countries try to achieve several goals, pleasing, creating employment to these, potential voters, fighting potential enemies abroad, trying to achieve the green transition. Doing all of this with one tool might not be so easy and might not be successful in every sense. So, this was discussed today, but let me say that some of these, I don't want to go too much in detail, but I think the interference with competition is something that came out very nicely in the Alstom Siemens case, that was brought forward by Professor Tooss. I think it's an important case where there has been a big debate between antitrust and seeing this antagonism between industrial policy and competition. I think there is a lot of work to be done in this case to really, at the European level, try to have both working in the same direction and not feeling a potential, as I call it, interference is probably an easy word to use in this case. Now, what we have done at the UCB is to try to develop a new framework. And one of the things we started doing when we started doing this work was really to see, okay, what is the evidence on the effectiveness of industrial policy? And one of the big issues is that we don't have a proper or unique definition of what we mean by industrial policy, number one. And here's a definition that we use after long discussions. Secondly, let's be honest, governments don't want industrial policy. When governments put in place industrial policy intervention, they think of industrial strategies. And evaluating industrial strategy is even more complicated because, when we think of an industrial strategy, we need to think of a consistent and articulated group of policy instruments. And that, it's very hard to evaluate, if we think of ex-post evaluation in an econometric sense, because you need to start thinking of complementarity, potential substitutabilities, and so on. So that's something that to me should be the next frontier in econometric analysis and in policy evaluation. We also developed a taxonomy, and as I said, we try to really develop also this type of work. We have a working paper. I don't have time to go into detail, but if you're interested, here is the link, and I'm going to share the slides. Now, what was more tough was that what I wanted to do, and that's how we started this project, was really, I wanted to see, if someone comes to you and says, okay, how much money is Italy spending on green versus digital? We don't agree. How much money is Italy spending on green more than France or Germany? We don't really know. And when COVID arrived, we really found ourselves asking, okay, but how much money is already on the table? And this is when you realize that I know that numbers are not everything, and I know that you can't quantify the design and the policy, but let's start seeing where, you know, in Italian we say, if you put the money where your mouth is, or something like this. I don't know how to translate it in English. So that was the aim of this project. So obviously we need to get approval from countries and we need to get support because we need to get this information from publicly available data, but we also need to validate these numbers with governments. So now we have 9 countries on board, here they are. We collect information on programs that have an annual expenditure of more than 0.002% of GDP. You might think this is big, but on average, we covered the 2019-2021 period, and we have about 1,170 policies per year for these 9 countries, and we also analyze COVID measures. I would have liked to show you number. I couldn't get all the data validated on time for this conference, but the paper will be out probably by the summer. So by June, if you're interested, the number will be out. One of the goals that I think we did achieve is that by collecting this data and trying to find out, you know, the sort of structure of industrial strategy, we can also try to understand, okay, what are the criteria that kind of receive the highest amount of subsidies, and for example, subsidies and tax expenditure, which is one of the things we look at. And you see that there is a very different focus of different industrial strategies, so different priorities in different countries. And for example, you see that France focuses very much on jobs and skills and focuses very much on green. Italy is much more focused on SMEs, and it's actually the country that spends more, unsurprisingly, on SMEs. And also looks at the digital, has a very strong digital component on some of their strategies. So that I think is a very good indication of heterogeneity across countries. As I said, I couldn't show you figures, but let me give you some highlights of the project, and then I'll stop. But just to say, you know, this policy expenditure is actually sizable. You know, we were mentioning some numbers here. We find in our, you know, according to these preliminary numbers, that about 1.8% of GDP in these 9 countries spent on industrial policy through subsidies and tax expenditure. We also find, excluding export finance, that actually, you know, represent a big sort of share of financial instruments, but if we exclude the export finance, less than 1% of GDP is spent on financial instruments. And then when we think about where the money goes, you know, I don't want to say fortunately or unfortunately, you know, let's be neutral, but you know, the sectoral approach still dominates. So you see that the support is very much conditional in the transport sector, in the agricultural sector, in the manufacturing. So this is still a very strong component. And then the other large criteria, in particular when you think of green, we talk about today and digital, they only represent about 10% of total expenditure. Now, about green policies, which was one of the topic of today, they are very small still, but they are growing. And in several countries, they're very much specific in sense of, you know, they're concentrated, for example, in special tax support for energy companies or for transport and so on. So very much still sector specific and technological specific. COVID support was an exceptional type of support that really dwarfed any type of industrial policy that has been more structural over the years. And, you know, here is the number, 7% of GDP on average in 2020 went to public support to financial instrument. And let's also be honest that this was really a one-off. 2021 saw a sharp decrease. In Italy alone, we saw a decrease of 85%, so a huge decrease. So very short need support, and I think that links with what Mario was saying. And then again, and this links with the discussion that we have today about the lack of a European approach to industrial policy. There is a huge amount of heterogeneity across countries in terms of priorities, in terms of amount spent. And you know, you have countries like France that really spend a lot on subsidies and taxes, and you have Italy that kind of rely more on of expenditure. So let me stop here and then I give you back.
Thank you very much. Now is the turn of Dario Guarancio for this comment.
Yes, so when I asked Mario, what was be my assigned task was to take stock and connect the dots after this day, which now appears as an impossible mission, clearly. So I would like to really sketch super briefly some key points and maybe pose some questions together that can be more useful. Well, first of all, I think that after this day is now clear that the task, the challenges that all economists and the European in particular has in front of it are tasks related to radical missions, related to not only public goods, but objectives that go well beyond what is marketable, what refers to the working of markets, at least to a significant extent. If you think at decarbonization, at health-related objectives, and societal needs, broadly speaking. And what is also clear is that in order to reach these objectives, we do need a reshaping in terms of the policy approach that we had, in particular concerning industrial policy. If we look at the new European industrial policy, before talking about the limitation, we do, in fact, envisage a deep change, moving from horizontal to selected and direct intervention, identifying key strategic sectors. And we do realize that without a EU level, but also a state level direct push to move the economy toward the desired place or direction, we can go nowhere with respect to those objectives. Well, what I think is also has emerged is what is incompatible with the ambition of reaching these goals and of having policies that are at least to an acceptable extent up to reach those goals. Even if we nominally we are now talking about industrial policy, and if we are designing industrial policies that are different as they were framed in the past. Well, what is incompatible is the let's say size and amount of resources that to a significant extent is not enough given the size of the goals, and concerning Europe given the size of backwardness in key domains, and this has been already reported also in terms of numbers. What is not compatible is the degree of uncoordination, the lack of strategy, of systemic strategy, and of coordination between the EU, the national, the local level. And of course, behind this, the problem of conflicting interests and forces pushing towards different strategic directions, if you think at capitalistic and national interests at the European level, is again another major obstacle in this regard. And we do all have this problem still here, even if a small reshaping in terms of narrative and policy making took place. We have a problem of jobs, wages, and labor markets that is still here, has not changed, and represents a constraint, because we can have a well-designed industrial policy with some resources, with medium-run ambitious objectives, but if we don't have good jobs, an adequate supply of good jobs, if there are no wages allowing these jobs to develop, to be ready to be, let's say, introduced in the economy, then most of the ambition is to be not met. We have a problem of concentration of market of technological power that is of course very relevant in the digital domain, but not only there. And the discussion that has been made now between the role of antitrust policies and industrial policy that may want to envisage also supporting and building up champions. Then we have also to discuss which is the role of states or of European authorities in the governments of such champions. Well, even there, we are very far away from having a strategy and a clear stance that is up to the challenge that we discussed today, while in the meantime, we have a kind of state platform capitalism in full operation, both in the US and in China. Now I'm thinking of the digital domain, but in other key strategic technological domain, this is more or less the same. And the pandemics with Big Pharma has shown something very similar. We have a core periphery divide that is not solved at all at the European level. And of course, the contradictions that we mentioned are increasing it. And this is again a Europe-specific constraint. And related to that, the unsound policy framework that we discussed, and if you think at the debate on the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact and the discussion on debt sustainability and how that, according to the framing that is proposed by the Commission and by the most influential economists in Brussels, is really scary about how austerity and an unsound fiscal framework can come back from the window and further constrain our prospects, even in terms of industrial policy, because of course you cannot have a successful industrial policy if the fiscal environment is not supportive in an effective way. And finally, the very last point regards state capacity, which is not only state capacity in the sense having enough personnel, competencies, infrastructures, assets, technologies at the public sector level and way beyond. I mean, all the entities, institutional, public-private, that has something to do with the policy making in terms of execution and implementation. What I felt listening also to Chiara is that the kind of challenges that we are facing require the kind of capacity that is way beyond what we thought in imagining an effective and efficient public sector, but it's having an environment capable of mobilizing environment in a broad sense that would make, let's say, real some of the stuff that we discussed. While my questions very brief to conclude on the OECD new framework that is super interesting and I think very promising is a starting point to keep on working and studying on this, is why in the final list of measure public procurement and actions by state-owned enterprises were not included. What about conditionalities on those subsidies? Okay, we give money, but do we have instruments to be sure that then what companies deliver goes in the direction of the goals that we are posing? And finally, I know that this is beyond what I think the OECD is capable to do in terms of data and monitoring, but it would be super interesting to understand with the same analytical framework and precision what China is doing. Because this is quite important to understand also how a different context then operates in terms of policy. Thank you.
Regarding on this question, the question is whether the policy is providing subsidies to let the firms do what they do anyway, or leaving them the decision about the direction of the technological change, investment, or whether there is a real public knowledge about the direction orienting with public money, private decisions. So this could be an interesting round. So now you tell us where the money goes.
I think you have to.
Thanks for the challenge. I hope this microphone, I think it's maybe where we're sitting. Is it that where we're sitting? I don't know. I think you have to see. So thanks for the invitation. Thanks for being alive because this is so long. And I also wanted to reflect. I think it's a nice format. It's cool what you're doing as a think tank because I think we need more of this kind of exchanges from academia back to policy. Maybe what we have to do another workshop about is what we do about stuff. And I think, the what to do becomes increasingly difficult when I see this kind of sophisticated diagnosis of where we are. And sometimes I feel like, oh my God, like where do we start? Because in practice it's very different from what it looks like when we think about what could be done. And then I think that we need more imagination. Probably that's what policy is really lacking, and the policy making space, imagination to prototype, experiment, try out things, fail, do it again, and maybe we have to work on that. But I also think, so probably we have to shape another conversation about what's the plan, what do we do next? And I know we have no alternatives, at least us here in Europe, as working with what we have and do everything we can from the public sector, from the private sector to actually make it work. So I will focus my intervention in how do we make it work, if possibly, and what we have on the table as a political level. And in principle, I will focus on you. And then if you want to know more about what the Italian National Innovation Fund is doing, I will do it in the second round, if that's okay. So sorry, I repeat a bit what you have been saying, but I think just for me to frame it, yes, it is true that Europe needs massive investment in research, technological innovation, and low carbon infrastructure to meet the task of the green transition, transforming our energy system, and take back strategic autonomy in supply chains, and on the digital transition to take back technological sovereignty that we lost, but also administrative and defense capacity. And more I see the technology problem, more I think it's a problem of capacity. Even if we massively invest 350 billion a year, at this point, I'm afraid to say we wouldn't know how to do it, and this is a big problem. So these goals can only be met by mobilizing at this point all the available instruments and possibly create new ones in the EU bloc. And we have to see what are those new ones. So faster decisions, subsidies, relaxing EU state aid, and I think it's going to be very interesting politically, this double debate between how do we relax state aid and then the fiscal debate about the budget rules. And they go in parallel with different constellations about member states, and I think you probably have to plan some intervention in this debate. Then, do we need more common EU funds, sourcing of local products, and put also some conditionality about sourcing of local products in the way we give the funding? Innovative use of public procurement, which I think is underestimated in all these conversations, but super important. Maybe sometimes it's only about how do you change IP laws when you do public procurement? How do you force companies to share IP laws if you're doing an industrial policy action? Or maybe how do we put clauses to share data and information from the private to the public sector? I mean, this is a lot of the work I'm doing, but sometimes this is really a change, you change the action plan if you do it. And then, yes, I agree with you, but saying about the banking union and the monetary union will never happen, at least in my lifetime. But anyways, I think so. Anyways, we can support also companies with other financial instruments such as pan-European risk-taking equity investment, which is something anyways we need to do if we want to get some deep tech champions in Europe, and I think we should. We have no choice. So the question again is, how do we get this done? And in particular now, as you all said, that we have the war-induced energy crisis, inflation, the US-China trade war, which I think is becoming the Cold War 2.0, and this talks about this, but I think we are getting closer to this edge. And then, of course, the IRA, the American Inflation Reduction Act, that as Commissioner Breton put it, it's posing an existential challenge to Europe's economy and its competitiveness. And the actions that the European Commission seems to do about that, they don't match with their statements, because what we get out of the Washington talks is very poor compared to the ambition that we put out. So maybe there is something we have to do about that. So I think, yes, so a more coordinated industrial strategy in Europe will be what we need to support strategic value chains of the future, in particular chips, artificial intelligence, quantum, batteries, raw material, hydrogen, and low carbon tech industry. But in this room, you all know about this. So I think there are some initiatives that are working a bit better. The Green Deal, of course, is the growth strategy of the EU, and it's out there. The Hydrogen Industry Alliance is important, and we have to see why it doesn't work that well when we have the CHIPS Act. I'm going to talk a little bit about that because I think it's still too little, but of course it's very important for Europe to take back some sovereignty over chips. The Net Zero Industry Act and the Repower EU plan, they seem to go for me in the right direction. So I would be very interested to know for you how we can reconcile the thing that for me, we can't leave the initiative to the member states, to individual member states. This is a little bit my frustration with the Next Generation EU, because at the end, it's up to the member states to get it done. And then you're back to the problem that each member states have. And I think we lack capacity and scale. How do we reconcile that with this regional heterogeneity that we need in order to land real actions on the ground? I think is a very interesting question. But for instance, we could use more funds like Repower EU plan, or even the schemes, the job schemes that was used during the pandemic. And maybe, as the EC president said, we should set up a European sovereignty fund. I think we should, and the question there is how, and of course this is another big conversation. So in this context, I think technological sovereignty, which also means economic competitiveness and national security, and today, how do you distinguish the two? Because this is becoming more and more complicated, is a defining issue. And I think if we think it in terms of raw material, critical components of any industrial chain like chips, and access to data and artificial intelligence capabilities, I think a little bit too little. This is my frustration. Technology comes always at the end. We tend to talk about the digital as it is some kind of, it's in the cloud, sorry. And why this is not industrial policy? I mean, of course, this is the industrial policy of today, because we know the billions that go into investments in data centers, artificial intelligence capabilities that are changing the game. And so sometimes I'm surprised that we don't link the two. You have done it, but I mean, we struggle to link those issues a bit more. So on these three main issues, I think the bottom line is that due to geostrategic issues, probably long-term, historically, geostrategic issues and supply chain disruptions, we have very strong EU vulnerabilities and dependencies on foreign actors, as you all said, that must be urgently addressed, or we risk to replace all dependencies with new ones, which I think are even stronger. And it's in the semiconductor sector and in artificial intelligence, I think, that we better see and work the US-China trade war and the industrial decoupling centered around technological supremacy, where we see a comeback on the national security rationale over economic policy instruments. So we see a heavy use, for example, in the US CHIPS Act, for me this is very interesting to read, because we see heavy use of export controls and technology bans, of course, vis-a-vis China, which is unprecedented for a long time before the Cold War. We have to do probably the 60s to see that. But I think Europe really is becoming collateral damage and becoming a digital colony. By the way, we are today a digital colony. So I'm not saying anything on raw materials because you talked about it very eloquently in the morning, and so how much China basically controls the global processing industry. But Adam told us is a good news, because then we can reframe our relationship with China, with Africa in a new way. So maybe this is an avenue that we have to intensively work on. Then about chips, I think you also didn't really discuss it, but we know that our capacity to design and manufacture advanced chips has shrunk over the years, and we depend on state-of-the-art chips manufactured in China. In Taiwan in particular, which obviously is a very vulnerability in terms of geopolitical conflict, and we are seeing it playing out these days. But also there is huge competition. So although our CHIPS Act investing 48 billions in manufacturing chips and these mega hubs also in Europe, we have huge competition when it comes vis-a-vis South Korea, China, and the US, but huge. And China is investing 150 billion
only on that, and even South Korea is planning to work with industry players to unlock 400 billion investments of private funding in chips by 2030. So I think there, I mean, Italy would actually have a role, and we can discuss it. But of course, are we able to do that? I don't think so at the moment. So we have a problem there. Then let me spend like 2 words on regarding artificial intelligence capabilities, because I'm going to tell you what I think. And I think there Europe also is out the game, unfortunately out the game. And I think despite the collapse of the tech industry stocks that we're seeing those days, and the massive actually firing of Silicon Valley engineers, that I think we should go to Silicon Valley and bring back to Europe, because they are amazing skills that we could maybe import to actually work on European-made technology. Now also the banking disruption, the Silicon Valley Bank, maybe it's only risk management problem, but still we are bailing billionaires, bailing back billionaires. And big tech companies continue to benefit from their control of data, talent, and computing infrastructure with massive investments in few corporate clouds, massive investments which are going up, enabling them to solidify their dominant position, resulting in an unprecedented concentration of market, infrastructure, and political power. So there I think we observe a particular monopolization over crucial artificial intelligence infrastructures, since dynamic scaling machine learning and the development of large language models are increasingly impossible. I said it was difficult, but I think impossible to replicate without considerable investment and capacity. And in fact, at this stage, think about it, there are only 3 companies in the entire world that dominate this key technology, a new operating system for the platform economy. Microsoft, they just bought OpenAI, Google, which have been working a lot on this, and by the way, what they are releasing out in the public, it's just a little game. Of course, what they're working on is much massive, and it's B2B, and it's something that will change radically in the technology environment, and Baidu. And only 3 companies. So you tell me if this is even oligopolistic. So Europe is out of the game, and I think the problem regarding the data surveillance is the driven business model of the big tech, as we know it, goes far beyond industrial policy problem, entering in the realm of democracy, the public sphere, information self-determination, human rights, and constitutional frameworks, to protect the fundamental rights of people. And that's where I think, Europe has to do different things and to make it part of the industrial policy, how we do different things. So just trying to go to, okay, what can we do? How long do I have? Can I speak 3 more minutes? Okay, so let's identify 3 things that Europe should be doing to exit from this dependency and vulnerability graph. So I think in the first place, Europe has been praised for its leadership in digital governance and regulation, setting up global standards in antitrust, privacy, data sovereignty, and AI governance. And this is good. Now, we must demonstrate that this is also, we are also able to compete in terms of scientific, technological, and industrial innovation, or we are not even able to enforce our own rules. Europe needs to grow European deep tech champions, yes, because before it was this question too much big first, but we need platform, we need technology made in Europe, I think, capable to master the digital transformation in strategic supply chain, space economy, quantum, biotech, renewables, green chips, green hydrogen, and photonics. In my view, many of those companies are new companies. I mean, at least, a lot of the giants, they're not going to do that. We don't have here companies with the capacity to do these things. So we need to attract and train 1 million researchers in big tech. By the way, this is a great opportunity for universities, and grow a strong network of technology transfer hubs in the continent. I all the time cite Fraunhofer, and because we have a lot of Germans here, they do it pretty well. And it's like, maybe we should scale up the Fraunhofer model and try to do it a bit better. So make it easier also for tech innovators to scale up at global level with a functioning single market and a pan-European regulatory regime. So briefly, the European Innovation Council for the first time is supporting scale-up and startups with 10 billion investments until 2027, which they say will average 30
billion investment in equity financing, but it's the first time that the European Commission has its venture capital fund, and the European Investment Fund has launched just now a pan-European fund of funds with target size of 10 billion that invest in late-stage funds to the size of 1 billion. And I think this is actually good, and this is something we are doing at the National Innovation Fund, which I would like to talk about it later, because I think it's an interesting model that Europe is experimenting, like PK France, KfW, which is a bit different from VC in the US, because we have state financing which strategically there, and we could link it better to the industrial policy framework that you are developing. And I think that we could see something really interesting happening. So the strategy for startups and deep tech scale up should be reconciled with the strong public mission and the need for systemic industrial transformation in batteries, hydrogen, and processor, as I did already. So you need to think fast and slow, combining agile financing of innovation to venture capital together with stronger public mission, patient capital, and orchestrated industrial alliances. Then my second point is that for Europe to compete in innovation means to say that its competitive advantage remains rooted in our democratic principles of value, combining a dynamic industrial policy with an uncompromised defense of autonomy, democracy, and sustainability for the benefit of people, the workers, and the environment. And these are not just words. And this also means that Europe should put forward a strategy to enhance public digital infrastructure as an alternative to the monopolistic model of digital platforms. For example, artificial intelligence infrastructure and data spaces in the public interest. And in my work as Chief Technology Officer of Barcelona, I did prototype some work to transfer data back to the public administration. I'm now working with the City of Hamburg on a universal data sharing law to transfer data from private actors to public actors. We need the information and data to be in public hands. Also, if we want to, and think about digital ID, a public money system, this should be for me and data fundamentally public digital infrastructure with the EU framework that allow us to roll out pan-European interoperable digital service for mobility in cities, healthcare, education, and welfare. Because otherwise, this would be run by the big tech players very soon. And that's where they are investing at the moment. So finally, just to really conclude, the geopolitical dimension we know will have an increasing importance, and it has been said amazingly by Adam this morning, but we are all repeating that. So Europe needs to respond in a coordinated and bold way if we want to even survive during this superpower game. And I like this proposal of strengthening, of course, alliances with Latin America or Africa or India. So basically, multipolarity should be the game. And what's the role of Europe in this framework beyond our neocolonial stand? We really have to see what it means, but I think this is the key. And since Europe has lost the competitive game on platform-enabled digitization, and probably we are too late on artificial intelligence, now we need to direct all efforts to shape the clean and green tech industry for the future, and because of climate emergency, which is an imperative for human survival. And we also need, on top of that, to propose our own model for the evolution of the information society that's grounded on public infrastructures, the public sphere, democratic rights, sustainability, workers, and citizens' participation. And I don't see this model happening anywhere else in the world. I want to finish by saying, so we do have a chance, and I think we should engage to try to make this happen, to make this real. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Now, your turn.
Yes. In the meanwhile, let's pause here. I try to be very brief, only discussing a short point about what might be the effect of all this transition, especially digital transition and grid transition, our necessity to empower individuals, to guarantee individuals more at risk, and then to design welfare sort of protection system. Because there is a point that the new point of view is rather neglected, because many times also this morning we thought that this type of transition might have winners and losers in the future, and because we have winners and losers, we need to have redistributive policies that might help the losers. The problem is that this type of transition might also affect our capacity of the welfare system of European social model to cover individuals from different point of view. My point is as follows. Of course, we can assume different scenarios about, for simplicity, let's consider together digital and green transition, even if they have different expectations, different possible outcomes. But the first issue is, will this transition create negative effect on GDP, on secular stagnation? All the literature expect no, so we can drop that. The problem is how this transition might be mediated by different trends of inequality at two different levels. The first level is about what we call functional inequality, the labor share. The second level is personal inequality, more in general, wage inequality. What is the issue from that point of view? Because if we need to have a strong social protection system to create more equality among individuals, among the households, and also to guarantee workers for longer employment, temporary or long-term employment, we need well-financed and well-structured welfare system. What is the problem? If we have if this type of transition will decrease the labor share, because profit will grow up, because we will have fewer needs of workers, so there is a decreasing share. Decreasing labor share. If decreasing labor share reduce, we are reducing the resources to finance welfare until we assume that welfare should be financed by labor, by social contribution. We have to look for new financing sources. The other issue is about wage inequality. If we have, let's consider for simplicity, and I will give some more details, that we will have a situation of growing inequality even if labor share is constant, but labor share may remain constant as the average wage reduces, as we say in Italy, because we have that the super rich becomes richer and we have a large increased share of working poor. What does it mean? That can we rely on traditional welfare system where individual rights are individualized? Individuals, let's consider the European Commission for many years argued that the best way to incentivize individuals to provide labor supply, to pay contribution, is that your benefits, for pension, for unemployment benefits, but also in terms of conditionality for minimum income scheme, is related to working activity. If there are some individuals which are expelled from the labor market, are not able to earn adequate wages, can we keep the same type of design of our welfare system? What is the main issue? Is that from that point of view, what is important is to remember that when we talk about this issue, we're not talking about an issue related to production. We're also talking about an issue of how we distribute resources. If resources are not reused, we have to look for different ways of distributing resources among productive factors. Welfare should not be only financed by labor, and among individuals, because individual rights should not depend on their labor market success. So as we know, there is a tendency towards weakening the labor share. The argument is, if the labor share reduces, so many times we argue that very simply, some argue in the Italian debate, for instance, they argue that the government should increase financing to national social security institutes because contributions alone are not enough. Is this a problem of the pension system, for instance, that is too generous, or is it a problem related to the labor market that is inadequate to create enough labor to finance the welfare? Maybe the answer is mixed, and we are going to the second dimension. So in that case, it is not necessarily a signal of a sustainable social protection system, and then we should find new financing sources for the welfare. But there's also be careful, even if the labor share remains constant, it's not needed that we have no problem with several distribution, because the labor share is an average. And so we might have, since we have in Italy, I'm going to show you some data about the current trend very briefly in the second round, we might have very strong increase in wage equality within workers due to the increased share of the other arrangements. In Italy, I will show you some data about the extent of part-time arrangement that is very important from that point of view, but also including wage gaps among individuals. There are clearly consequences on the gender gap because all these dimensions penalize the opinions with respect to males. But what's also important, all these type of trends, and we will discuss also about the case of Italy, we cannot argue that they are related strictly to digitalization, to technology, because there are full of different possible determinants unrelated to these external resources. So from that point of view, maybe apart from looking for new financing sources, we have also looked into new ways of protecting individuals to go against the conventional wisdom that welfare rights should be individualized. We should look for new type of designs in terms of redistribution, but also, of course, on new types of redistributive measures to avoid that there are so large winners and losers in the labor market, also independent of the usual drivers. One main point that in some papers with Maurizio Franzini, we stressed many times that we cannot argue that all that is happening is due to skill bias, it's due to technology, because we find that, for instance, education in all countries explain at most 10% of wage inequality, and the trend of inequality is neither explained at all by education. And so we should also create these questions also in European level debate when we argue about the need of, for instance, of creating a stricter link between contribution and welfare benefits for the individuals, or higher conditionality for the minimum benefits.
Okay, next, I think we are covering all the spectrum of challenges. We can take 3 questions from the floor, and then we can have a very quick second round of 5 minutes each. Questions from the floor is exhausted. The floor is exhausted. Okay, so it's the turn of we go on with the second round. Eric, your turn. If you can.
It's not, it isn't there. This one or YouTube? What do you want me to do? You can go on your question. Okay.
Reaction and second round. Okay, Italian focus.
Very quickly, I can do this later. Yeah, I have two quick reactions. Chiara talked about the productivity numbers. Point taken. One issue actually is whether both in America and Europe, whether we measure productivity correctly from the whole digitalization that Charlie Beats wrote a very good paper, the former British government bank in England a few years ago, where he estimated that the UK GDP growth could maybe be close to 1 percentage point higher per year if you correctly introduce this stuff. And when you try to extrapolate that to Europe, you can make more or less the same argument. So just to put out a big number, looking at things that looks much low, but just put it out there. So productivity is something we really don't know anything about, to be fair. To your point of the need for Europe to have structural alliances with others in Latin America and India, absolutely clear. We hear the Commission say it also. There's just one little problem here, is that what divides the world now, apart from US versus China and what side are you on, in my opinion at least, it's the war. Which side are you on? I mean, is it because the UN Charter of War, you're not allowed to invade other countries, whatever. If you take the EU external export, 35, so 1/3 of it goes to countries which either voted with the Russia or abstained, whether this was okay or not. So people are sort of sitting on the fence out there. So these alliances, they're not necessarily very easy to deal with. Let's see. But the effort should be made. Then I want to just say one thing again, coming back to this issue of productivity versus demographics, and that is on Italy. And I'm going to quote my colleague Loredana Federico, who is our UniCredit chief Italian economist, who did a very nice calculation. Here's the point. So Italy, over the last 25 years, as I said, the Eurozone grew by about 1.5% on average per year. Italy, 1 percentage points less, so about 0.6. Well, no. About half of that shortfall can be explained by demographics and half by productivity. Just very simple. And here's the big point. And I'm going to pick up my numbers here. The participation rate in Italy is 65% versus about 75% in the Eurozone. Over these 25 years, the rest of the Eurozone, including up north and then Germany and then Spain, have all raised their participation rate by close to 10 percentage points over this period of time. Italy hasn't. And it's particularly women's participation rate in Italy that's very low, at about 56. So it's the lowest in the OECD, lower than Japan, say. If you make a very simple calculation and say, let's suppose over the next 10 years, Italy will bring its participation rate up to the European average of 75%. So that's still 5 percentage points short of Germany, although Germany has more part-time, but make it just as a round number. But adjusted for this, say that you make incentives for particularly women to come on into the labor force. So you raise the participation rate by 10 percentage points to the European Eurozone average over the next 10 years. And let's assume that only half of those who come into the labor force actually get a job over that 10-year period. That's very, very pessimistic compared to the experience elsewhere. But only half get it. You will raise annual GDP growth in Italy by 0.5% every year for the next 10 years. That's half. That brings, compared to the last 25 years, that brings you back to about 1, maybe over 1 compared to 1.5. And then the clever people here on productivity will have to come up with the reforms that need to give us the rest of it. But the point is, my point is this: as economists, I have seen in hundreds of conferences like this over the years, the 10 years I've been in credit, talking about productivity growth and structural reforms. And we still today hear very important people from IMF and others who talk about labor market reforms and product market reforms in Italy is needed. Guess what? On OECD data, the labor market is not more rigid than Germany's or France today, or neither is the product market. Actually, I have been running a team of 65 researchers in Uni Credit for 10 years. There is both in Italy, in Germany, in Britain, in America. It's a hell of a lot easier to deal with Italian employees than German employees. I can just tell you that. And I'm not talking about a personal here, but if you have to restructure, lay off, or move to other areas. So this BS about labor market reform is going to do it. I don't buy it. There is probably more in institutional reforms, red tape, that type of stuff, I suspect. But this is the difficult one. And my point of this with demographics is, those seem to me to be relatively low-hanging fruit. Meaning low-hanging fruit. We know from all the other European countries, we know which incentives are needed to bring people into the labor force, particularly women. You need better daycare, cheaper daycare for children, and you can make a tax incentive for partners to work. The fact in Italy is women are as well educated as women anywhere else in Europe. They come into the labor force and then they have a child around age 30 and they don't come back. In Europe, they come back. In Germany, very much on part-time, but that works also. Thanks.
We can have some meeting wages and reduce precarity. But tell us something about the Italian public debt seen by the financial world.
About what?
The Italian public debt is going to be a public debt crisis.
No, you see a little while. No, I mean, so here's the point on public. Italy has one big problem, in my opinion, as an external observer and keen observer. It's growth. It's not public debt. Public debt is that, I mean, we all wish that debt to GDP was lower, but I think we all learned the first year of economics that you should never mix stocks and flows. That's what you do with debt to GDP. So if you look at the low flow concept, and I think the most relevant one is debt service payments, interest payments as a share of fiscal revenue. That is where the money comes from. There is others and others have suggested you could do interest payment as share of GDP. That's fine also, although that's like talking about, the 10 birds in the bush with the one on the hand. My point is this: in a downturn where fiscal revenues go down, to be comfortable because you came from a relatively low interest to GDP number, GDP is going to go down, and tell me what politician in a downturn go up and tax more, right? So I think you all have a better sense of the sustainability by looking at interest payments as share of fiscal revenue. And that number in Italy is about 9%. Now, 10 years ago, off the top of my head, it was about 11. And about 15, 20 years ago, it was about 18% of the amount. So yes, interest rates go up, the numbers are going up, but it is by no historical comparison problematic. There were years before that the euro was high, but these numbers were well above 20, but that's was an extreme case. So on any normal case, this is not a prohibited share of fiscal revenue that goes. And debt sustainability at the end of the day we know this, is a function of political will. Unless you are in a small emerging markets when you're addicted in a foreign country. I'm really completely relaxed. I really am. I don't mean to say this. I should keep an eye on these things. We should keep an eye on everything. But it is. But for me, it's about growth. And this debt to GDP is very much, as Philip said earlier, it's what's primary surpluses for companies. But the problem is the denominator doesn't run, then that ratio goes up. Very good example. You got to 155%, then you got a dose of inflation, and inflation, you can't push inflation, but it still took nominal GDP off. Now you're back to 145. So what is that? It's not a good ratio to be concerned about.
Yeah, your turn.
Okay, so let me answer, Dario's question. Yeah, so your question is actually the one that we have discussed a long time. So why do we include at this stage public procurement and state-owned enterprises? The answer is that we would have liked to, but we started, small and getting data on public procurement and getting data on state-owned enterprises was much more challenging. So, as I said, this is for me the really important journey. So that's in our agenda. That it seems, and I agree with one point that Francesca made, that public procurement and tweaks to public procurement rules can actually be particularly important, especially I think to push innovation, which we need very clearly, especially in Italy, but also in some other parts of the world. One point I would like to say, I do agree that productivity we don't know enough, but I somewhat agree with the point that the slowdown in aggregate productivity growth can be explained just by measurement error. There is a very nice paper by Chad Cyberson on this, and the argument was that basically because we are partly measuring productivity in ICT producing sector and in digital sectors, that's what explains the slowdown. In reality, what Chad Cyberson's paper shows that the share of ICT manufacturing has actually decreased in the US and in Europe because it's moved to China, and therefore, if that was explaining the trends in productivity, the importance of measurement error actually has decreased over time. So that cannot explain the slowdown in productivity. I'm happy to share the paper, but just to say that I'm not a big believer of points of measurement error, because that's an easy explanation of that. Doesn't seem to be very much the case. On conditionality, there's another question that Dario made, which is an important one. At the moment, we don't have this data, so we look, our first choice is to look at committed expenditure. Now, one thing that we try to do in the project is to distinguish between, for example, whether money is given on a selective basis, whether policies have a first come, first served basis, which is I shouldn't say unfortunately, which is the case for Italy, or whether they are just given without any sort of selection in place. So that's where we are at the moment, but we are not yet at the point of conditionality. So I'm supposed to speak about Italy. This is what I didn't understand. So let me speak about Italy. I wanted to, and this is a point that actually was made already. Let me say also that Italy, when we compare Italy with the rest of the OECD, Italy hasn't done very well, especially when compared with some other European countries and with the US. This is already in terms of productivity levels in 2021 and relative productivity in 2021. This is the blue bar. The bad news is that it actually expression has the relative position of Italy has worsened relative to 2000. And so that to me is the first bad news about our Italian situation in terms of productivity, and here we're looking just at figure our score. Secondly, and I don't know if I managed to get down or not, I don't know. When we look at, and again, this has been shown, so I will repeat some of the things that have been shown today. one point that I want to make is really about MSP, and again, you might disagree with this telling you anything, but MSP is a good measure of things not going right. You know, when you look at the trends in MSP growth in USDP on average, okay, I don't know. It was not really well and then and so relative to Italy, you really see that Italy actually has lost, since 1995. And really this sluggish productivity seemed to be very much linked also with the gap, and let's call it the digital gap of Italy, in Italy vis-a-vis the rest of the OECD. And here, we just show one very simple statistic, which is investment in ICT capital, which, as I will say, is very much now supported by our industrial policies. But we see that relative to 1995, we really didn't manage to keep up with investment in ICT in the rest of the city. And, two things here, there is this lower adoption of advanced digital technologies, and I'm going to share more on this, but also lower investment in complementary intangible assets. And this is evidence that comes, for example, from the Interinvest database that is developed together in Louis in Italy, but also from this. And now what I want to show you is that this is very much, when you look at this aggregate macro figure, what you don't really see is this heterogeneity that was discussed already today. And when we compare using data from ISTAT and data from other statistical offices across the city countries, to the multi-pro database, which is a project that we have developed within USCD using this confidential firm level data, what you see that here is number one. Italy has a very high share of micro and small firms, and these are very much less productive than the OECD counterpart. So what is sort of a bit, good news, but also bad news, the very few large firms, actually what we call the frontier firms in Italy, are even more productive than in other OECD countries, where you look at manufacturing and as productive as other large firms. In the economy, when you look at services, but more importantly, they really kept pace with the global frontier. Now, the bad news is that they remain smaller. And so, this is really a good indication of problem of allocative efficiency within the Italian economy. And this is something that we have found over the years using different methodologies. So that is the first problem in Italy. I would say this lack of reallocation of resources to the very productive firms. Secondly, let me go to this. Again, we see a very big gap in adoption of technologies. This is just big data. And again, this heterogeneity is very strong when you look at adoption of technology. I'm showing the big data in the report that I referred to. We see across the board of the different digital technologies in Hanukkah. And again, when you look at the large firms, you see that the adoption rates are very similar to the OECD average. And when you look at the 7%, just about 7% of firms that adopt digital technology in Italy, actually they account for about 18% of employment and 25% of value added. So these are the large and more productive firms that do adopt this technology. The rest you don't see very much. Now, here I'm referring to a very nice paper that my team did together with the Bank of Italy and ISTAT and with the support of MISE, now MIMIT. So let me tell you what to me is the most important takeaway of this very rich econometric studies, and it's available online. You have the reference here. Is that the most important thing to explain the Italian digital gap is very much the role of complementary assets. First of all, human capital of the workforce. And what we find, especially when you look at the bundles of technologies, is that This thanks to human capital that the more productive firms can really deal with the complexity and organizational challenges that come with adopting, digital technology and bundles of advanced digital technologies. We can also distinguish because of the richness of the data between the level of human capital, whether you look at tertiary educated or secondary educated or just primary educated. And what is interesting, and it's very much linked with the discussion we had before about the sort of labor market side of things. So you really see this key bias in technological change at work, because you see that tertiary educated workers are complementary to advanced technology, while mostly primary educated workers are actually substitute. One important thing that we did not discuss here today, but I think it's very important, we have a problem of skill management, especially in micro and small firms. And what we do find is that management can play a very important role. Number one, in explaining or if you want pushing the adoption of digital technology, but also the returns to worker skills, the returns to advanced technology, and also increasing the complementarity of the field. So, really ensure that managers are good at sort of managing organization and managing implementation. One important point that then comes to my last slide, which is important for the policy, is the role of STEM education and the role of local universities in Italy, because we see, and again, there might be problems of homogeneity and selection of location and so on, but we see a very strong link between the presence of tertiary STEM education and the supply of skilled workers and the adoption of digital technologies. And this is particularly true for micro and small firms. When you look at very large players, or more productive, larger firms, you need to have high quality STEM. So you really see also some differences there, but already having a good STEM program around can help sort of with the digital gap. What do we see for the future? Just to say that in the COVID-19 that we discussed a lot about digital adoption, we see that the digital gap between the small and the large firms in Italy has actually increased. This is true across the world. We find similar evidence in the UK and in other European countries. Just to say that, again, this digital gap between the micro, small, and the large companies is likely to continue and it's probably be increased by this. I wanted to take this figure, and I think someone was here today. It was a study that was one of the graphic proposals. It was an early study that we sort of tried to replicate with this new data. The Italian government has implemented in their industry 2.0, 4.0, has supported digital adoption. I was confused. It was for two. It's two. But so because they always say in my head and then it's for. So with this hyper depreciation incentive, and this is really it's been introduced in 2017. But just to say the size is a very large, it's one of the largest in Europe. It's worth about, with our numbers and just collected on just short of 1%, of 0.1% of GDP in 2019, and less in 2021. And it's subsidized up to 30 billion worth of private investment in 2018. Now, the bad news, if you want, is that the 22 or so beneficiaries that benefited from this occupation remain the ones that you actually don't need as much support. These are the larger, the older, and the more productive firms. So again, you are not really reaching the firms that are not really investing. So it does work, but as I said, maybe in the larger firms they're not really reaching the very small players. Now, to close, how do we close it? as I said, three complementary factors: worker skills, management capabilities, and investment returns. What I mean, I didn't discuss this, but Italy actually is one of the lowest spenders, and you know, in some of the policies we can discuss, but we're not really working well on R&D tax credit. We have a different studies on R&D tax credit, again, is available on the website, I'm very interested. And public policy can help because social education, policies to foster managerial and skills and capabilities, STEM education and public support R&D. So this is very much important, and I want to stop here. These were some other numbers that I thought were interesting, especially with the next generation access broadband program that might be quite useful also to improve, you know, high speed infrastructure.
As you see, we have a lot of data and information now. I think we can give you 5 minutes to tell you what.
Otherwise.
Yeah, I think we have survived 4 more minutes of the news about the Italian investors.
So you want, sorry, I can also skip it. It's like, it's up to you, if you want to survive. I was curious, like, how many Italians in the room are not studying in Italy, but they're doing stuff abroad? Not so many like usually, some only few. So all the Italians, yeah, actually working studying them well. So this is changing. We're actually improving because usually we have this massive diaspora of Italians that are like working accounts. So it's actually no, we want to integrate this into the. I mean, I don't need the slides, but okay, maybe that's more about the investment part, but just because I think it's a new instrument that Italy didn't have since 3 years ago. And we definitely lagging behind when it comes to equity investment directly and indirectly. So directly into the equity of innovative startups in all the phases of their life, from the seed capital to scale ups. And we started with a 1 billion endowment from the Treasury and the Economic Development Ministry. And we operate as a private operator in the market. So we do have public capital, but we actually invest the money as a private VC operator, and we match public money with private funding. And part of the private funding is from Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, and then it's from industry and pension funds and other institutional investors, but also, yeah, companies. So, and I think it's interesting because it was posed many times how large companies should cooperate with smaller companies, and I think it's absolutely critical. Like Italy couldn't do any of these policies if you don't have a collaboration between large companies and small companies. So just to give you the data quickly and just go back. So we have now a 5.3 billion fund. Asset under management, we have operating investing funds, and we have invested 1 billion now, so in the past 2 years. Venture capital in Italy has been very small in the past. Now it's about 2.5 billion investment, which is much smaller, by the way, compared to France or Germany. We mutilated and we work a lot with BVI France and KfW in Germany. So I think here there is a kind of interesting policy directed and public driven risk-taking equity strategy with the mobilization of private investors and private companies. I just wanted to show you, because I think there is some interest of this kind of group, more the systemic investment that we do. I think one really interesting action is the tech transfer, because as we know, Italy, sorry, has, how do you like take this out? Okay. Okay, so Italy has a lot of capacity in some critical areas like advanced robotics, life science, space technology, where we actually have all the chain based in Italy, but we have really the capacity to go beyond the university. So yes, maybe we even patents not so much, but really we struggle, although we have a lot of talent and we're really top class in scientific research, to go into the market.
So I think that transfer hubs are going to be very interesting. Now we are investing 130 million together with the European Investment Fund in this, and we have one in robotics, advanced robotics, with the hubs and spoke strategy, which is like the recovery and resilience facility. So this will go in synergy with the recovery and resilience facility, let's say research hubs and industrial champions hubs. Life science, we have technology, green technology, one, agri-tech and space. And as you can see, the space technology, where I think Italy, these two sectors like space technology and advanced life science and medtech will be what we see a lot of companies with good potential. We have the base also in south of Italy. And actually, when it comes to space technology in the south of Italy, life science and agri-tech, and also, of course, the green technology, renewables, food that a lot of the industrial base start being in the south of Italy, as you know, because we're also working in Catania for the mega factory and also ST Microelectronics, the microchip is in Catania. We even have an accelerator which is on cybertech in Calabria, by the way. And so we are boosting a lot of investment in the south of Italy, which I think it's going to be interesting. Another one that I think it's interesting is our accelerator fund, Next Generation Accelerators, and that's where we accelerate startups, so early stage startups. But we are calling a lot of talented people from abroad Italy. That's why I was asking which is the Italian approach, because we have lots of founders of startups which are abroad in Silicon Valley or somewhere else in the world, but they do fantastic stuff, and now we have get invested and they can come here to also do, what they do. And here we are investing throughout Italy. We have 18 accelerators, we will come to 20. So we accelerate 200 startups per year. And then if you map it then with the industry partners, that is something I didn't do, you really see the industrial ecosystem appearing, because obviously the big companies understand that if they don't partner with the smaller innovative startups which have the technology, the capacity to do that, they are lost. And so I think we are also having a fund which is called the Boost Fund, which works on the strategic value chains, and I think this could also be very interesting for this group, because we start from a need identified from an industrial partner in the value chain, and then we go with our investment to digitize and decarbonize the value chain. And that's where Italy really needs a lot of work, because we have small companies, as you said, but also they need to decarbonize, they need to become bigger, and also to use more digital technologies, as we say. So this is another, I think, critical action. And then, of course, we have indirect investment with our fund of funds that support our other VC managers to start in Italy. We have now 24. The leverage is about 3 times what we invest. So now we have invested around 465 is the target, around 300 million, and there is already 1.4 billion collected. So this means that the market is actually growing very fast. And what I was saying before that I think is interesting, I mean, here is, okay, we also invest directly, because someone was asking me before, we enter directly into the equity of the companies. We have around 300 in portfolio, and you can see selectivity rate and leverage effect of invested capital. And is this finished? No, what I wanted to say, okay, this is what are our investment strategy in the next years. We will see what this government want to do, but anyway, we don't know yet. But the axes are, first of all, strengthening the infrastructure venture capital, which is exactly the tech transfer and the accelerators, but also infrastructure as in terms of physical, infrastructure that you need to do innovation, when it's in biotech or AI or robotics, like, the data valley in Emilia-Romagna, which is a big asset for Italy, which needs to grow, attracting, real stuff. Then we have to boost the growth phases, so invest not only in small setups that can grow, but also in the late stage, and so the kind of scale ups. And I think it's very interesting that here the conversation in France, for example, is already what about the exit? Because if you think like we are a public operator, we put a lot of public investment, we cannot afford that. Then when we have one exit, or let's say like a successful Italian player, then who is going to buy? Of course, the international funds and the big tech from abroad. And this is problematic. So they are already working on this, on the exit in what market, like a bit like the Chinese have done, by the way, to shoot on this exit more in the Chinese market.
And then the third line is invest in strategic value chains and key technologies for the country. And this is if Italy would have an industrial strategy, so we're still waiting for that. We could align more with the key supply chains in aerospace, in life science, in microchips, in photonics, in agri-tech, and whatever, advanced manufacturing, where we can make a difference. So the potential I see here is that you're boosting the capacity, creating new companies that are able to operate at a different level, at a different knowledge base, on a different scale, create good employment for Italian young people, super educated, that are running away because they have low wages and so on. And definitely go in line with the big companies and the key like industrial strategy. I think you can do something for this country that it's interesting. And then this goes, of course, all in operation with the European strategy, the IAF. I mean, the European Investment Fund is investing in our funds and so on. So I think that's it. That's what we're doing then. Yeah.
Your mentions, I think we probably need another bank technology. But making a difference, I think was an interesting final note to see that some possibilities for actions are there. We have had a very dense, I thank very much the organizer of the speakers of the audience, because we have been learning a lot, and this complementary discussion of different skills and perspectives is very enriching for all of us. Thank you again, and see you at the next time.